They came in pretty much, the rest of them all came in nose to tail, and all of a sudden now there's 4 or 5 seconds between each of the cars. So, curious. And the Cadillacs are out on top now. Oh, 2 Cadillacs out in front, number 10, number 31. Then.
Oh, hang on. Here's the GT LM battle through traffic again. This is how the lead changed a few laps ago, and the 2 Porsches are now hunting in packs on the back of the Corvette that leads. Out onto the speedway again. Nick Tandy's got to the low side. Beautiful bit of driving by Nick, and he's going to get the line down the inside this time, using the number 74 AMG GT4 as his blocking car. Here comes the 77 Mazda in between the 2 Porsches, now down to the inside. That might not help Nick as he's going in deep, and the Corvette goes round the outside and gets the lead back again. Magnificent. Oh, there's a spin behind, and someone's gone through the grass. That's the number 88. That's one of the Audis, isn't it? Yes, that's Daniel the Audi, Morad. 12th position. Daniel Morad. Did he just go through
he was dicing with Ben Keating, trying to get around Ben Keating, I think, on the racetrack.
Oh, so that 74 car that the leading GTs were going through was in a battle at that time.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, okay. I think
Ben
actually
Keating,
Daniel,
remember that name from Ben Keating from the beginning of the race?
He's come in. Keating's come in.
So he has. Oh.
Let's see if that's about right or not.
Well, no, I don't think it will be.
74. Yeah, 25 laps. That's not a full stint for them, is it? It's 4 or 5 short. Just a question, Jeremy, and I think I know the answers. Endurance Cup points, when do they get handed out in this?
Yeah, 6 hours, 12 hours, 18 hours.
Right, okay.
So we're coming out for that, aren't we?
Yeah, I just wonder if there's some pit stops from some teams, and the 74 team, it's the Ranch Resort, but it's a Bill Riley run car, are pretty much always looking at it. And I wonder if there's some odd pit stop. Daniel Morad, yes. So Keating went through the grass, and Daniel Morad got sideways. He
Whether or
didn't
not he was assisted.
Full spin. Yeah, I think there might have been contact between the 74 and the 88. There was.
Yeah, it was a pretty late move there by the number 88 car, and Ben Keating obviously never saw him coming. There's a whole bunch of other cars around him, and he never saw him coming. I think he just turning into the corner there and wallop.
You don't see the nose of the 88 car from the 77, so from the 74 Ranch Resort car. That'll be being looked at as well.
Indeed so. Incident involving cars 74 and 88 under review.
63 Ferrari in the pit lane right opposite us. And, oh, there's a big crash going into turn 1. And that is the other Aston Martin, and the better placed of the 2 Corvettes. The 98's got it turned around, and the number 3 Corvette with Nicky Katzberg has also got a turn around. That was coming down again in the transition between the tri-oval and turn 1. How much damage? Not much damage to the Aston. The 98 car has Pedro Lamy in it. Getting some flashes from the Corvette that was down on the line, and then the Corvette came back up again. That's interesting. It was side by side. Ben Keating coming out of the pit lane will have seen that on the right-hand side. Well, that could have been a lot worse, Jeremy. A lot worse indeed. The Corvette was in a battle there with the Porsches, and in fact, it just gone into 2nd position, Nicky Katzberg, remember, again, having that great battle with Nick Tandy.
And no action in the as a result of the incident and review between number 74 and 88.
Right,
kind of a racing incident there. They both kind of went for the same piece of asphalt, I think.
Well, I just wonder if the number 3 car might be calling into the pit lane. Joe Bradley is down there. It was an odd incident. Definitely drifted up.
Yeah, it did,
definitely drifted up off the... I mean, the yellow line's a lovely visual marker. The number 3 car in that great battle at the sharp end of GT Le Mans. All of those GT Le Mans cars have been out for 29 laps, so they're not far off a pit stop anyway. Joe Bradley is down there.
Well, I was down here in Corvette because the number 4 Corvette has just pitted. That was pretty standard, fuel and tyres. Since that incident, the number 3 guys have come to the pit wall. Now, I'm not sure whether that was already scheduled for the number 3 car to come into the pit next time round, and then it subsequently had that incident at turn 1. It's with me now, and looks like a driver change also, as well as tyres and fuel. And nothing apparent on the car, or apparent from the damage, any apparent damage is what I mean, from any potential contact that we saw. In fact, you know what? It's absolutely pristine. I'm not sure we had contact. Maybe avoiding action caused the car to spin.
No, there was contact.
Was there?
Yeah, contact right-hand side of the Corvette to left-hand side of the Aston.
Left, tiny bit of rubber mark, that's all. That's all we've got. We've got no kind of... We have got no sort of damage like deformed bodywork at all. Barely a scratch. Literally will rub out.
Just looking at the...
Is that just a little sort of a fin there on the side?
The fender, behind the fender, see if the fin is still there. There's a bit of rubber marks on there, as you might expect. Meantime, the leading GT Le Mans car came in, and Diana Binks was at BMW to watch that. As the Aston Martin number 98 is in and out, the other car involved. Diana, what happened with the leading BMW?
The 24 came in and it had a driver change, and changed the wheels and a bit of refueling, and quickly went out. Actually, it was a very, very quick pit stop.
And so you think there's a driver change there?
Well, actually, I'm not 100% sure, because I thought there was going to be a driver change, and then it looked like the same driver came back. So I got to the end too late to see properly, unfortunately.
Thank you, Di. I think Jesse Krohn is still behind the wheel of that. The Aston, I'm afraid, looks like it's got further damage. He's understeered into the pit wall on the way out of the pit. The 98 Aston has understeered into the pit wall on the way out of the pit. So having survived what was a high-speed, scary accident with Pedro Lamy behind the wheel, Ross Gunn has taken the car over and crashed it on the way out the pit. Oh.
Well, he's not the first one to have done that.
No, not at all, and he won't be the last, Jeremy, either. He will not be the last. Aston Martin can't buy luck at the moment in this race. Sarah Rigby, Aston's biggest fan back in the UK, although she lives in Bentley Town in Crewe, to be honest. I think it's fair to say that she'll support Bentley or McLaren as well. But very knowledgeable about her Aston Martins is Sarah, and she will be very disappointed indeed, as will John Gore from ProDrive. And that car's going to have to come back into the pits. I don't think Ross can continue. In comes the leader of GTD, Corey Lewis, in the Paul Miller Racing Lamborghini.
Top 3 all in.
Lexus stop. And with 2 minutes to go, before the 6 hours and the points of order. Now, I think what's happened here, and Dinah's done a bit of digging, Augusto Farfus was suited and booted to get, apparently to get in the BMW, but what he did instead was change the data stick. There are times mandated for the changing of these data sticks. Let's have a quick word with Nicky Katzberg, really embroiled in that battle in GT Le Mans. Joe Bradley.
Well, we're going to get an inside story on just what happened at turn 1 there, Nicky. What did we see? I've looked at the car. There was literally nothing wrong with it. Did we have contact, do you think?
Well, it was a really weird moment. I passed the Aston Martin on the inside, and just before we hit the brakes, we hit each other. And honestly, I don't know if I moved right or he moved left, but it was like a small touch. I saw him spinning, so I had to avoid him. We touched again, but the car felt fine afterwards. We couldn't see any damage, so luckily, because it was a bit of a weird moment, but other than that, it was a good 2 stints, and I enjoyed it.
Yeah, the cat has lost one of its 9 lives. Were you due to come in the pits the next lap as you did?
Yes.
So that was the plan. It just unfortunate, because you know what, in the scheme of things, that's not going to cost you anything, is it?
No, just track position. We were in the fight with the top 4 cars, and now we are a bit further behind, but luckily for us, nothing is wrong with the car. That's the main concern.
And Nicky, big change of manufacturer for you, big change of car. Actually, Corvette's completely changed. This is a mid-engined Corvette, this one. How's it feel? What's the Corvette family like?
Well, Corvette makes a big group of people feel like a very small group of people. And honestly, the moment I arrived there, everyone has been very, very welcoming. And yeah, honestly, it has been super nice so far. Of course, also the car has been very good. I would say the base is extremely strong. It's still our first weekend, so we need to tweak it a little bit. But all in all, I'm very pleased and enjoying it a lot over here.
Well, we're probably going to see you here a while, because that man behind you, Oliver Gavin, I think he's been here about 100 years. So you settle in. Thanks, Nicky. Thanks for talking to us, and great insight.
Catherine Legg on the pit lane. That was the last of the GTD leading cars to come onto the pit lane. That's the Gear GRT Lamborghini.
So we've gone through another racing hour. You're listening to RS2 live from trackside at Daytona, 107.9 FM, around the world and around the track on Sirius XM 216 and XM 202, and of course in sound and vision on IMSA TV as well. 6 hours have been completed, and the next racing hour here at Daytona starts now. So, Jeremy, points awarded then for the next, for the first endurance, and so we had Cadillac.
Well, the number 24 BMW there blew past the number, which one was it, 911 Porsche on the coming up to the tri-oval, and then kind of out the number 911 car then outbraked itself going into turn 1, so has dropped back behind, I think, into the 3rd position now. So that was all fairly interesting. But the BMW certainly had prodigious straight line speed coming off turn 4 and had the lead in the class quite comfortably before they got to the tri-oval. On board here with the number 912 car, we can see the battle for the lead ahead. There goes the BMW on the outside line, just motors past the Porsche, coming through the tri-oval across start-finish line. You can see there's 3 or 4 car lengths between them, and then
oh, big snap sideways from the Porsche.
The 911 car, who's driving that car right now? Lawrence Nick Tandy.
It's Tandy.
Did he think about trying to go down the inside?
I think the BMW slowed more towards the apex than he was expecting.
Well, I'm not surprised because he was going a hell of a lot faster, so he needed to break him in earlier.
Tandy is the king of turn 1. he really absolutely is. So it's Joe Bradley and Dinah Binks in the pit lane, Jeremy Shaw and Johnny Palmer rejoining us here in the booth. Jeremy, just a quick thought about the 6 hour mark, and explain to the audience why the 6 hour mark is so important.
Because it is the first time that points will be awarded for the Michelin Endurance Cup, which is the 4 long distance races of the champion. Goodness gracious me, there's all sorts of battling going on there. Tandy's having a bit of a hard time at the moment. Got kind of shuffled out there by another couple of cars, including one of the LMP2 cars. But the Michelin Endurance Cup, that consists of the Rolex 24 at Daytona, the Mobil 12 Hours of Sebring, the Salem 6 Hours of the Glen, and the Motul Petit Le Mans as well. Those are the 4 long distance races where separate points are awarded towards the Michelin Endurance Cup. So this is the first time points are awarded the 6 hour, 12 hour, 18 hour marks in race, and of course the conclusion as well. But what a race this has been in the first 6 hours. We've still got 7 prototypes on the lead lap. The only car that isn't is the number 7 Acura. It was involved in an incident much earlier in the proceedings. Spent about 40 minutes behind the wall, Number 10 car leads, and Renger van der Zande. That car also has set the fastest lap of the race. That was on lap 199 by, indeed, Renger van der Zande, who drives the car right now. He leads by 7.6 seconds over Philippe Albuquerque in the number 31 Wheel and Engineering Cadillac. As you see, a battle here for second position in LMP2, heading down towards turn 1. Number 8 car and the number 81, Nicolas Lapierre, is driving number 8. That is the Tower Motorsport by Starworks entry. Number 81, that's a Dragon Speed USA. Harrison Newey is at the wheel of that car right now. And they are a lap behind the number 52 PR1 Matheson Motorsports machine that leads the category and has done for pretty much all the day. Here, no, there now are pit stops for our overall leaders, Renger van der Zande and Philippe Albuquerque, the first 2 cars onto pit lane.
Good evening, Jeremy Shaw. Johnny Palmer taking over from John Hindhoff with 17 hours and 54 minutes to go, and they pit stop for the race leader, Renger van der Zande, bringing in the Cadillac, the number 10. So let's hand straight to Diana Binks to watch the stop.
Stop, it's good, clean stop, no driver change. Renger's still behind the wheel, just refueled, fires up, and sorry, I got some smoke in my face there as he rejoins the track, but a very slick stop by the team here.
Joe Bradley gets that all the time, and it's kind of the brake dust, isn't it, and smoke from the tyres. We've heard Joe coughing and spluttering many times already this week, so Di feeling the full force of it there as well. Thank you for that update. So the 10 car back on its way, yes, and now emerging just beyond the right and left flick that takes you into the International Horseshoe. The 55 Mazda, meanwhile, heading up onto the high banks once again. Ryan Hunter-Ray at the wheel of that Mazda Team Yerst DPI, 4th position. So Simon Pagenaud leads in the Acura, car number 6. Just half a second, though, between Pagenaud and Jarvis. We are in the sequence of pit stops, though, so again, DPI in somewhat of a state of flux before everything unwinds and all the DPIs get on the same number of pit stops once more.
And this is only 7. This is definitely early again for the number 10 car. We thought it was in slightly early last time around, but its previous pit stop was at lap 195. We're now on lap 211. That's only 16 laps. That's way early. Number 31 car, that did come in also. That was one of the first cars to pit on the last sequence on 194. We now completed 211, as I say, so only 17 laps for that car, whereas this is very curious at this stage. So number 10, number 31, both of them coming in 4 or 5 laps earlier than I would have anticipated. That battle in LMP2, by the way, well, it did go briefly in the way of Harrison Newey. He got past Nicolas Lapierre, but this time around the order has been redressed again, so the Frenchman back ahead of the young Englishman. Nicolas Lapierre now ahead in the number 8 car of number 81 of Harrison Newey. Super battle then for second place in LMP2.
Yeah, really good. And also on the back stretch now, the Acura, as I say, really close to being overtaken by Ollie Jarvis. Jarvis has just a bit of a think about it. Don't think there's any intent to get through there in the braking area for the bus stop, but just showing the nose to Simon Pagenaud. It'll take a lot more than that to disrupt Pagenaud on his way into the bus stop. Meanwhile, Juan Pablo Montoya is there with the helmet on, ready to take over at the car's next stop for car number 6. So through the tri-oval, just a half a car length between them. Again, to the high side, the 77. There's a bit of traffic ahead as well, including at least one LMP2 car, with the 38 machine from Performance Tech Motorsports, and the FAF Porsche, I reckon it is, car number 9. They've had dramas in my absence. Long-time leader, the number 9 car, but Patrick Pilet now at the wheel of that car, and it's in 10th place. GTD led, in fact, by Marco Mappelli for GRT Magnus, the car that didn't even qualify in the sessions on Thursday because of a gearbox problem. Car 44 now leading the way after it was started by Spencer Pompelli, who was setting early fast laps. Jarvis again shadowing the every move of Simon Pagenaud. What's the Mazda like off turn 6 then? Pretty strong actually through Speedway to he's catching him big time. And of course the hole in the air caused by the Acura will help as well. So up to the high side, the two cars I'm sure will get very close together as well, so that Jarvis can take advantage of the side draft. Will he be able to brake much later? Yes, and he in fact was already by Pagenaud for the race lead as they hit the brakes. So Ollie Jarvis in the 77 back to the front, and that means Jeremy Shaw can note down another lead change. They're up to 14 the last time I looked at his little notepad. Are we on to page 2 now already, in fact, of that?
It's on the same page, but this will be... well, get back to you on that in a minute.
Yeah, okay, well, the Mazda will cross the line now and confirm, according to the timing screen, it is the new race leader, getting very close indeed to the back of the turn of BMW. And in fact, on that lap, Simon Pagenaud is going to come into the pit lane to be serviced on a scheduled stop. As I say, Juan Pablo Montoya was prepared to get in that car, and the Frenchman about to clamber out there for time determining action in the pit lane. Is the fuel going in? You should be able to do your driver change and your tyre change within that window, and it even leaves a bit of spare time for the mechanics to scrape away any tyre pickup from the front splitter. Joe Bradley was down there watching the Acura pit stops.
I'm kind of
as well.
I'm kind of between the garages. I should say the pit apron, because they split there where they are in the pits. So the 6 is towards pit out, and the number 7 is pitted pretty much at pit in. And so if you sort of take a position in the middle, you can kind of see what happens. So I can tell you there was a driver change on the number 6, but the number 7 car, that didn't. That just went for fuel and tyres. So remember the 7 recovery drive from them after that damage, that big repair job, the floor, and I forget what else that they had to replace on that car. But that car, pressure's off. They're just going to go flat out now, aren't they, to recover?
Yeah, and well, that's the only option basically. So let's stay in the pits actually, because Diana Binks has managed to find Daniel Morad now.
I'm with Daniel. Daniel, you had a couple of moments out there on track. How is it from your seat?
Yeah, I mean, first of all, I did about 3.5 stints on the car, which was nice. Car feels good. The balance is great. WRT Speedstar guys have really prepped the car well. And yeah, I mean, the Audi R8 was great out there. I was clicking off great lap times, and we were closing in on the leaders as I was told. And that last stint, we just had to stretch the tire a stint and a half, and it was a bit dicey out there. I think the Aston hit us from behind and just made a mistake. I don't think it was malicious. He just missed the brake zone and drilled us in the rear. Thankfully, there's no damage or no significant damage in the rear bumper. And then with Ben, I believe Ben Keating in the Mercedes, yeah, it was just an awkward moment where there was 3 GTLMs, 2 prototypes, and he backed off completely. The closing speed must have been 60 kilometers an hour into the bus stop, and I went inside on Ben. He turned in as if I wasn't there, and I'm really sorry to Ben, but it wasn't my intention to go inside. It was just a racing incident, and kind of ruined both of our stints for a little bit, but thankfully the car is unscathed, and yeah, got out of a really rough run. Normally it's uncharacteristic of me to be in those kind of situations, but with the pace of this race right now, it's so fast. There's no cautions. There's been one so far. Everyone's pushing flat out qualifying laps every time, so it's really intense.
Yeah, we've seen it go up a gear in the last few hours. There's been a few incidents out there on track. At the beginning of the race, everyone, or a lot of people, talked about the tyres and how they might be an issue that they would have to manage more than normal, but it's not seeming like that.
Yeah, for sure. With the tire allocation, with the Michelin tires, you have to manage throughout this race because you can't go through every stop with new sets of tires. So, I mean, we had to roll the dice there and try to stretch my stint with the tire, and yeah, it was a bit unfortunate for me. I mean, I pushed as hard as I could, and the pace was great, thankfully. So, yeah, it's tricky. The strategies are going to be playing, up and down. It's going to be a cat and mouse game in this point in the race. But by the end, I'm sure it's all going to filter out. And yeah, I mean, right now I'm just enjoying myself. I'm going to go get a little bit of a rest now after that. I think I was in the car for 3 hours, so I need to eat some food. I haven't eaten since breakfast.
Okay, Daniel, thanks for chatting to us. I'll let you get off and fuel up.
All right, well, it's nice talking to you guys, and hi to everyone back home, hi to my parents, and happy birthday to Todd Alvis.
Thank you, Daniel.
He must be absolutely starving, the poor lad. Not eaten since breakfast. That's Daniel Morad from the 88 WRT Speedstar Audi Sports R8 crew. They have been in the wars to a certain extent. But yes, saying hi to everyone back home in Markham, Ontario. 29-year-old Daniel Morad. Plenty of pit stops been happening, Jeremy, whilst we were hearing from Daniel, including the number 5 car and the 55. So João Barbosa bringing that 5 Cadillac in.
Yep, so number 77 car stays out. That'll be in fairly soon, but no question, number 10, number 31. I'd love to know why they stopped a little bit earlier than one would have anticipated. But in the, it's still the Oliver Jarvis. Oh, he's in right now. Okay, fine. That's just about on schedule at 218 for a race leader, Oliver Jarvis.
Yeah, so Ollie Jarvis in from the lead as well. Mentioned at the end of, I think, pretty much the first stint that the maroon Mazda number 55 was looking filthy on the front end, and actually, being a white car, the 77 looked okay. Now it is splattered with bugs and bits of detritus, maybe bits of tyre pickup as well. And that's when a white race car looks great from the side, but from the front you really can tell it's been in a motor race for the length of time we've been going. 6 hours and 15 minutes now completed. So Renger van der Zande, who's already made his stop, back up to 2nd position and should be back to the lead of the race. In fact, yes, indeed, that's confirmed now on the infield as the Konica Minolta Cadillac back into the lead, followed by the 85 car, which also hasn't yet making its latest stop. So the 85 car just heading now through the infield with Chris Miller on board as we head back to the pits and hear from Gabriel Aubry, who is fresh from the leading LMP2 car.
Yeah, it's the 52, the PR1 Matheson Motorsport car. That's pretty much held sway in the LMP2 class. Very, very strong showing. Gabriel, very strong showing from the 52 car so far. I know there's a long way to go, but how is it out there?
Well, it was pretty fun. I mean, as you say, it's a really long way to go. We had an advantage to the 81 Dragon Speed before the safety car, but this got cut off during the safety car. Anyway, we keep the car in one piece, one good piece, and we fight tomorrow.
The LMP2 class, all right, there's only 5 cars, but it's very competitive, and you guys can't make the slightest mistake, or else you're going to lose out.
Well, we know that Dragon Speed has a very good lineup. All drivers are very quick, and that's why it's a waiting game right now. We keep the car in one piece. We want it very clean, and tomorrow is going to be a big fight with them. So that's the plan.
Great stuff. Thank you, Gabriel. I tell you what, we're hearing that all up throughout the length of the pit lane, aren't we? It's a game of chess out there at the moment.
Well, nobody wants to do anything too erratic. I think, you know, yes, every inch is being played for, but I think high percentage moves are the ones that are being performed. We heard that phrase from Matt Bell earlier on in the week, and I quite liked it in that, you know, that every overtake has to be weighed up in the drivers' minds. We've had 1 or 2 iffy ones, don't get me wrong, but generally speaking, the guys in the DPIs out front that are wanting to retain that lead, really evaluating the move before they pull it off. And so many of the experienced drivers know where the best places are to overtake around this place. Speaking of which, around the outside of the tri-oval, well, it's novel, and later on the brakes is the 55 car and gets the place. So 55 being driven by Ryan Hunter-Ray and leaping ahead of the number 5 of João Barbosa there. Getting a really good run off Speedway turn 4, now underneath the 25 BMW from GTLM. The 25 is the one that's been heavily delayed. Bruno Spengler now at the wheel, but it's down in 35th position overall and very much 7th of a 7-car field. On the high banks. Full darkness here, needless to say, at Daytona International Speedway, and these cars take on a completely different complexion, not least because of the different coloured headlights, but also because of the various different colours on the roof line, the A-pillar, the C-pillar in some cases too. And on the front stretch, it's, well, you can be forgiven for thinking it was still daylight. The floodlights are that good from the giant grandstand at the World Centre of Racing. So GTD, Marco Mappelli leads it in the blue number 44 Magnus Lamborghini Huracan. It's 2 Raging Bulls actually at the sharp end of the field, with Andrea Caldarelli second for Paul Miller Racing, car 48. Townsend Bell for AIM Vassar Sullivan, and the Lexus, which has slowly worked its way into contention, number 12, third. Then Cooper McNeil in a Ferrari, fourth, and an Acura is fifth. That's AJ Allmendinger for Heinricha Racing, car 57, up to 5th place. And the gaggle now just working their way through turn 6. Involve, what, 3 of the cars I've just mentioned. So that is Cooper McNeil 4th, Allmendinger 5th, Klaus Bachler also involved in the fight for Wright Motorsports in the sort of light blue, sky blue, number 16 Porsche.
Yeah, and it's interesting. I mean, the GTD category, they have to have at least one bronze-rated driver there. It's very much a pro-am category, so it's just a question of who's in which car at which time, and you know, fortunes fluctuate massively through this 24-hour race, particularly in GTD. It's a much more easier fight to follow, if you like, in the prototypes where they're all professional lineups, and so there's not much of a discrepancy in lap time at all, but it makes for a fascinating contest in GTD. Number 44 car, they made a pit stop a little bit out of sequence to everybody else, so that's one of the reasons why number 44 car Marco Mappelli is running currently about 11 seconds ahead of number 48 Paul Miller Racing Lamborghini. But as you say, Johnny Palmer, that Townsend Bell hanging there in the Lexus. Cooper McNeil is back behind the wheel of the Ferrari number 63 after a good strong stint by Tony Vielander last time out, yes, who took the lead for a while. You know, it's a tremendous battle that is unfolding there in GTD, and Patrick Pilet in the number 9 FAF Porsche is back in the 10th position at the moment.
Just remind me what the drama was for FAF, because I think I was away at that point, if you can. But it was away. It was in front for several hours. And
no, what happened was he thought he took the rave around during the caution period, and then realised he'd done that improperly. So just slowed down to let him, to regain his correct position on the racetrack. Did absolutely the right thing.
Yes.
So no harm, no foul. Because he realised what he did, rectified the problem before it became one effectively.
Yes.
No penalty, but he did lose a little bit of track position.
But you're better off doing that,
absolutely, than
being assessed a penalty, and that could have put him way back. At least, I mean, 10th place doesn't sound great, but as you say, it is so close in GTD, and every time you look at it, probably the picture's changed, because, as Jeremy says, there are bronze-rated drivers, there are silvers, golds, and that is a precious metal rating system of drivers that IMSA used, that the ACO use as well, who look after the 24 hours of Le Mans, and it means that this GTD category is constantly changing depending on when the teams are using their various drivers. Generally, the hot shoes put in for the last few stints, and if there's a late safety car, you really do want someone who can pedal very, very quickly indeed. Yes, a late race reset with a caution really does spice up GTD, but that's why often we like as much green running as possible, because it means that the very carefully designed and balanced GT Daytona class works perfectly when we get lots of green flag running. Heading into the chicane is the number 24 BMW, which leads the GTLM class. We can get a little bit more though from the pit lane and Diana Binks.
I'm with BMW team RLL President Piers Phillips. Piers, you've got a few challenges already during this race, and I think we're into nearly the 7th hour, or have I lost track of time completely?
That's 24-hour racing, isn't it? I know. Yeah, it was unfortunate. Obviously, one of the cars ran over some debris, which gave us a bit of a problem. So back to the garage to fix that. But both cars are now running really strong. Obviously, one car leading and the other car, just plodding on through the night, and we'll try and get those laps back to get back into contention.
Well, obviously the drivers, as we talked to them earlier, they're really keen to just get behind that wheel and do what they can. And as we said, it's a 24-hour race. You've just got to keep pushing and dealing with the challenges as they hit you.
Yeah, absolutely. There's a long way to go. A lot of racing left. You know what this place is like. We saw what happened last year with yellows, which can obviously help in our favour and bring us back in. But the guys are all in good spirits. They know what they've got to do. They're a great bunch of drivers to work with. All get on really well, all have a lot of fun, and we'll keep going.
Although you've obviously got that deficit now, do you think you could pull a gap back?
I will certainly try.
Well, the guys here have just watched the pit stop with the number 25. They did a good, slick job. I saw you watching them. Were you happy?
Yeah, well, I'm watching the guys do the job that I can't. No, they, you know, everybody in this pit lane works really hard at their pit stops and their procedures, etc. And our guys are no different from anybody else and doing an awesome job. Keep it up and see where we are tomorrow afternoon.
From a team perspective, how important is this Daytona 24-hour race? What does it mean to you at the team?
Oh, it's everything. You know, it's the biggest race of the year for everybody in this paddock, and you know, to come into my position last year in first race for Ray Hall to win it was just amazing. You know, there's a lot of people here determined to do that again. It's huge for BMW, it's huge for us. The prestige, the history, it's what it's all about.
Thanks for talking to us, Piers. We'll catch up with you during the race.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, and the 24 car has taken its time to get to the front, but looks really quite dominant now. Now, whether that's down to a bit of fine-tuning with every stop, or whether it was designed not, well, I was going to say not to be in contention at first, course
well,
not.
But I'm sure they will be conservative in the early stages,
yeah,
at least
so.
only. Yeah, so maybe that would explain it. Plus, you know, maybe certainly this race is planned to be run in much cooler conditions than were the case at the beginning of the race. It's going to get cooler, I think, tomorrow as well. Yeah. So, you know, it was fairly warm at the green flag. Now it's cooled down again. We're getting into the night hours. It's fairly hazy out there, isn't it?
Very hazy now.
And hope the fog doesn't come in, because that's often a factor here at Daytona over the years, and we don't need that. And then it's supposed to be cooler again tomorrow. So, you know, if they've set up that car to be running particularly well in cooler conditions, now it's come into its own.
It looks almost like a bit of smoke, but that's a big old barbecue to cover the whole track. So, yes, you're right to point that out. It's almost like a low cloud. So possibly...
I've been here many times in the past.
It's like sea mist coming in.
Yeah, well, I've been here many times in the past where the fog comes down and you know, we actually have to
stop
go yellow, yeah.
Well, it's nowhere near as bad as that just yet, and IMSA will be closely watching it, no doubt, with certain members of staff on the roof as well. It's almost like getting the light meter out in a cricket match, but you have to get the fog meter out. Although Joe Bradley telling me off air that it's not too bad at ground level, so it might be slightly misrepresentative, because we're staring down at the track from about 25 stories up, so that's where the mist may be hanging, and down at road level it's absolutely fine.
Just look in the battle between well, we're actually on board with the Porsche number 912 in second position in GTLM, chasing that BMW of Jesse Krohn. I was watching the battle between number 55 and number 5. They're battling for 5th and 6th positions on the racetrack. Ryan Hunter-Reay is aboard the Mazda car number 55. But half a dozen laps ago, he managed to sneak past Joao Barbosa, but he hasn't managed to pull away at all since then.
Let's take this opportunity to hear from a man who is a real endurance race fanatic, but he's also a pretty nifty race driver as well. In action once again this weekend for Era Motorsport. Nick Manassian driving an Oreca this weekend now with Dye.
Yeah, Nick's just jumped out of the number 18 Era Motorsport car. Nick, obviously a very experienced driver. How would you describe your stint out there tonight?
It was a lot of fun, you know. I think it's always magical when you drive and you go into the night. The first stint was a bit tricky with the light. You don't see very well in the car, but when you go into a rhythm, you know, I don't drive that often anymore, and it's so good.
Yes, I keep seeing you in cars all the time. What do you mean you don't drive very often?
I think the 2 races you see me, you were there. No, it's fantastic. I think Era did an amazing job putting these things together in the last in a month and a half. So we're here, we are pounding the lap, and that's what's matter until the end of the race. I'm really proud to be here, and I can't wait to get back in there and try to be a bit faster.
What's the sort of racing like out there on the track now? It's sort of hotted up in the last few hours. We've seen a few incidents that have happened. Is the traffic management good?
I've got to say, you know, there's not much traffic compared to what it used to be. But the GT the GT Pro cars, the LM car, in my opinion, they're a little bit too complicated. They are closing the door everywhere, they don't let you buy, which on the other hand make them lose more time than they gain time, because when I overtake them, I don't give a damn about them either, you know, so I think it works both ways. It's a bit annoying, but that's the way it is.
But you know these tricks, don't you? You know what to do.
Sorry?
You know these tricks, but you know what to do.
Yeah, everybody's battle.
Now you've got an amazing strategist here, and Jeff Brown, he's joined the team. How's your relationship with him?
Jeff is great, but you know, he's all about the team. And as a team, there is a lot of good guys in there, like the mechanics, the chief mechanics, the engineer, Jeff, Ross, and at the end of the day, it's Kyle. He put it all together. Well done to him, you know.
And it's crucial to have that real key team environment, isn't it, when everyone's motivated and working together, because you want to achieve the common goal.
I think in such a short space like this, it's amazing to see that there is a team in there. And you can call it a team when everybody works well together, and he's already there. So it's great to be part of it, and as a team, it's a fantastic place to be.
Thanks, Nick. Thank you.
Nicola Manassian speaking to Diana Biggs as the 44 Magnus Lamborghini comes into pit lane from the lead of GTD. 2 Lambos out front. The other one right now will have a chance to lead the class, therefore, with Andrea Caldarelli at the wheel of the Paul Miller Racing Huracan GT3. So 48 from 12 now, Townsend Bell. Klaus Bachler up to 3rd position, and Spencer Pumpelly, who takes charge of the 44, will slot back into something like 14th or 15th place. So that shows you how close GTD is. A pit stop and you lose about 12 places.
Yeah, it's wild, isn't it? Absolutely, probably more than that, actually. It's
probably
crazy.
Yeah. 13th, 14th, I've got him in.
Yeah, that car was a little bit off strategy, so it might be interesting to find out why that was the case, number 44 car. But look, I mean, pretty much everybody is still in contention in GTD. The only people that aren't really are the cars that had the problems. The number 98 Aston Martin and number 47 Lamborghini, and the number 11 Lamborghini, which I'm not sure whether it's out of the race yet. And then the number 23 Aston Martin as well. That was involved in the incident quite some time ago. We haven't seen that car since then. But everybody else is very much in this race.
Down the back straight goes the Lamborghini, which is the one that's just rejoined, the 44. But Caldarelli now enjoying a 7.4 second lead over the Lexus of Townsend Bell. That's the 12. The other Lexus, by the way, Parker Chase, back at the wheel of the sister AIM Vasser Sullivan car, running around in 13th position. But I mean, everybody pretty much in GTT contention. The majority of the field still with a chance here, as it's just chopping and changing depending on who's at the wheel at any one point. Jesse Crow, 24 BMW, leading by 1.1 seconds from still the 2 Porsches. And is there then a bigger gap? Yeah, still back to the Corvette. That feels like it might have come down a bit though. Tommy Milner in the number 4 car. It's been about the top 3 in GTLM for the last few hours. Corvette working very, very hard, I'm sure, both on strategy and pure pace out there to try and reel in the top 3. And again, a decision needing to be made really where you make the car strongest in the warmer conditions that are expected tomorrow, although perhaps not as warm as it was on Saturday in the middle of the day, or do you make it supersonic at night? Well, obviously the engines will prefer the cooler, thinner air. So I'm enjoying this GTLM battle, despite there only being 7 entries. It's tough to predict right now. I knew the Porsches were going to be strong, but I didn't expect the BMW to be leading after 6.5 hours.
No, that's right. It's been a great battle. It was the number 3 Corvette. That's the other car that had the problem. The incident down at turn 1 there for Nicky Katzberg a little while ago. That's caused that car to be running back in the 6th position, but still only 20 odd seconds off the lead, so not out of it by any means. Just watching the race leader, Renger van der Zande, who's trying to put a lap on Chris Miller. He's closed up on the tail end of the number 85 car. It's a JDC Miller Motorsports entry. He's on the tail end of the lead lap and in grave danger of going a lap down. That car's been a lap down several times during this race. The caution period enabled to get it back again, but it looks like they might slip off the lead lap fairly shortly if Renger van der Zande continues to go as quickly as he has done last time around. For Renger van der Zande, 1:36.3, his fastest lap of the race at 1:35.2, so only a second off his best lap of the race.
In LMP2, Nick Bull out front for PR1 Matheson Motorsports. 2:22 laps completed for that machine, actually ticking over to the next one as I say that. And Tower Motorsport by Starworks, now driven by Nicolas Lapierre, just under a minute away in the second place LMP2 car, as the Corvette out of turn 6 goes back to the banking. That's number 3.
And
there
goes the number 10 car, Renger van der Zande, overtakes Chris Miller at the tri-oval and slips ahead going into turn 1. So that puts the number 85 car 1 lap down, with 230 laps in the books.
Yeah, 10.6 seconds the gap between van der Zande in the number 10 Wayne Taylor, Konica Minolta Cadillac, and Mike Conway.
Yeah,
the Brit charging very hard. If there's any concern about these slightly shorter stints for 10 and 31, they are still the leading cars though.
Indeed.
So it's not
Yeah.
actually affecting them yet.
Correct.
But
and this time around, they both came in on lap 211. So they would hope they'll be able to stay out another 3 or maybe even 4 laps, and they'll be kind of back on sequence to everybody else. But certainly, there's no question in my mind they came in a little bit early last time around.
Hearing that Scott Dixon is being readied for the number 10 as well, so another couple of laps and that'll be coming back in again.
Yeah.
So that's right for its own schedule, but it doesn't seem like it's quite going far enough into the stints as some of the other cars in this race.
Well, it has been most of the time, it's just that last stint.
Oh, the last one.
Yeah.
Gotcha. So it's the 10 car that had a slightly shorter stint last time around, but the others were absolutely fine. Let's go to Joe Bradley. Is this an update on the 31?
Well, I can't see it.
Okay.
And it'll become apparent why, because no team's going to tell you anything tactical with regards to their field.
I might have given you a slightly mixed message, because I think it's only just one duff stint, basically, that was shorter. For the 31 as well, Jeremy?
Well, they're both Cadillacs, aren't they?
They are both Cadillacs.
Right. Is it the balance of performance? What?
No.
Is it the short? Is it the smaller tanks?
No. No, they're all balanced, so that they should be able to get the same fuel mileage. They're all expected to be on the same laps. No.
So I've been fobbed off, you mean, Jeremy?
Yes.
Right.
Because what were you told?
What were you told, Joe?
I was told it's the size of the fuel tank.
No.
Right. No. Because
they've been regularly doing stints. The number 10 car was doing regular stints of 23 laps, and then its last one was only 22, but that included several laps of yellow, so it'd been in at least a couple of laps earlier. Is that Ferrari?
62 Ferrari is beneath the yellow line, down on the apron, and it sounded like something was possibly dragging on that car. Maybe it's just coming in for a stop. I don't know. We'll wait and see. But this is the Risi Competizione Ferrari with Andrea Caldarelli. No, wrong line. Davide Rigon at the wheel of the 488 GTE. Now, team are starting to work on it. And maybe there is no problem because the fuel's going in, the driver's being changed. And yeah, looks fine, says Joe Bradley. Everything going to plan down with you?
Yeah, Johnny, you can see pretty much what I can see. What I can see that you can't is where the fuel stands, and nothing untoward there. Tyres have gone on, fuel has gone in, and the car's already on its way. The 62 Risi Ferrari.
Yeah, just at the last minute.
Now I've got it.
Go on.
It's a puncture. It's a delaminated tyre. Well spotted there. It's I think right rear.
Right rear.
Right rear.
It always is around this place. That's the one that takes the punishment, particularly on the GT cars and indeed the DPIs as well, because they're all rear-wheel drive. We had a couple of front tyres going yesterday in the TCR class, the touring car class, front-wheel drive cars, but yeah, being an anti-clockwise circuit, rear right goes first, and I don't think the 62 has had one of those before. Might just be a bit of debris that it's picked up, and that therefore is an out-of-sequence stop, but they took the opportunity to do a full service as well. Regon getting out, Daniel Serra climbing on board that 62 car. Back into 6th position it goes. 2 Corvettes 4th and 5th, the Porsches at 2nd and 3rd. It's a BMW M8. Really putting all their eggs in one basket now. They were forced to after dramas for the 25 earlier on, not least not being able to get the front right wheel off, but it also went, it spent a spell behind the wall at 25 as well, the BMW. Trying to think back now. The black car, the white BMW 25, been behind the wall as well, hasn't it?
Yeah.
It was the problem with the front right where he couldn't get that off, and that took about 3 minutes, I think. And then it's had a more significant problem when it went
it was
behind
just
the wall.
right at the restart, or under yellow, wasn't it? It just sort of kind of ground to a halt and then went back behind into the garage area.
Yeah, okay.
So we joined a long way down.
So really, BMW have one car to fight with right now, and well, it's in the place that they would like it to be, but only 7/10 of a second ahead of Laurent Vantour's the front bumper of his Porsche, 4.8 seconds further back. Nick Tandy, after a little bit of an error into turn one when he overcooked things, maybe going for an overtake, and then the car swerved violently to the right. I think he realised he was about to run into the back of the BMW, so had to go a rather circuitous route down at turn 1 and rejoin the race. So that dropped him to 3rd position. The Corvette 11 seconds away for Tommy Milner. Antonio Garcia in the number 3 C8R remains in 5th.
I would expect to see the number 10 car on pit lane probably this time around. Last pit stop was on lap 211, we're now on lap 234.
Yeah, and confirmation again from Binksy down in the pit lane that the team are ready to receive that number 10 Wayne Taylor Racing prepared Konica Minolta sponsored machine. Through Speedway turn 2 goes the 5th placed BMW M6 with Robbie Foley at the wheel of that Turner Motorsport car, and the 96 with the glowing red front rotors, and very stylish. Oh, a little bit wide on the exit there went the number 96 BMW, but the glowing green roofline illuminated as well.
This will be a 24 lap stint then for Rango van der Zande.
So he stayed out.
Yeah, number 31 car comes in as I would have expected.
The 31 car has pitted though, Jeremy, so 10 staying out, 31 in, and Joe's watching the stop.
Yeah, and it looks like just fuel and tyres for the number 31. Now, I'm not sure where this stands with regards to whether it's on par with another 22 lap stint. Jeremy will be able to tell us. Tyres have been changed. Now we're just waiting for the fuel to go in. It's now done. So was that another 22 lap stint there, Jeremy?
No, 23 laps.
23,
yeah,
so it's gone back out to 23.
Yeah, so that's good. I don't think anyone has done 24 before, so this is very interesting to see the number 10 car aiming for 24 laps on this stint as the number 4 Corvette comes into the pits out of 4th position in GTLM.
Ollie Gavin getting into the number 4, by the way. Joe, there's that close to you again, the Corvette stop.
I feel like I'm a bit omnipresent at the moment, aren't I?
You are, great.
You picked the right end.
Yeah, I have, yeah. I'm kind of in the middle of what all the action here. And I did see Ollie Gavin, distinctive helmet design of Ollie, been a Corvette driver for such a long time, hasn't he? And here he is now in the brand new mid-engined Corvette, moving away from the front-engine Corvette tradition. However, not the first mid-engined car from Chevrolet. Didn't they do a Corvair that was mid-engined?
We'll have that conversation in a moment, but the lead is in. That's one for later on in the night, but thank you, Joe.
Probably is.
Here's Binksy with a number 10 stop.
Yep, the number 10 is in here. Renger van der Zande jumps out and Scott Dixon gets behind the wheel. New tyres and fuel for this one. And they drop the car down from the jacks as they just finished the refueling. Another slick stop by the Cadillac as it roars back out into the race.
And Diana, that was a really long stint, 24 laps. I don't think anybody else has done 24 laps under green flag conditions in this race. So great fuel economy then for that number 10 car.
And the way Renger van der Zande has been driving it, there's not a smidge of a look of a fuel save there. I mean, there may have been a little bit
saving fuel, but still
coast, perhaps, into the odd few corners. But
very impressive.
Yeah, because the behaviour of the car, the body language of the car, I often say, still very vengeful indeed. But just easing off the throttle maybe down the back straight just before the braking area, trail braking as well, and those little bits of not being fully on the throttle as you use the momentum of the car into the faster corners can pay dividends. But really to eke out another 3.56 miles is great driving from the Dutchman.
Yeah.
We had a stonking battle, by the way, between Laurent Vantour and Jesse Krohn. Interrupted now because Vantour's come into the pits. Krohn, I don't think did he? Let's just have a look whether the 24's on an out lap.
No, it hasn't come in yet.
No, it hasn't. So Vantour and Nick Tandy. Well, certainly the 912 was just on pit road and is now rejoining. The 3 was in, as we mentioned, the 4 also. So that leaves Jesse Krohn and Nick Tandy in the 24 BMW and the 911 Porsches, respectively, still separated by just under 2 seconds. But the meat in the sandwich was Laurent Vantour. That car's now been taken over by Kiwi Earl Bamber. And Bamber's back into the 912 then and into 3rd position. Also on pit lane is the number 6 Acura.
After a 21-lap stint for Juan Pablo Montoya. 21 against 24 for the number 10 Cadillac. And again, that number 10 Cadillac, that was running very economically through the first 6 hours of the race. It was just that one pit stop, the previous pit stop, that was out of kilter with everybody else. And then they've declined to tell us why that should be, but now after that one they've just turned what I think is the longest stint of anybody in DPI during this race, certainly under green flag conditions.
Well, that allays any fear that there's a problem for the number 10 then. The shorter stint sort of threw us down a bit of a rabbit warren, but absolutely fine for that car. And the 24 BMW is now in. Jesse Krohn bringing that in from the lead of GTLM. 2 abreast cars further back, and that's not normally permitted in the pit lane. Finally, the BMW has to concede the place. I think that was the Turner Motorsport BMW that was fully alongside the 911 Porsche from GTLM.
That's fine. You can run side by side down there, but if the car that's coming out if it comes alongside a car that's already in the fast lane, it has to cede to the car that's already in the fast lane. So it has to tuck in behind it at some stage.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter when it is.
Well, it did do that
so safely.
And the BMW GT3 car had a couple of wheels on the blue paint down at pit exit, but yes, eventually it did concede, and the car that was already in the fast lane, which is the 911, was able to get ahead. Right, 1 or 2 answers coming through from the pit lane, but I know Binks has got Van der Zande, I think, from the number 10 car, so let's hear from Di first of all.
You are correct. I have Renger, who's just jumped out of the car. Renger, got to say that was a pretty superb drive out there tonight. You are making it look very easy.
Yeah, thank you very much. I mean, I was enjoying it every minute. To be honest, in the beginning I had some... I needed to pick up the pace a little bit because I was just cruising around and trying to be smart at that time. I think the 6-hour mark was a mark where we went for. So we had to kind of fight harder than you would normally do in a 24-hour race like this. But at the end of the day, the team did a fantastic job on strategy. We had to brake. We had one brake light that was not broken, so they repaired the back of the car. I guess you all saw that, but that's always frustrating when you're in the car and you're like going the right direction if you have to stop for a long time. But we recovered straight away the positions on track and drove out. So the car's on rails. Let's go to the end.
How would you describe it? How would you describe the sort of management, the traffic management, as we got into the later stages?
I mean, the traffic management is quite okay. Everybody is awake here. The people are doing a good job, and the GTD and GTLM, of course, as well. But you can really feel there's less cars on track, so you have more free laps. You know, in our class, you basically use the traffic to make a move on the car in front, and that's you know, that you need the other guys to be really respectful as well from the GTD class to not hit each other and kind of not get in a fight of each other from their side and our side. But so far, it's been really good with that.
How much do you love being part of this race?
I mean, I love this race. I mean, to be honest, before last year, I didn't like it too much because we never did really so well. But last year we won it, and obviously it feels almost like a home race to me, where it's more Wayne's home race, as he lives 40 minutes away from here. But it's a fantastic event, and you saw all the fans on the grid. Everybody can get close, and I think the IMSA series is doing a fantastic job also on the rules and making everybody happy so far. So happy faces on my end, and loving it every lap.
Thanks, Renger.
Thanks.
Yeah, I've just watched the number 3 Corvette pit stop with Dan Binks, number 1 mechanic at Corvette. Dan, I just saw you had a measuring tool and you measured something under the wheel arch of all 4 corners. What exactly were you measuring?
I was just measuring the brakes after 4 hours there, just to see how long we can go on brakes. It looks really good on both cars, so you're allowed to do that. You have to put on a green vest so they know you're a brake guy, and just checking them out.
Now, with the mid-engine car, you should get a more balanced car with the engine being in the middle. Are you finding the brake wear's a little bit different to the older front-engine car?
The whole brake system's totally different, so, you know, we've run enough in practice to know where we're at, but it still is a little different than the old car. The old car, you know, used a lot of front brake.
Still early days, Dan, isn't it? Still early days with the new car. Thanks. Dan Binks there.
From Corvettes, yes, and the cars look certainly very spectacular. It's a very different design, but the street car is like that as well, and they brought it racing very early on in the Road Cars Live. And
I've just realised why the number 10 car made an early pit stop last time around.
Go on
lap 211. The reason for that is the stop before that, which came on lap 195, they short-fueled the car in order to leapfrog ahead and get themselves into position to be leading at the 6-hour mark. 2 laps after the 6-hour mark is when the number 10 and number 31 cars came into the pit lane. That's why both those 2 cars had shorter stints, because they took on less fuel to move them up the order, get the track position, and get the championship points for the Michelin Endurance Cup.
Yep.
Okay, I finally twigged it. It took me a while, but I got there in the end.
Clever stuff. And the Michelin Endurance Cup is this race, Sebring, Watkins Glen, and Petit Le Mans at the end of the year. I think I'm right in saying it's all the longer races in the WeatherTech Sports Car Championship. Sebring is next in March. That's a week later than normal. Again, it'll be Super Sebring with a World Endurance Championship race on the Friday, an 8-hour race on Friday let's get this right, Friday the 20th of March, and then the Sebring 12 hours takes place as usual on the Saturday, which will be a 10:40 a.m. start on Saturday, March 21st. Obviously being 12 hours through till 10:40 at night. There's so much racing to come this year in the WeatherTech Sports Car Championship. Lots of exciting announcements through the course of this weekend as well, including yesterday, the announcement of convergence between IMSA and the ACO, and the FIA looking after the World Endurance Championship as well. But essentially you'll be able to run the same cars in those championships, the WEC and the WeatherTech Sports Car Championship, and I'll be therefore going to see WeatherTech cars that would normally race in this championship also competing at Le Mans, the 24 hours of Le Mans from 22-21. So 17 hours to go. That means nearly 7 hours complete. Another 7 minutes and we'll be there. BMW hopping over the curb on the exit of the bus stop. Number 24 with Augusto Farfus now at the wheel of that. Earl Bamber took over the 912 Porsche, as I think I mentioned at the time. Fred Makovici in 911. And they're still the closest cars in GTLM. There's 17 seconds back to Ollie Gavin's C8R, the new Vet design, and then the Ferrari 488 car 62, Daniel Serra in 5th position. Actually pretty close for 4th, 5th and 6th in GTLM as well, with under 10 seconds between those 3 cars.
Absolutely right.
Bright headlights for the BMW.
Scott Dixon and at the wheel of the car for the first time in the race. And he holds an 8.8 second lead as he completes that 241 over Mike Conway. Oliver Jarvis, though, is trying to get past. He's right with Mike Conway as they came across the line last time. I didn't see whether he made the pass or not, but they were absolutely nose to tail. Well, side by side, actually.
So Porsche to the high line, pretty close to the safer barrier there on the exit of turn 6 as they work their way through the high banks. That BMW's got some real traction though off the very slow and tight turn 6. I know it opens up on the exit, but the apex itself is really tough if you're in traffic and you have to go 2 abreast through there. 16 car up ahead, which is a GTD car, and the 16 Porsche is up to 4th place now, with 28-year-old Austrian Klaus Bachler at the wheel of his 911 GT3R. It's got about 35 seconds to find on Andrea Caldarelli, but it's Lamborghini Huracan's 1st, 2nd and 3rd now. That is slightly misrepresentative because we're still waiting for a stop for the number 19, I believe, which is the Gear Racing powered by GRT Grasser Crew, the Austrian outfit from Graz in Austria. Catherine Legg currently at the wheel of that, but GRT Magnus, the 44 car, in effect the race leader once the car ahead has made its stop. Through the gears, down through the gears goes the 912 on the exit of the International Horseshoe, heading for the kink.
31st lead change then, we'll see on lap 241, we'll see number 10 car, Scott Dixon, leading the race. Gap came down by about a second on the last lap to Oliver Jarvis. Of course, he's already well up to speed. He's already done a lengthy stint. Scott Dixon now just getting himself properly in tune with his car. And it's a good battle for 2nd place. Yeah, he's actually made that pass then. So Oliver Jarvis has just snuck past Mike Conway for 2nd place.
The 912 car was running the risk of having to overtake the 85 then of Chris Miller, but that's only because Chris is on an outlap and is on stone cold tyres. So to get a new fastest lap within LMP2, Nicolas Lapierre has got in front of Nick Boole and has just set the fastest lap of the race of that 5-car category for LMP2 cars. They're all Orica 07 chassis and Gibson 4.2 litre engines, V8s by the way, but it's a 137.081 for the Frenchman Lapierre. Puts him well ahead, almost a minute ahead now of the rest of that LMP2 clutch of cars, and up to 8th place overall. Scott Dixon leading by 10 seconds over Ollie Jarvis. In comes the gear car, as I mentioned briefly out front in the category. That's Catherine Legg bringing it in. The Gear Racing powered by GRT Grasser Crew. Rahel Fry, a relatively late signing in that 4 female driver lineup as it works its way again on brand new, or I would assume brand new Michelin tyres. They'll certainly not have been heated, so a delicate first few corners now for that Gear Lamborghini. And it's Christina Nielsen in fact taking that car over and slotting back into looks like 10th place behind Mario Farnbacher's Meyershank Racing Acura. Lapierre, as mentioned in the number 8 car then, motoring on. Didn't see a faster lap. Well, actually hasn't completed the next lap, so it could be even quicker. but he's in the pits, so it won't be. And Nicolas Lapierre then making a stop for the Tower Motorsport by Starworks car.
Yeah, the number 52 car came in, just 2 or 3 laps ago. Number 81 car running in 3rd position also made a pit stop a couple of laps ago, so that's just cycling through regular pit stop sequences for the top 3 cars in LMP2.
So rejoining Christina Nielsen with the national flags of the 4 drivers involved in that crew resplendent on the roof. The Pfaff Motorsport Porsche trying to get back to the sharp end. Patrick Pilet doing an incredibly good job, but he's now being shadowed all the way by Bill Oberlin in the Liqui backed Turner Motorsport BMW. The nose, the hood of that car has changed colour, by the way, through the race. It was white when it first started, but they've put a replacement bonnet on that car now, which is black. And they're heading through the tri-oval at the same time being overtaken by DPIs. That's the race leader by the looks of things, the 10. And Juan Pablo Montoya, actually, no, I think it was the 10 car. Juan Pablo Montoya in the 6, 3.2 seconds off the back of Mike Conway. So Porsche and BMW getting very close to one another indeed. Pass can't be made by Bill Oberlin into the King because the sparks fly there. What's that from the Porsche or from the BMW? Red hot brake rotors again. An indication of how hard both cars are pushing into the braking area for the Western Horseshoe. As we reach the end of another race hour, because there are now 7 hours completed, 17 hours to go. You're tuned to 107.9 FM at the track, RS2 IMSA Radio, across the USA and around the world. We're on Sirius 216, XM 202, and live from trackside from the Daytona International Speedway. The next hour of this year's Rolex 24 comes next. It's 20 to 9, Jeremy Shaw.
Yeah, amazing.
And,
I was just looking at
where's that time gone?
Well, yeah, exactly. Last time I looked at about 6 o'clock. I suddenly realised I haven't had any.
That's what happened.
Just
in endurance racing.
Preston Lerner from one of my journo friends just put his nose and asked him very kindly, give him something to eat.
Oh, there we go.
So hey, look,
well-timed
Scott Dixon, he didn't take him long to get up to speed, didn't he? I mean, he's just completed his 10th lap. That's last lap around was a 135.7 for Scott Dixon. That car's fastest lap of the race was a 135.288. So he's within half a second of that car's fastest lap. We're just right out of the box. Very impressive with Scott Dixon, and at the same time he's extending his lead just a little bit over Oliver Jarvis now in 2nd place in the Mazda car number 77.
52 in LMP2. Nick Bull back to the lead of the race after that pit stop then for Nicolas Lapierre, but some mighty in-laps as Lapierre's car got lighter and lighter, and it's now back into the race. So David Heinemeier Hansen in the 8 Tower car now. Dragon Speeder 3rd, Henrik Hedman, and he is just over a minute off the LMP2 leader. Dwight Merriman in 4th and Cameron Castle's 5th in the number 38 Performance Tech Motorsports Orica. But all 5 LMP2s still running and still in very healthy overall positions as well. 8th down to 12th spots. And the Orica 07 really has been the car to have in Europe and indeed in LMP2 competition in the World Endurance Championship. There was a bit of streamlining work as far as the number of manufacturers were permitted into the LMP2 category. It used to be open in terms of manufacturer constructors, but just the 4 now allowed. Orica, Ligier, Dallara and Multimatic Riley, but the Orica 07 definitely the machine to have right now. We were half expecting a Riley to be in the race. It was here at the Raw, but that campaign didn't come to fruition for this race weekend.
A really good job by that number 52 PR1 Matheson Motorsports students. 2 BMWs, I think, circulating together now, isn't it? One of them's many laps down, but the other one isn't. There is the number 52, that is Nick Boole at the wheel of that car from Texas. Boole Jewelers. Nick's done a lot of racing over the years. He's raced open wheel cars, he's raced sports cars, he's raced prototype cars, GT cars, you name it. And a good safe pair of hands. Scott Dixon, his last lap, by the way, was a 1:35.5, which was a pretty stunning lap within a couple of tenths of a second of that car's fastest lap of the race.
Let's welcome back to the pit lane in a moment, Shea Adam, but Jamie Howe watching a stop for the number 18 LMP2 car.
And it was Dwight Merriman that brought the car into pit lane. A little bit of saw on the exit. He did stay behind the wheel. They did not take tires, though, so I'm not sure, having just come back from a break, if this was a scheduled stop or if there was an issue. I'll check in with the team, but no driver change.
Okay, so Dwight happy to do another stint. Clearly well in the groove with 16 hours and 55 minutes to go. Gets pretty tight into turn 1 with DPIs and LMP2s jostling for position. The 55 Mazda with Ryan Hunter-Ray at the wheel is in 5th place and darts up the inside of the 47 Lamborghini to pick that off, and said Lamborghini Huracan just leaps over the curb on the exit of the first horseshoe. And just darting by on the right-hand side of that car, the GTLM battle. Augusto Farfus and Earl Bamber separated by well, actually, having said that, yes, I did read that correctly, 0.4 of a second between those two. And then just 5 seconds back, Fred Makovici. So quite a bit of ground gained by Earl Bamber, even from the start line of this lap. Mainly because Augusto Farfus had the traffic to deal with, and that enabled the Kiwi to just approach the rear bumper of the Brazilian's BMW. Getting by, though, will be a different matter.
And in that GTLM battle field, Augusto Farfus and Earl Bamber just a second or so between them. Fred Makovici about 5 seconds back, and then again about 22 seconds back to Oliver Gavin in number 4 Corvette. But right behind him now is Daniel Serra at number 62 Ferrari, and Antonio Garcia in number 3 Corvette, making up for that problem they had early on. So it's been certainly a good stint here for the Spaniard, Antonio Garcia, and he's moving that car back up to where it knows it belongs. But there's the number 52 car again. They've been really doing a nice job. This PR1 Matheson Motorsports team from Fresno, California. Came here with the intention at the roar of running 2 cars, or the hope, I should say, of running 2 cars in the category for this event. Weren't able to quite find the drivers with the requisite bronze rating or funding. So they're going to concentrate on running the one here, but spoke to Bobby Orwell, the team principal there, a couple of days ago, and he's pretty hopeful that they will have a second car out at Sebring. We talked about a while ago the fact that the LMP2 class is looking much stronger this year than last.
Thank you to Jamie Howe with an update on the 18 as well. It was in a little bit early because they had a radio issue and they wanted to get the car in before it ran out of fuel, basically. So managed to get the message somehow to Dwight Merriman, and were able to do the service. But as mentioned, Dwight stays on board. Not sure whether they were able to correct in any way that radio issue. Yes, hearing that they did. Sometimes those electrical issues are an absolute nightmare to deal with at pace, but clearly just a relatively simple communication problem, and it was solved for the 18. So it goes back into the race. They can weave that into the strategy without too much of a problem, and it's now rejoined. Your food's arrived, Jeremy, which is good news, so you're good for the next stint.
Yes.
57 is the...
Thank you, Preston.
57 is the Acura you can hear in the background, and that car being driven by AJ Allmendinger. Some sad news though now for Aston Martin fans. Shea Adam has been chasing the stories for both of those cars. They've not had a good race. What do you know?
Both cars are now officially retired, so they are both out of the race. This is the 23 Heart of Racing Aston Martin that was involved in the accident, and the 98 Aston Martin from Aston Martin Racing. Both teams with pit boxes adjacent, the last 2 on the pit lane before the penalty box. There are a few crew members from each tearing down. We will have 2 empty pit boxes within about an hour.
It's a real shame that the same manufacturer has been affected there, and I'm sure many people back in the UK and indeed worldwide who are Aston Martin fans will be very, very disappointed about that. I certainly looked at the 98 crew, thought that was an incredibly strong lineup, but a frightening old moment on the front stretch with the number 3 Corvette. The two cars actually made contact on 2 separate occasions. That could have been an awful lot worse than it turned out to be. And I did think that both cars had got away with it, but then we found that as Pedro Lamy took over the 98 car, there clearly was something wrong with that machine. Ran into the pit wall, leaving pit road, and poor Pedro had to limp the car back to the pits. Plenty more jostling of position between AJ Allmendinger and Townsend Bell's Lexus, the number 12 car. They were squabbling for a bit of space there coming out of turn 1, which is fun to watch.
The two NBCSN commentators.
Yes, true.
Putting double duty.
Score to settle there. Yeah, and that's possibly a sign of things to come for the rest of their stint. As working its way out of the bus stop, that was the Risi Competizione Ferrari sneaking by, I think, as well. 4th position, or rather 5th position for Daniel Serra. 0.3 of a second though off the back of Ollie Gavin, and the number 4 car, now bottled up in a little bit of GT Daytona traffic, is around the outside there when the race leader Scott Dixon in his Cadillac. But no wonder Ollie Gavin wants to get his way through this GTD traffic as quickly as possible, because he's got the headlights of Daniel Serra's Ferrari burning a hole in his back bumper. And Serra was just trying to find an inside line into turn 1, wasn't forthcoming, and now Townsend Bell sits between the two of them, with AJ Allmendinger potentially with the best seat in the house regarding this battle. He's watching it all unfold in front of him, both in his category and GTLM. Touch wide there, I think deliberately so, for Ollie Gavin to get a better run off the corner, using again the slightly slower GTD cars as the hole in the air. And getting to the inside now of Townsend Bell's Lexus, and away it goes out of turn 6 through the banking. 8.2 seconds is the lead then for Scott Dixon in the number 10 Cadillac from Ollie Jarvis in the 77 Mazda, and in 3rd position remains Mike Conway in the Whelen Engineering Cadillac. Juan Pablo Montoya's 4th, 5th place for Ryan Hunter-Reay, and Joao Barbosa in the number 5 car is in 6th place for Mustang Sampling. That sponsor is familiar, but of course it's changed in terms of who runs the car for 2020. That is now a JDC Miller Motorsports prepared car, as is the 85. There were 2 of those cars last year, both yellow, but the number 5 car adopting the Mustang Sampling livery together with the same race number as well. 7.25 hours very nearly having elapsed in the 2020 version of the Rolex 24. The big wheel still nicely illuminated in blue and now tangerine, which I'm very happy about, being a Blackpool fan. But that took a little while to fire into life midweek. I'm sure there are plenty of passengers, though, taking the opportunity to get a unique view of Lake Lloyd and also this wonderful sporting venue. In and out of turn 6 goes the 10 car, with Jarvis. It's not in its sights right now, Ollie Jarvis, Scott Dixon, but the team will be constantly updating Jarvis to say how far up the road the number 10 car is. And last time around, Dixon able to open up a gap of 1.2 seconds. But we can't just read sort of one lap in isolation, because there's also traffic to work into it. And that's why average lap times are so important across a 22, 23, 24 lap stint. Now, a moment or two ago, the number 10 car had a load of GT cars right in front. That was the 4 car as well, trying to stay ahead of the 62. So not an ideal line through the tri-oval. Very, very close indeed to the concrete wall for Scott Dixon. And speaking of being close to the wall, really close to the tyres down at turn 1 as well. But these drivers can do that lap after lap with great accuracy. It's close from our vantage point, but everything is under control as far as Scotty Dixon is concerned. All that experience in single-seaters, on very tight road courses, the street tracks as well. You know, being close to road furniture just doesn't faze these guys anymore. As he turns right once again at the Western Horseshoe. I'll say clear track in front, not really. The 25 BMW's there, that's the one that's not really in contention now in GTLM.
And you're right, the traffic taketh and giveth away, or whatever the phrase is.
Giveth and taketh away, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, at that time it was Oliver Jarvis's turn to hit the traffic, and all of a sudden the gap was ballooned to 12 seconds. More seriously for Oliver Jarvis, however, is the fact that Mike Conway is now looming large in his mirrors. Car number 31 has closed up right to the tail of the number 77 Mazda in second position, and that's a real battle that is unfolding there. Juan Pablo Montoya, he's about 10 seconds further back in the fourth position. That gap has gone out from about 4 seconds not that long ago. But again, there's still, we're not even anywhere close halfway through this race, so nobody be panicking about anything like that. You can afford to give away a few seconds here and there at this stage in the race, particularly when you've got a nice lead like does Scott Dixon.
It's the voice of Jeremy Shaw. It's Johnny Palmer joining him in the commentary box downstairs in the pit lane. Shea Adam and now Jamie Howe with Trent Hinman.
And Trent was the 2019 IMSA champion. You came back through the gates of Daytona this year. Was it any different walking back into the paddock with that champion title on your back?
So I don't want to say it was much of having that title. It was more of just, okay, this is the third consecutive year in a row. I'm coming back to the same team, the same car that I've grown to know so well in the Acura NSX. And I mean, Meyershank Racing, Heinreicher Racing. I'm just glad to be back here, and it's the first time in a long time that I've had that kind of consistency going from year to year. So just knowing that was what created a lot of comfort. Obviously, yet another year under the belt of full season in IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship, and then another year under the belt running the Roar, going through those gates. That's just what created again, a lot of that confidence in what we've got here. So, overall, we're still waiting for everything to shake out, right? We're still very early into this race, so I don't want to get too comfortable, but just a big thanks to the Heinreicher Racing, Meyershank Racing crew for creating that environment for me to be able to come back and, do what I think I know how to do best.
Now, you're one of the young American drivers. You're only 24 years old. You started your career in single-seaters, then you moved into sports cars. You won a championship early on in the Michelin Pilot Challenge. What do you say to kids who come up to you with their karting suits on, holding their helmets, wanting to be a professional?
I mean, humility and staying open-minded was drilled into me by my parents so early on, and they still gotta smack me across the face every now and again to remind me, like, hey, if not just in motor racing, but really anywhere, if success is going to be found, it's going to be found through humility and through being able to listen to other people. And just towards the end of my time in single-seaters, of course, the ego gets in the way a little bit. You're kind of a hot-headed teenager at that point, or at least I was. And, I didn't really want to hear that. I don't want to go sports car racing, whatever. But, having some great people guiding me along the path there and telling me, hey, this is going to be the way to go to continue your career. It was one of those things where if I knew then what I know now, it just would have been the easiest decision in the world. But come over here to IMSA, the competition, the talent, the depth of driver talent in each one of these categories across all IMSA championships. It's just unreal. So I'm grateful to be here, grateful to be with a great team, and just very fortunate that I had some fantastic people kind of guiding me along back then.
We go back to the race today. We're now in the 7th hour. You just said if you would have known then what you know now. Now that we're into this race, would this team have done anything different in terms of preparation or setup?
No. I mean, again, this is where having a great team in the Meyershank racing guys really comes in clutch, and their experience with this race, knowing how to prepare not just the car physically, but prepare everybody on this team mentally on what's going to happen throughout this race. It's a lot of push and pull, so there's going to be moments where, hey, in whatever ambient condition, we might not have the best car on the racetrack, but wait it out, be patient. It's going to come to us. I think we're in that spot right now, but goal number one is just let's get through the night, let's see the sunrise, and see what we got early, first thing tomorrow morning.
So AJ Allmendinger behind the wheel now. You just told me Misha Goikberg will be getting back behind before you do. So when do we expect to see you back in the car?
Well, that's the plan right now, but I mean, obviously with a race like this, you're always going to play it by ear, just between your track position, kind of what's going on in terms of your strategy, where you're at compared to the leader of your class. So, I think no matter who jumps into this 57 Meyershank Racing NSX, it's going to be running strong. So, whether it's me or Misha in next, so be it. We're all ready to go here, and we're all ready to hop into this thing at any time.
Thank you, Trent.
Thank you.
An amazing fight, as we hear from Trent Hidman there with Jamie Howe from the Acura squad, between the two Lamborghinis. So this is Trent's class, but the Huracans first and second, with Spencer Pompelli in the 44, the blue car, just ahead of Andrea Caldarelli in the number 48, and they were side by side on the infield all the way to the left-hand kink when Caldarelli, who was on the outside, had to concede for fear of there being a monstrous accident. But this again, indicative of how early on in the race we are. We're not yet at the 8-hour period, so long way to go. And Caldarelli getting a really good run out of turn one, through the kink, and then into the international horseshoe. So let's savour this for the time being, because they're very evenly matched, these two normally aspirated 5.2 litre V10 powered Lamborghini Huracans. The block sits right behind the driver, and they're often perfectly balanced as well, these Raging Bulls. As into the pits came the 31 car of Mike Conway. That was just fuel and tyres.
Yeah,
and
absolutely on schedule. 23 lap stint there for Mike Conway in that number 31 car. I would expect the number 10 car, well, to come in either the next lap, or if he's able to do one more lap again, like Renger van der Zande was in his last stint. And Scott Dixon's always been known as a fuel miser, so that maybe he can stretch it to 2 more. But Scott Dixon, he's already completed 22 laps on this stint. No, he does come in this time around. That makes sense. It's his first stint in this race, so no point in stretching it too far too soon.
Yeah, Shea Adams going to watch this stop, I believe. Or Shea, are you at pit in or pit out? I haven't quite worked that out yet.
I'm at pit out, and I am here by the stop, so you were absolutely correct, John.
Fine.
This is going to be a fun stop to watch, because Wayne Taylor's boys certainly do know how to do good pit stops. They're adding a little bit of fluid in a pressurized bottle that goes on the right side. Now, we've seen this before, so it's no cause to panic. Just pretty standard quo work, as these look like new tires going on to this number 10 Konica Minolta Cadillac. Now, I talked to a couple of drivers over at Marion's at dinner, and hi to Marion and Sandra and everybody over there, and thanks for another good hot meal. Particularly Cadillac prototype drivers who are thinking that up to 8 sets of tires are going to have to be double stinted over the night, and grip is already a little bit of concern. But that was a perfect stop. Scott Dixon goes back out.
Juan Pablo Montoya has brought the number 6 Acura Team Penske entry in. It was 4 new Michelins and fuel for him. They also put a bit of tape on the nose of that car just to block some of the airflow. Now that the nighttime conditions have set in, some easy engineering there just to get a little bit of a different feel for Juan Pablo, and he did stay in the car.
So those are the latest pit stops for the DPIs, and still incredibly fraught for the GTLM lead between Farfus in the black BMW, Team RLL entry, and the Porsche 912 from Earl Bamber.
So the Cadillac's definitely getting better fuel consumption than the Acuras at this stage. The Acura, that last stint was 22 laps, which is about what it normally does, 21, 22. whereas the Cadillacs were able to do 23, or even, as we saw once, 24 laps. That's going to add up over the course of this race. It should have translated a pretty good advantage for the number 10 car, but unfortunately they had to make another pit stop because of a drive-through penalty for speeding on pit lane for Kamui Kobayashi a couple of hours or so ago. So it's still pretty much even Stevens at the front of the field, and there's another lead change as Oliver Jarvis yet to make his next pit stop. I wouldn't expect that to be another 4 or 5 laps from the 77 car. Goes back into the lead of this race on lap 259.
Still about the 2 cars at the sharp end of GTLM. Fred Makovici, for whatever reason, is just dropping away a touch now in the 911 Porsche. He's 10.5 seconds adrift. And then the 3 cars in GTLM for 4th, 5th and 6th are properly together as well. Ollie Gavin in the number 4 Corvette Racing C8R. Daniel Serra in his Ferrari. Has now been a leader change in GTD because Andrea Caldarelli has got ahead of Spencer Pumpelly. We said they were really close. We said that Caldarelli had got fully alongside the 44, a couple of laps ago. Well, now, finally been able to make that stick as Caldarelli for Paul Miller Racing. So 48 now leads the 44 car. The next car in GTD is about 18 seconds away, but Klaus Bachler working in that solo effort to try and draw in these 2 Lamborghini Huracans, and as they've been squabbling, they won't have been setting breakneck speed. Now that Caldarelli is out front with a bit of clear air in ahead, we'll get to see how much more pace the 48 car has got. 57 Acura NSX of AJ Allmendinger ahead of his teammate Mario Farnbacher. So Heinricha Racing leads Meyer Schack Racing, but there are about 17 seconds between those 2 Acuras. Much closer between Allmendinger and Bill Oberlin.
Yeah.
Bill's BMW just half a second up the road. But it's now black nose.
You just passed it. I think you just passed AJ on the last lap, actually, Bill.
Right. So, yes, because, of course, Townsend Bell and Allmendinger were squabbling not too long ago, and now the BMW has, yes, wedged its way between the Lexus and the Acura. So, 96 BMW certainly making some progress. And Bill's got Townsend Bell and Patrick Pilet not very far away, so you could get into 4th place by the end of this particular stint. Into the pit lane comes Spencer Pumpelly, though. So, that was the car that led for a good while. GRT Magnus lost the lead though on the in-lap effectively, and this pit stop being watched by Shea.
Another one of these situations where the driver doesn't want to get out to talk to me. Very rude, Spencer. I will get you eventually. 4 new tires for Spencer Pumpelly staying aboard the 44 GRT Magnus Lamborghini. They had a little bit of a delay with the right rear tire though. It appeared that the air gun wasn't fully functioning for the rear, so they had to run back around the car to grab another one, but they didn't lose their cool. Still working on the left front, but the fuel's still going in. Now the door opens. It seemed that they were going to do a late data stick change. No, they've already done that. What were they doing? Oh, drinks bottle change. Now they're adding a bit of fluid to the back of the car, and lost about 3 seconds doing that because the fluid didn't go in on time, so the fuel was finished first.
Okay, and there it goes, back into the race. And also, actually we'll stay in the pit lane because the 55 Mazda from 2nd place, Ryan Hunter-Reay, about to head towards Jamie Howell.
And he is in pit lane now. He hit his marks perfectly. Driver change underway. Harry Tinknell will get behind the wheel of this car. Remember, last time Harry was in, there was that contact. He took the blame for that. He was ready to get back in. He put his helmet on. 4 new Michelin tires. They are going to clean off this windscreen. Also, the front of this car not looking too bad, all things considered, with all of the debris and everything that's been out on the racetrack. The crew's doing a phenomenal job keeping them clean and in great shape. Started fire. It was a quick stop.
Certainly was. I was just trying to work out whether the dive plane on the front right corner is missing. I wouldn't be surprised because, of course, that was where the contact was made with Helio Castroneves many hours ago. The dive plane on the front right is missing, confirmed by Shea, because they didn't change the nose on that car. It came in to be inspected and then was pretty much waved back out again at the time of the incident, which amazingly didn't bring out a caution at the time. And likewise, when we had the Corvette and the Aston Martin getting together down at Turn 1, that didn't. necessitate a caution either. Next car in is the 77 Mazda, but we'll go to Shea first of all for the number 5 Mustang sampling car.
Just a quick PSA to all those fans listening around the circuit. Sebastian Bourdais is behind the wheel at the number 5, so if you're standing trackside, perhaps take a half a step back.
That's good advice, I would suggest. Yes, and the 77 is now back on the move as well.
Was that fuel and tyres to number 77?
Fuel and tyres I saw, I'm not sure.
Did you? I saw fuel.
Okay, we'll check. We'll check on that. In fact, we can get an update now from Jamie.
Yes, it was fuel and tires for Oliver Jarvis. There was no driver change on that side.
Excellent stuff. Thank you very much. So Shea and Jamie properly on top of all things strategy right now. We're at 9:10 in the evening here at Daytona.
Almost 2 hours at the wheel now for Oliver Jarvis, at the wheel of that car that leads the race. Went out of the pits, it's still in the lead, but I think most likely he will cede that lead now to the number 10 car of Scott Dixon.
Through the gears goes the Scott Dixon Cadillac then, as you say, back to the lead of the race. And feeding back in Jarvis from his pit stop. Mike Conway third, Juan Pablo Montoya in the 6 Acura fourth. So 4 different teams represented in the top 4 right now. And Harry Tinknell taking over the 55 Mazda feeds back in 5th position. David Heidemeyer Hansen in the number 8 car, and actually as we speak about LMP2, Nick Bouls just brought the 52 car in from that category for a stop. Was there a driver change there, Jamie Howe?
There was no driver change, and Nick did get a fresh drink bottle for this next stint behind the wheel. They did clean some rubber out of the nose of that car, but other than that, it was normal service.
Okay, and also just noticed on pit road is the 62 Risi Competizione Ferrari from GTLM with Daniel Serra bringing that car in. It was having a really good fight with Ollie Gavin and indeed Tonio Garcia. The 3 cars pretty much nose to tail for the Ferraris last couple of laps before the pit stop. And Earl Bamber now in front, I've just noticed, of Augusto Farfus. So Earl Bamber in 9:12 across the line. Now, in fact, 1.2 seconds to the good, so he's scampering off. Not entirely sure, I have to say, where that overtake happened. Hopefully we can update you on that in the next couple of moments. But again, busy looking at DPI pit stops and LMP2s, and you're glancing just momentarily in the wrong direction and you missed the GTLM lead change.
It must have happened a couple of laps ago. I missed it as well. But there has been a change for the lead. But we're coming up to, I think, regular pit stops now for the GTLM category. Number 62 car, as has been the case all the way through this race, has been the first car onto pit lane. Last time around it was in, well, 3 or 4 laps before the other contenders in GTLM.
So 9:11 Fred Makovici still about 10 seconds off that leading duo in the LM category. 0.7 of a second between the 2 Corvette C8Rs though. Gavin in the silver number 4 and Tonio Garcia in the yellow number 3. And once they've served their pit stops, hoping that the Ferrari and the Corvettes will still be as close. Now this is going to be down to good work from Risi Competizione, good work from Corvette Racing as well. Can any of those cars leapfrog one another by being turned around in the pit road a little bit more efficiently? We'll wait and see. Lamborghini Huracan leading GTD in the hands of Andrea Caldarelli. Klaus Bachler is up to 2nd place now, so we must have had a stop for, well, we mentioned the 44 coming in. Spencer Pampelli standing at the wheel there. Back into 10th place he goes. Klaus Bachler was catching the 2 Lambos in his Porsche from Wright Motorsports. And that car's now in 2nd place. Pfaff Motorsports Porsche being driven so quickly by Patrick Pilet, now up to 3rd spot after that slight bit of confusion during a caution, although the cars that it gained were then given back, those spaces were given back again, so no penalty incurred. However, it did put the number 9 car slightly off its rhythm, but it's in third position once more. So Lamborghini leading, 2 Porsches come next, then the Lexus, and then the hard-charging Bill Oberlin in the Turner Motorsport BMW. And another run through the bus stop for Scott Dixon, which looked very efficient indeed. He's got, I think, another DPI up ahead as he blows past the number 25 BMW from GTLM through Speedway Turn 4. Yes, that was another DPI. It's the 5 car that he's catching. So that would put the 5 car off the lead lap, Sebastian Bourdais. Right on the tail of it now is Scott Dixon. Chris Miller is in, I notice, in the straight JDC Miller entry. So effectively the sister car to Sebastian Bourdais. I don't think Bourdais is going to hold the race leader up too badly here. Lights flashing.
He'll certainly try and stay on the lead lap if he possibly can.
All right, well, we'll wait and see whether the 10 car is balked too badly in the 7th for the 7th place DPI car.
He won't say after you, I don't think.
After you, Claude. You don't think so?
All right.
Well, what's the drive like for Scotty Dixon? He's been almost forced towards the number 24 BMW of Augusto Farfus, but now well in the wheel tracks of the number 5 car to the high side. So the car being lapped, always instructed in the driver's briefing to stay left. But then that gives the 5 car the inside line into the bus stop, but he eases out of the throttle.
Yeah, to be fair there to Sebastian Bourdais, he moved farther left than he needed to allow room for Scott Dixon to go in between himself and the GTD car that was on the outside. So he didn't try and pin him up behind that car, so he'd have to lift off. Sebastian Bourdais realises where he is, so hats off there to Sebastian Bourdais. He could have made things a bit difficult for the race leader, and but you know, he's got a massive amount of respect obviously for Scott Dixon. He will know that it's Dixie driving that car, and he said, okay, fair enough, you know, I'm maybe by chance will come later in the race. I think it's pretty apparent number 10 car is a bit quicker than numbers 5 and 85 at this stage in any case.
Let's go down to Jamie Howe now to see the pit stop for what was the race-leading GTLM car, 912.
And it's Earl Bamber behind the wheel. He will also stay in the car. He's a 2019 IMSA GTLM co-champion. They won 3 times last season. They didn't win this race, but he is a 2-time overall winner at the 24 Hours of Le Mans, so certainly long stints in nighttime running. He is no stranger to. It was a very quick tire change here at Fire Up. He's released just as the number 3 Corvette makes his way in.
Very efficient indeed from Porsche, and the car back on the move then. Also in the 3 Corvette as mentioned, the 4 is already gone. And now this is going to be interesting to see where the Corvettes feed back in relation to the 62 Ferrari, driven now by Alessandro Pierguidi. So sort of a 2-pronged battle within GTLM. You've got the 1 BMW that's very much in contention up against the 2 Porsches, 911 and 912. Then a bigger gap back to the 3, the 4 and the 62, the 2 Corvettes and the Ferrari. Fuel still going in. The number 3 Corvette actually being pushed back very slightly, I think, to give it the clearance, yes, around the 38 LMP2 car that had also come in for a stop for Cameron Castles.
Yeah, so assuming all things remain equal in GTLM, which they tend to do, I would expect to see Augusto Farfus pulling into pit lane. That's exactly what he's doing right now. So the GTLM, the back in the lead of GTLM, having given up just a few laps there to Earl Bamber in number 912 Porsche, the BMW onto the pit lane.
Let's get a little bit more from Shay Adam, watching a pit stop at Riley Motorsports.
Gar Robinson staying aboard for another stint on the 74 Mercedes, but he also is getting sticker tires. And it's getting to be that point in night where perhaps you don't want fresh new tires. You want something a little bit scrubbed in, just waiting on fuel, but all clean for Bill Riley's boys and girls.
Fred Maciavecchi, or Mako as they call him, has brought the number 911 Porsche GT Team 911 into pit lane. He will also stay behind the wheel of the car. And notice also, as Shay was just saying, these tires were just a little bit scrubbed. They didn't look like they had a full heat cycle on them. They just looked like they had been scuffed up a little bit just to get the temperature that much faster. And you heard him fire up. They're clean and away.
Yeah, really good stops from the majority of the teams right now. Whether they'll be quite as good at turning these cars around with 2 and 3 hours to go and everyone's rather tired, a little bit irritable, but no, I know they go through so much training in order to be as efficient at the start as they are at the end of the race. BMW peeling off, which is Bill Oberlin for the 96 crew, and it got up to 5th place. It was a good charge from Bill Oberlin. I'm sure he's game for more. We'll wait to see whether they have planned for a driver change, though. Rolf van Eycken in the 88, and as I kind of thought, Bill is well up for another stint, so he's going to stay in. They are doing tyres, though. And again, no great rush in switching Michelins, because the time-determining action in the pit lane is the fuel going in, and that's the fuel nozzle still very much attached. There'll be a windshield tear-off removed as well. So, now on out laps in GTLM, Augusto Farfus staying at the wheel of the 24, Earl Bamber for 9.12. We also had a pit stop for 9.11, but Fred Makovici, as Jamie Howe mentioned, staying in that car. So 24, 9.12, 9.11. What about the Corvette versus Ferrari fight? Well, I've got the Ferrari now almost a minute behind the Corvettes. So I don't remember there being a significant delay. We'll wait for that to shake out a little bit longer, I think, before we call it properly. But certainly the two C8Rs are separated by only 0.6 of a second. But the Ferrari was right with the Corvette before the stops, and now isn't, with Pierre Guidi at the wheel. Strange one, that.
Yep.
Might have to investigate. Bill Oberlin exiting the rather tricky pit lane here. Very narrow. It's got a couple of kinks in it as well. Careful not to cross the blend line as you come out. When the blend line becomes dotted, you can nip onto the racing line, but Bill will be on very cold tyres now, so he'll have to take it easy for the first couple of corners on the infield. And again, another car which has those the green lining on the left and the right of the roof, taking on a slightly different complexion with the black bonnet, though, that had to be replaced partway through as the leader comes out and has to really realign his line, Scotty Dixon, to get around the BMW. As I say, that's still getting up to speed. The 62 Risi Competizione Ferrari coming out of turn 6 as well, with Pierre Guidi at the wheel. And yeah, still, I mean, the best part of a minute now between that Ferrari and the two Corvettes that it was really close to.
Yeah, I think it must have been down to the pit stops.
So the 62 sort of gains a bit of ground here and there. You know, they'll obviously be complaining from the race start that there is a lack of power. We heard from James Collado, a very downbeat James Collado earlier on. Scotty Dixon, yeah, having to initially go for the racing line out of the Western Horseshoe and then at the last minute dart to the right. But that's the manoeuvrability of these DPI cars, because they are so aero efficient. And that invisible hand pushing down on the car means that it can change direction with very little warning given by the driver. Down off the 18-degree banking from the tri-oval goes Dixon. Clear road in front all of a sudden. Could be the only car in the race. So this is a blessed relief for Dixie.
Yeah, super stint from Scott Dixon. I mean, he just dialed himself straight into this car. He didn't get into it until after 6 hours had elapsed in the motor race, but he was right down to business right away. When Scott Dixon got behind the wheel of this car, he was
What do you think about that?
Yeah, okay, go on.
We'll go to the pits because the Acura from Heinrich Racing is in. Jamie Howe's watching the stop.
And AJ Allmendinger has climbed out of the car. Misha Goikberg getting in, just as Trent Henman had suggested was going to be the case. Misha making his GT racing debut. He's been with JDC Miller Motorsports in IMSA prototype competition up until this point. He actually did win this race, the Rolex 24, back in 2000, I think it was 2016 in the prototype challenge category. So racing overnight into the darkness, he's no stranger to that, but now getting his first nighttime stint behind the wheel of a GT car, 4 new Michelins, and fuel, he's ready.
And that thought I had about Scott Dixon when he took over the wheel of the car. The number 10 car led number 77 by around about 8 seconds. That gap is now 13.8 seconds in favor of the Cadillac over number 77 Mazda. And considering,
38 in the wall, that looks to be the international horseshoe. It is indeed, and the car didn't see the incident initially, so hopefully I'll be able to get to describe that to you in a moment or two. But it is Cameron Castles on board the 5th placed LMP2 car that has nosed into the barrier, not long out of the pits, although it wasn't an out lap per se, maybe a second lap on coolish tyres. And what I don't know at this stage is whether there's another car involved, but if he's not out of there in a hurry, we're going to go caution, I think, because that's a very vulnerable place for cars to be sitting if anybody else lost it into the international horseshoe. So Cameron Castles, all on his own, I'm afraid, ran out of road, right across the grass and into the tyres. A relatively small impact, but now either the car is wedged or Cameron Castles just cannot locate a reverse gear. Might be that the car has stalled as well. And there are plenty of pit callers right now. Let's go down to Shea Adam to see who has already preempted a caution, perhaps.
GTD Porsches were 2 of the first cars onto the pit lane. Patrick Pilet jumps out and Zachary Robichon gets into the plaid Porsche. That's number 9. Sprint champion last year was Zachary Robichon, just waiting on the fuel. These also are sticker tires. And for Wright Motorsport, I believe that was the helmet of Ryan Hardwick getting aboard the 16. Should have been Ryan as he was sitting up on the pit box. Fuel and tires for them as well. There goes Zachary as he's cleared to leave. The 11 GRT Lamborghini is also in. This was the long delayed one. It was back in the garage when I went for dinner, and it was back on the pit lane when I came back out. So not too terribly far down, but more pit boards are starting to swing, including the 48 Paul Miller Racing Lamborghini. That will see Madison Snow clamber back aboard for Andrea Caldarelli. And we've also got Wayne Taylor Racing with their pit board waving. So that looks like a pit stop for our race leader, and indeed it is. Scott Dixon coming in. Is he going to be staying aboard? Yes, he is. Fuel only for Scott. No, they're doing tires for Dixon too. So taking advantage of this, and the caution is out. Pits are closed. Everybody who's in now is good to go ahead and do their service. As Paul Miller is in, so too is the Black Swan Racing number 54. That is 4 new sticker tires for that car as well. So new Michelins on all the Porsches, as there's a bit of a slow driver change for Paul Miller Racing. Caldarelli had a bit of an issue getting out of the car, but they haven't lost any time yet because the fuel still goes on.
And I'm afraid Cameron Castle's still sitting wedged in the tyre wall. This is the car that, of course, was so heavily damaged yesterday when it arrived at turn 6 backwards with Don Yount at the wheel and ended up at a 45-degree angle wedged in the tyre wall at turn 6. Let's take this opportunity to stay in the pit lane and head to Jamie Howe.
I mentioned AJ Allmendinger climbed out of that number 57 Heinricher Racing Acura. AJ, you're also a broadcaster with NBC, so you're doing double duty here this weekend. What is it that you want fans to know about IMSA sports car racing?
Well, I mean, just look at the event right now, this Rolex 24. You pretty much got everything you want. You got awesome race cars, you got a party off in the infield, you got every car club you can imagine. And that's what makes this racing so cool is, you know, I'm out there in an Acura battling a Ferrari, battling a Lamborghini, a Mercedes, etc. So it's just great racing. You're always battling in the car. You're fighting with somebody. You know, you go to some just amazing racetracks, and it's just it's such a cool series, and I'd like to be a part of it more. I get to be a part of it in one way or another for the whole season, so it's pretty awesome.
I was listening to you on the radio talking to the team during that stint. You had some messages for them about the behavior of the car. You were battling a little bit, I think you said a little bit of understeer, but power down felt a lot better. How do you manage the changes that need to be made when the conditions change so drastically?
Yeah, I mean, we're just off a little bit right now. It's we lack straightaway speed. We just got killed on that. So the straightaway speed's tough because you got to make the infield so perfect. And if you just mess up a little bit and you know somebody's behind you, we're probably one of the slower cars on the straight. So, you know, we don't have it balanced very well. I thought my first stint to my second stint, we actually made the car a lot better. I got stuck behind a couple cars. I thought I was quicker then, but just had to ride there. But, you know, at this point, there's not a lot you can do. So as a race team, you just try to keep making it better. Got a great lineup here with Alvaro and Trent and Misha. So we'll just keep fighting here and get everything we can for this Heinricher Racing, Meyer-Shank Racing Acura NSX GT3.
You're one of the drivers. You have a ton of experience in sports car racing, but you started in single-seaters. You did some stints in the NASCAR ranks as well. When you have a new team with new co-drivers that you don't spend a whole lot of time with, how do you develop a relationship amongst everybody?
I mean, they're here for a reason. They're the best in the world, and I'm probably the bringing the team down a little bit. I don't do this a lot, so it's not hard. You know, Michael Shank, it's my 14th in 15 years with him. Skip one. He's my big brother. He puts together such a great lineup. You know, and I've been fortunate. I've raced with Trent now. I think this is my third year actually racing with Trent. You know, Alvaro, we finished second together in 18, and Misha just getting to know, but he's got a ton of experience, drives a lot of cars, so it's not hard. You know, I'm just trying to learn from them all the time to try to develop how to drive this race car, but cool to have Mobile One on board, and definitely not the fastest car, so it might be the tortoise and the hare. We might have to try to sneak up on them here tomorrow, and that's what makes this team so great is the execution. So we'll keep fighting. A lot of time to go.
They did a lot of refinement over the course of the 2019 season that led them to getting that the championship title that they did win. How different is the Acura this year versus when you drove it at this race 12 months ago?
Well, I think a lot of it's the BOP. You know, when IMSA tries to make every car even, you know, some get helped and some get hurt. We're on the losing end of the side right now, but I mean, that's part of it. You can't fix it. You just got to go out there and fight. You know, I think trying to make the GTD class a little bit slower than the GTLM class, you know, we're definitely sliding around a lot more, but these Michelin tires are great. I was still able to run some of my quickest laps at the end of the stints, and you know, you just go out there and you take what it can give you. What do we got, Jamie? We got 16 hours to go.
I'm not looking yet.
Yeah, exactly. So we got a lot of time to go. We've seen so many times anything can happen, so just very thankful to be a part of this event for 14 years with Michael Shank.
If you're just joining us, we are under caution. Pit lane is still closed. AJ, really quick, last question. Do you have any more responsibility with TV, or do you get to focus now on the rest of the race?
No, I got to go back to my other job here, my main job. So I don't sleep a lot anyways at this race, so at least it keeps me in the action.
Well, thank you for the time.
Patrick Pilet only has one job, and he does that job very well. Going fast in a Porsche, doesn't matter what class it is. At Daytona, you just seem to come alive. What is it about this track that does it for you?
I mean, today is quite special. Let's say we don't have a lot of yellow, so we have to extra push a bit more than normally. And yeah, I mean, we dropped some position. Don't know exactly why. I just go my way on my two stints. It's quite slippery, and sometimes you get lucky or not with the cars leaving the pit because they lose a lot of time on the outlap, a few seconds. So yeah, you just have to try to manage to avoid any contact and find your way in the traffic. But I have to say, for the moment, everything went well.
For such a long time, you've been in GTLM with 3 drivers to a car. Now GTD, 4 drivers to a car. A bit more time to sleep. You liking that?
Yeah, it's quite strange actually. And many years I started the race here, so I started my first stint. It was already dark. It was pretty strange, but yeah, I will have a good long night actually, and try to get fresh for tomorrow's last sprint.
The good news is, Patrick, we have a lot of flights to sleep on to get down to Bathurst, so we've got some time to recover.
Yeah, exactly.
Good luck.
It's a very good point, Shea Adam, and before that, Jamie Howe in the pit lane. The pits are open for prototypes. Let's take some more stops. 55 Mazda is in as well. Jamie, what have you got?
I am just one break in the pit lane down, so I can't see the Mazda because its headlights are on and they are blindingly bright to everything that's behind it. But the number 52 PR1 Matheson Motorsport entry is on pit lane right now. Nick Poole brought it in. It's Simon Trummer who's getting behind the wheel of the car. They're still working on that driver change and 4 Michelin tires. Shea?
Well, the nose coming off the 55 Mazda, and they were looking into the area at the front where the panel, the removable panel, is for the fluids for the brake and clutch reservoirs. Shea Adam, what have you got at your end of the pit lane?
I just have Sebastian Bourdais who's come in, and he's got new tires. I couldn't tell if they were new or slightly used tires, but they were definitely not the ones that had been on the car before.
New or not so new.
New or
Easy.
no.
Just no. I think need to leave that for much later on in the broadcast.
Well, one thing that did catch me up by surprise when I jumped back over the wall, Bill Riley's crew was up on the wall once again for 74, and the last time I remember seeing that car in was not very long ago when Gar Robinson did go out on some sticker tires, so this will be a splash of fuel only.
Meantime, Jamie, the 55, the double nickel, is still sitting on the pit lane.
They did have the driver's side door open, but the crew member went around to the other side. I'm not sure what the problem is. They're pushing it back to the pit stall right now. He did make an effort to leave, but then stopped the car. I'm going to check in and find out what's happening.
Wonder if that's a clutch or a starter issue. We've seen this before with the Mazda. Quite often they'll use no, they're inside the cockpit here of the car with the right-hand side door open on the 55. Jeremy Shaw, this is not what Mazda wanted to see, but the 77, I mean, good news, bad news, 77 still leads, door is closed. They always use a huge amount of revs to get off the line in the Mazda, which always worries me when they do that. What kind of pressure that's putting on the drivetrain.
Yeah, that was somewhat strange, wasn't it? And odd too, the number 77 nor the 10 car came in, understand number 10, because that ducked in right before the caution period, didn't really need fuel at that stage. It was only halfway through a stint, or a little bit more than halfway through a stint, but they took the opportunity right before the caution came out to come in top again. So great strategy once again from Wayne Taylor Racing. Odd that number 77 car didn't come in, because that had been again halfway through a stint, but I would have thought it was worth coming in at that stage, because now it's going to be well off sequence with all of the other contenders.
Jeremy, it's Lena Gate. Never second guess the gate.
I know, but I'm certainly curious to know why that should be.
The gate never gets second guessed, never explains. She just is. Jamie has been down to the 55 car. Didn't want to leave the pit lane. Jamie, what was the problem?
No, there are two starter motors on board those Mazdas. One of them is the one that's used to actually start the car. The second one is a backup. That first one did fail, so that's why the crew had to get into the cockpit. They had to switch over to that backup starter motor. They got it switched over, and it did fire, so he was able to leave pit lane.
That makes a lot of sense. I like things like that. GTs are in. We've got a busy pit lane. Let's start this time with Shea Adam.
My cars haven't quite arrived yet, but...
All right, we'll go back to Jamie then.
Okay.
And they're all GT Daytona cars, which the bulk of are at Shea's end, but the 96 from Turner Motorsports is in pit lane. I did not see who got on board, but I do see Bill Oberlin out of the car now, helping one of his co-drivers get in. Also making the call was the number 86 from Michael Shank Racing. I don't see a driver change happening down there, but clean pit stops for both.
I do have cars now. 3 Lamborghinis in particular came in. 2 of them represented by GRT. That was the sound of the Mercedes leaving after just a splash. We had Jeff Westphal come in. He got a splash of fuel as well. The 25 BMW that's quite far down, they did fuel as well. And it is fuel and tires for the 44 Magnus GRT, fuel and tires for the 19. That's the Gear Racing, and fuel and tires for the 47 PPM. No driver changes in any of those cars. And the Magnus car gets back out ahead of the Gear Racing car, so that's a switch.
Thank you, ladies.
And the number 48 car did not come in then, because that again had ducked in just before the caution period came out. Also in right before the caution were number 16, 9, 12. Number 16 did come in again just to top off. Number 9 car did not. That's why it will be in second place at this when we go back to green again. The GTLM cars, none of those cars came, well, the 62 and number 3, which are 2 cars at the back of the field in GTLM, they did come in. Everybody else, including them, actually had been in fairly recently, so there was no need for another pit stop.
Just confirmation from Aston Martin Racing on their social media, Jeremy, the 98 car retired after Ross Gunn put it in the wall going out of the pits.
Yeah, both Astons out of the race. I think they're the only 2 official retirements so far.
Not a great day for Aston Martin Racing. And Ross Gunn, I know Ross, he will be distraught about that. A tiny little error going out of the pits. Remember, the car had contact with the Corvette before that, but had pretty much got away from that scot-free. And it was contact with the right-hand side pit wall in pit lane as he was going out, just understeered into it. We've all done it, haven't we? We've absolutely all done it on the sims, on the video games. We can press Control Alt Delete or reset. Poor Ross Gunn couldn't. Through the cars, just doing the final wave by now, and just noticed there from the camera on the pit wall at turn 2, one of Andy Blackmore's spotters guides there down there, taped to the pit wall. Andy, I know you'll be listening. Getting on for a dozen cars, I think, that Andy has done the liveries for here, and still does the official spotters guide as well for IMSA, for both the Michelin Pilot Challenge and the WeatherTech Sports Car Championship. Often imitated, but never bettered. The original and best. www.sporterguides.com with Andy Blackmore and his graphic genius. Into the pit lane for the much delayed Acura from Acura team Penske. The 7 car is in with Jamie Howe.
It was that contact earlier that forced them in the garage for what was effectively an entire stint of the race, but you never quit going, you never quit hitting your marks and trying. They did do a driver change. Ricky Taylor now behind the wheel, trying to get back on into this race so that they can earn some points. You never know what's going to happen, but they are here for the full season, so finishing this one is important. And
if you remember, they were 22 laps down after that effectively full stint, as Jimmy rightly says, in the pit lane of nearly 40 minutes. They've climbed up to 33rd overall, of course, 34th overall. They're still 8th in DPI. Alexander Rossi's taking the car out again, I think. And they're still, guess what, 22 laps down. Nothing lost, nothing gained. I suspect, sorry, was it Ricky in the car going out there? I suspect that will be the case for quite some time, unless another DPI has some problems. So they can't be any worse than 8th position points, which is a 12-point deficit to whoever wins. And remember, if you're used to other championships, there is not a minimum amount of the race to be covered by the car to get championship points. It's drivers who have to do their drive times. Right, we are just going through another hour of racing. Hello, good evening. Hope you're fitting well tonight. Local time here, 20 minutes before 10 o'clock in the evening. Wherever you are around the world, thank you for joining the motorsport community that is endurance racing, and the Rolex 24 Daytona will continue on 107.9 FM here at the track, across the USA and around the world on RS2 IMSA Radio. Of course, we've got Sirius 216 XM 212. We're live from trackside, and the next hour of racing from the world centre of racing comes up next. Well, under our second full course caution, Jeremy, isn't it? We've only had the 2 full course cautions.
Yeah, amazing, isn't it?
So that's another hour of racing gone. We've got 16 to go, 276 laps completed. Looks like we're getting back up to speed here and going back to green. Yes, we are. We are back to green flag racing, and it's a good restart at the head of the field by Ollie Jarvis. Scott Dixon now behind the wheel of the number 10 Cadillac in second position. Then Juan Montoya, Felipe Nasr, Sebastian Bourdais, Harry Tinknell, Tristan Vautier. That's not a bad set of drivers. Oh, mistake in the first corner. And that is the number 7 car again that's had problems. Ricky Taylor in that car. Yeah, it's climbed back up to 19th position overall. As I say, still 22 laps off the lead, but went long at turn 1. Battle for the lead. Down to turn 6. And Scott Dixon is right there with the leading car. Dixon relishing the opportunity to be in the prototype here. One of the ultimate plug and play accessories for any car. Down towards the bus stop for the first time. It's not going to be a pass there, so let's take the opportunity to speak to, I'm going to say, a legend, Jamie Howe. Obviously you as a legend, but a legend of IMSA racing with 60 victories to his name. Bill Oberlin is down in the pit lane.
Well, Bill heard you say that over the speakers here on pit road. He gave a little shake of the head, but a smile too. Bill, you are the face of BMW when you think of North American racing. We were just talking, the 96 BMW kind of stuck in the middle right now. What significant changes can you guys employ to get out of there?
We're just going to run the race right now. The important thing is to get Dylan his time, Robbie his time, so we're double stinting them, single stinting us, and then we're going to do the opposite a little bit later. So it'll be Jens and I double stinting. We'll be fine. The car is really fast, really good. I was behind Pile for a while. It was like old times. It brought back some memories. I'm like, oh, here he is again. Let's get him. It's great racing. I'll tell you what. The problem is you get into the racing mode, and it's the middle of the night. It means nothing right now. You just got to not get involved. But as a racer, you want to get in there and race. You got to tell yourself, calm down. Long ways to go. We put Dylan back in to get some more time on him. As long as we keep the car running great, we're going to be in great shape.
Spoken like a true professional with tons of experience, Bill Oberlin, calm, cool, and collected.
Pit stop for the number 7 Acura. That was a set of flat spotted tyres, I think, on that car after the long run down into the first corner. May have misspoken there about how many laps they are off the lead. No, still 22 laps off the lead. No, I was right. I was just trying to do that in my head. Did he get a little push there? Or did he? Oh, he lost it completely going into turn 1. Slight mistake there by Ricky Taylor, and all 4 wheels locked up. Just arrived at turn 1 too quickly. No one else involved. In fact, everybody, Jeremy, doing a pretty good job to avoid him as he slewed sideways. There's plenty of runoff there to actually get it wrong, but when all 4 wheels are locked up, you might as well come in and put a new set of Michelin's on, because that would have rattled his fillings loose in about 3 laps.
Indeed so. Plus, when you're already out of contention, pretty much any case, a long way down, 22 laps down after the incident earlier on, then nothing to be gained by staying out there on threepenny bits.
Only a very small portion of our audience will understand what you said there.
Good point there. For those of you the uninitiated, 3-penny piece was 10-sided or 8-sided. Anyhow, it was a coin with lots of flat spots on it. A round coin with lots of flat spots, just like it would have.
I'm leaving you to dig yourself into this hole, Shaw. You know what you do when you're in a hole, don't you?
Yeah, dig deeper. Dig deeper. Just at the restart there, Harry Tinknell, he and Sebastian Bourdais have had a lengthy battle, to put it mildly, and he just got past Harry Tinknell, just overtook number 5 car, so 55 ahead of number 5 again. Number 5 got on the lead, back on the lead lap, primarily as a result of number 10 car making its pit stop right before that caution period came out, because the number 5 car was the first car lapped down at that stage, along with the 85. But when the 10 car came in, that put Sebastian Bourdais in at number 5 car back on the lead lap. So he remains there now in the 6th position, having just been overtaken by Harry Tinknell.
It's the voice of Jeremy Shaw. John Hindhaugh with him in the booth. Johnny Palmer taking a wee break. And down in the pit lane, it's Shea Adam and Jamie Howe. Joe Bradley and Di Binks, also part of the team this year. And a little shout out and a shout out of appreciation to Tyler Norling and his crew here at IMSA for their technical support. Thank you, thank you. And also our team back in London under our executive producer Tim Gray. Rob Lomas was on the early shift earlier on, and Kerry Cobb is doing a very late shift at nearly 3 o'clock in the morning. And we could not do our job without our colleagues at NASCAR Productions, Keith D'Alessandro and his team, and of course help from our NBC Sports colleagues as well, who make sure that we have the pictures in the IMSA Broadcast Centre. It's a team effort, just as it is on the track, to get you wherever you are in the world, sound and vision, from this 24 hours, Rolex 24 hours of Daytona. Curry's on the coffee and biscuits. Keith's still wide awake in Charlotte as well, with our NASCAR production team. I think we're all heading towards the coffee stages of the race. Still just, sorry guys, but I'm going to have to say it's just under 16 hours still to go. Hello to everybody up in Charlotte. Well, this is good enough to keep you awake though, isn't it? Just 2 full course cautions so far, and wherever you are in the world, please do get in touch at IMSA Radio, hashtag IMSA Radio D24. Just while I was off on my break, I was looking over Lee Diffie's shoulder in the NBC Sports studio, and they were doing their job and keeping in touch with what was going on. It's been an absolute cracker of a race so far, and now that we're back up to speed, delighted to say that all is going well.
A new best lap of the race there by Oliver Jarvis in the car number 77. Not the fastest lap of the race. That was done by Renger van der Zande a while ago at a 1:35.2. But 1:35.599 there for Oliver Jarvis, who leads the race in Mazda car number 77.
And meantime, we are joined for the first time in racing conditions by President Doonan, John Doonan, new president of IMSA. Happy New Year, first of all, John. How are you feeling?
Happy New Year to you both. I am feeling great. It doesn't get much better than today. The weather, unbelievable. The crowd size, fantastic. And so far, the racing, absolutely unbelievable too.
I haven't seen a crowd like this. Certainly, I think this rivals the 50th anniversary edition of the Rolex 24, and certainly on Thursday and Friday it was exceptional, but this morning there was exotic car after exotic car driving in from early morning. In endurance racing, we don't normally get a big walk-up on effectively race day. I've never seen anything like it, John.
Absolutely. I stood on that pre-grid fan walk and looked up into the stands here at what is obviously one of the most iconic racetracks in the world, and it was jammed up in the stands as well. So couldn't ask for a better kickoff to the 2020 WeatherTech Sports Car Championship season, and certainly on a personal note, couldn't be happier to have this be a launch event for this new amazing opportunity that the France family has given me to take the IMSA by the hands and lead it all the way.
I want to ask you a question here, which I'm quite serious about. You and I were at, you as president of IMSA and me standing in front of a podium that included you, Mr. France, Pierre Fillon as president of the ACO, Ed Bennett, Gerard Neveu, announcing a global formula and the convergence of the top class of motor racing. Now, you and I are, whisper it, we're just motor racing fans, we're just gearheads and petrol heads. I mean, that was extraordinary on Thursday, wasn't it?
Yeah, it's Friday. You're 100% correct, John. I literally said to Mike Helton and Jim France about an hour ago that I have literally pinched myself a bunch of times this weekend. That moment, and to be, as you point out, the little boy on the other side of the fence just wanted to be part of the action, and then to be something that involved in something that historic, it brings my hairs on my arm straight up. It's really special, and what the two organizations have now done for our sport, and most notably the foundation of everything we do for our fans and our audience. It is extraordinary is a good word, a remarkable day, and I said also that was the easy part. Now we have to execute.
What's it like having a pass that gets you everywhere at Daytona, by the way?
Yeah, someone put this little sticker on my hard card and said that'll get you anywhere. But really proud of Chip Weil and the entire staff here at the Speedway. The place looks absolutely gorgeous. He was leaning on me earlier when those 2 cars went through the tri-oval that I messed up his grass. But you know, from early in the week, the place just kept filling up and filling up and filling up. And, you know, roll the clock back 2 weeks in the Roar, this place was just jammed more than I've ever seen it for the Roar. So clearly the appetite for endurance sports car racing, IMSA style, is quite good right now, and we're thrilled.
When I was there on Friday, of course, my mind went to Dom Pinos, because I'm sure, and I'm sure even Mr. France would agree, that without the American Le Mans Series back from Petit Le Mans 1998 and the series from 1999 and what that brought to the sport, we wouldn't be here right now. Somewhere Don is sitting with a glass of red wine looking down on us, just having a giggle right now, isn't he?
Yeah, there's no question. Absolute team effort over the years, and I am just so fortunate to be one spoke in that wheel. But the effort that Don put in, the vision he had, the effort that Scott Atherton put in, clearly Mr. France, Jim, and all the way back to his father, Bill Sr., and the vision he had for that first Daytona Intercontinental event, where the best of the best from all over the world, car maker, race team, race driver, come together. That's what yesterday was about. It harkens back to all that, and clearly Ed Bennett and I have been spending a lot of time together getting all the paperwork sorted here over the last few weeks, and couldn't be happier to call Pierre Fion and Gerard Nouveau dear friends. And now we've got our work cut out for us to take the next chapter, which will come at Super Sebring here in just a few weeks.
And the devil is in the detail, as we mentioned on Friday in that presentation and the announcement. If you haven't actually seen or heard that yet, we've got the archive over on radio-show.co.uk, and it's on the video version is on the IMSA YouTube channel as well. Some technical details to come, obviously, John, and we'll wait for Super Sebring for that. But in terms of the philosophy of it, the ISIO and IMSA have always been close. This just, it kind of formalises that. That's all it is, and it gives everybody a steer that this is absolutely going to happen. It's not talk anymore. This is real.
It's 100% real, and I think right after the Roar, we had what I can now talk about, which is great, a very highly confidential meeting with the 4 chassis constructors for the base car, the LMP2 car. That is obviously Dallara, Ligier, Multimatic, and Orica. And we had everybody over to the office across the street, and it was a coming together, frankly, something I've never seen before, where you've got 3 chassis constructors, essentially competitors, right, in the industry, sitting at a table. You've got IMSA, you've got ACO, both the technical folks and the commercial and leadership folks, and everybody sitting there saying, we've got to do this. The manufacturers are asking for it. Certainly your listeners on IMSA Radio and Radio Le Mans are asking for it. The car makers, the manufacturers are begging for this to showcase their product and their brand all over the world.
Battle for the lead in GT Le Mans. We've got John Doonan, president of IMSA, with us, heading down to the heavy braking zone at the West Horseshoe. I really wish we had a commentator come in here, because John Doonan's getting just as excited as we are. Side by side, almost a touch for the lead of GT Le Mans as they go through to turn 6 and back onto the speedway, and the leader Jeremy Shaw is in the pit lane as well.
Indeed, so number 10 car goes through to lead, then Scott Dixon, number 77 car, peels into pit lane, and this is fairly soon after the caution period. And again, I'm just curious as to why that car did not pit with everybody else under that caution period. I mean, it stopped the 85 car getting back on the lead lap, but I can't think of any other benefits to not coming in with everybody else. But it's now off strategy, which is fine. I mean, it's way early in the race, as we know. 15 hours, 42 minutes to go. So this is not a problem by any means whatsoever. But it does put number 10 car back in the lead of the race, and that's Scott Dixon. Who's going to say thank you very much.
Hello to Dion von Molker, who's tuned in. Great comments on Twitter from Dion. If you're not following him, you really should be. Ray Wenzel Jr. is on the roof right now, getting ready for his overnight stint as well. All part of the community of endurance motor racing that is absolutely loving this Rolex 24 Daytona with all the green flag racing. So the 9:12 lead again in GT Le Mans.
Now, what happened to Montour on that last lap? Because all of a sudden he lost a couple of positions. Harry Tincknell had overtaken the number 31 car on the previous lap. He's now got past Montour as well. Montour on that lap lost 10 seconds and 2 positions.
Right. Jeremy, the 77, just out the pits, just to underline how difficult it is on cold tyres, is being passed by GT Le Mans cars on the way out. Jamie has been to the Mazda Yost racing pitch. There's blocking going on all over the place by the 77 driver with his Tristan Nunes, because he doesn't want to let those GT Le Mans cars around, and that's causing a blockage behind him, and they're having a fantastic scrap as well. Jamie, why did that car come into the pit lane?
Well, it needed to come in for the pit lane now. The reason that it did not come in, to answer the question Jeremy was asking under the full course caution with everybody else, was because they need to double stint tires at some point. Just like everybody else, they feel like they may not have enough to get them all the way to the checkered flag with single stints. What they now know after doing that long run is that they can double stint the tires. It was only about a stint and a half because of the yellow flag time, but the tires that came off of it look great. They didn't have any issues with tire degradation, so they feel confident to get through the night and double stint those tires.
Okay, so they did change tires this time, right, Jamie?
Correct.
Right, because I'd asked last time whether they did, and I was told yes they did, but
No,
clearly they didn't.
John Doonan was all over that like a $30 suit.
Yeah. No, I'd asked that question, and I got the wrong answer. Okay, we've got the right one now. Great. That explains it.
John Doonan, president of IMSA, well, you need to come here more often, mate. That means you can be our 4th commentator, and that means I can take another bit of time out. He was all over that.
Well, there's part of me that really misses being on the pit box, and maybe I'll just go.
Really?
During the night, if any of the strategists get tired, maybe I'll go down and just go from box to box. But
well, that's what I thought it was. That's why I asked the question.
Yes, absolutely.
Exactly.
GT Le Mans then, it's the BMW number 24 of Augusto Farfus back in the lead. Then the Porsche in 2nd place and in 3rd position. That looks like the Chevy's got through into 3rd. Yes, it is. It's the number 4 car that's got... no, hang on a second. Yes, that... Oh, is that the Chevy that was delayed from earlier on? No, 4 and 3 both there. Okay, that's proper positions. John, before we actually just stay here. Nobody will find you. Nobody knows where you are right now. Okay, that's absolutely. He's taking pictures now because he's enjoying the view. Nobody can get to us because you don't have the right sticker. You can't get up here. So John's safe up here at the moment. The serious question here, Mr. Doonan.
The camera, John.
I know he will with you and I on it, Jeremy. The serious question here, John, in terms of the IMSA competition is, right, LMDH, that is the new formula, if you will, for a car that will be effectively allowed to race in both series. We've got Hypercar as well, which is ACO driven, but that is also going to be eligible for IMSA competition. So potentially we could see a Toyota or an Aston Martin or a Glickenhaus here at the Daytona 24 come 2022.
It's all about the BOP, and obviously someone said they didn't know I was capable of cracking a joke, but we joked about that yesterday.
You scared me, I tell you.
Essentially, it really comes down to BOP, and our IMSA technical committee led by Simon Hodgson and Jeff Carter and Terry Bouvet on the ACO side. I've been working tirelessly over the years to get things right in many of the categories, and this is certainly the next project up. And it's going to take a ton of effort in a very short period of time to get it right. So we're not sure if you'll see hypercars here in IMSA just yet. We're studying every aspect of it. And clearly the key to Friday was convergence, and we're thrilled that we're finally here.
John, if I can ask you to take a step back, maybe a year, to your previous position working for an OEM, an original equipment manufacturer. One of the things that's been problematical in endurance racing is that we have a global world championship, the WEC, and then we have regional championships like the ELMS, the Asian Le Mans Series, the IMSA Series here. And the issue has been finding the funding to break out of the regional series from national or regional manufacturer groups to be able to amortize the investment, sometimes considerable investment, and justify a global program. What it seems to me that we've done here is we've negated the essential nature of that and allowed manufacturers, whether it's a company as big as Toyota or as small as Mazda, who you used to work for, they tend to decentralize their motorsport programs anyway and leave it up to the local areas. What we've got here is a potential for a US arm of a manufacturer to say, you know what, that's the kind of investment that we can sign off here and build a car that we can race in IMSA, but then we can still take to Le Mans or to Fuji or to whatever of the other international races are out there that suits our marketing.
You're absolutely correct. And we certainly, Mr. France has a great saying, the manufacturers will speak, and that's what's really happened here. We continue to have a fantastic relationship with 17 different manufacturers here in IMSA, and we're constantly working with them, trying to understand their product cycle plan, their powertrain cycle plan, and make sure that the platforms and the regulations that we're putting forth to have them showcase their brands on the racetrack align. And you're 100% correct. A brand can decide that IMSA, the North American market, is the most critical to their business, and then all of a sudden you add the opportunity to race on a global scale. Look at that facility.
We're watching an overhead shot at the moment from the helicopter to a packed infield, to 38 cars racing around the road circuit here. 38 cars, John. I do want to tackle that because people would think I was giving you an easy time if I didn't. Yeah. It's not what you want. I know it's not what you want. The depth of the field and the quality of the field is great, but 38 cars is not what you want. It's not what IMSA want, and you're already working to improve that for this great race.
Yeah, I think, and not to keep hammering on Friday, but Friday is an announcement about what is to come. You're 100% correct. We'd love to have the same field size we had last year. By the same token, what this 38 car field represents is essentially what you're going to see throughout the 2020 IMSA WeatherTech Championship.
That's a good point.
And so we're going to be up in entries for the regular season. Clearly here at Daytona, we'd love to see a few more. Obviously, the Ford program came to an end after awesome results for them. We lost a few DPs in the process of the off season.
But you gained some LMP2s,
and that was right. You're darn right.
As a result of listening to the teams, they asked you for a change in philosophy to LMP2. They said if you do this, they'll come. You changed, and to their credit, they came.
They did, and again, it's frankly all about communication, and it's really gives me a little bit of energy, and certainly our staff energy on the IMSA side, to know that what we're seeing right now is essentially the quality of field we're going to see throughout the 2020 campaign as we visit all the key markets. And not that this one's far from over, but can you imagine what it's going to be like at Super Sebring, and the announcement about the regulations, and then 2 outstanding races. Another idea of convergence when everybody's at the same facility at the same time. But can't thank you and Jeremy and the entire staff, Shay down at pit lane, and all the folks that help us get the word out, and this great coverage and this great racing, your listeners around the world. And of course, the boss.
The responsible adult,
yes,
without whom none of us would be here.
Yeah, and I saw you there in hospitality, and I thought there's a race. There's a race going on. Shouldn't you be in the booth calling this thing? And she said, I give him a break every once in a while.
So. But that's down to you. Talk about teamwork, and you talk about the team. And one of the great things we have here at IMSA Radio and Radio Show Limited is we have a group of enthusiasts, and I use that word advisedly. And when I look at your team that you now are have taken charge of and you have to look after. Down through the years, you've had the relationship with them from a different side of the fence. But you know and I know they're all absolute enthusiasts. Here's a little look down the back straight with the leader putting another lap on the delayed Acura number 7 as they come through the tri-oval over the top into turn 1. No, can't do it at the moment. Oh, a lot of brake bias to the front of that number 10 Acura. Quite a lot of the other cars are lighting up all of their rotors. John, you can't do motor racing, whether it's down there in the paddock, in the pit lane, without it being teamwork. Of course, in endurance racing, we see 3, 4, 5 drivers, and we see people changing tyres. It's a very obvious representation of that, but you can't do motor racing as a series without a team, in the same way we can't do broadcasting without Curry and Rob and Tim and Keith D'Alessandro and our colleagues at NASCAR Productions as well. Without any of those components, the thing doesn't work.
No, and I saw all these years showing up as a participant. You come to the racetrack and everything's all set up. The registration is done. The paddock
Cindy
is set.
Robinson, thank
Absolutely.
you. Thank
Angela
you for your
Hall,
team. Yeah.
Absolutely. You come into the paddock and Mike Simons and Simon's team, Simon Hodgson's team has everything. Johnny Knott has got the pit lane set up. Jeff Smallwood and his team over in the Pilot Challenge, Ed Hall, they got it all done. And when you show up and it's all done, you don't necessarily remember the people and the process it took. And that's what I've noticed. Amazing group of people. I'm very fortunate.
I heard a story about you at the Raw where you turned up to see Johnny Knotts, who is the guru of pit lane and who organises the paddock, and that you turned up in the very first days of your presidency in your very, very smart pressed grey IMSA shirt and started talking to Johnny and expressed an interest in getting involved, and Johnny said, take the shirt off, here's a t-shirt, start parking trucks. Is that true? I heard you were telling people that you were Johnny Knotts' intern. Is this right?
Yes, it is right. I am Johnny's intern, and if I could just get him to show up to work on time, I could actually get some work done. But long story short, I did believe that just like anyone running an organization, I'm never going to ask anybody to do something I wouldn't do myself, and also want to understand the process. I want to understand what the challenges are for those working down in the trenches, if you will, and then you know, when we look to the summer and some of the events where the temps get pretty high and they're out there doing their thing, I want to make sure I fully understand the people and the process that is going on, and do what I can to continue to improve what we're doing, and ultimately, again, make the absolute best experience for our fans. And we're going to continue to focus on that, and can't thank everybody enough who's listening, and also for those who've come to the track here. And hard to believe we still have 15 and a half hours to go.
Yeah, don't keep mentioning that, John. It's all right. We're still working. One final question. It'd be remiss of me if I didn't ask this. I think I know what the answer's going to be. But as we look forward towards 2022 and this historic coming together and convergence, it'll be September 2021 for WEC, because that's when they'll start that season. It'll be here in 2022 when we see the fruits of all this hard work. What do you expect to see? Manufacturers have already spoken to me and expressed a lot of interest. There's a ways to go between them saying, oh, we like the idea, and turning up with a couple of or 3 motor cars. But from the initial kind of contacts that you've had with your colleagues in the trade, as it were, what do you think we're going to see here in 2022?
Well, fortunately, the same message you heard is exactly what we've heard. Nothing but positives relative to the idea of convergence. So that's quite positive. I think none of us can speak on behalf of the manufacturers, but given the interest, given the excitement, given the conversations that we've had from after Petit Le Mans, at Petit Le Mans, leading into the auto show season, Los Angeles Auto Show, and several technical working group meetings and that type of thing. I think the fans of IMSA, Endurance Sports Car Racing, the WeatherTech Championship, fans of what Pierre and Gerard and the team do at Le Mans, they're in for a real treat. And I think we can only all hope that this does come together as we had thought relative to participation. And, you know, people talk about some smaller grids for this running of the Rolex 24, but strap in. I think we're in for a real treat.
And on a personal note, I know you always wanted to go to Le Mans with your previous manufacturer. At least you personally get to come to Le Mans this year. Will you join us in the booth at some stage?
I would love to. And once again, I can't thank your loyal listeners enough. You guys do an amazing job. I've always told you, Jeremy, and the staff that, and just keep up the great work.
John Doonan, new president of IMSA. What an opening he's had to his presidency. Welcome in our booth all the time. We've always had the access to the president of IMSA, and that's not going to change with President Doonan here. You know, in the past, we've had the hashtag for Scott Atherton. We'll continue that. It now becomes hashtag Ask Doonan, and he'll be popping up, I am sure. Positivity, Jeremy, but in a sensible and pragmatic way from a man. Has he gone up the sprint? No, he's left, right? Okay, I don't want to necessarily make you hear this, but I'm sure he will. From a man who's been on both sides of the fences here, he knows what it's like to be a manufacturer, and now, I'll not say poacher turned gamekeeper because it's not quite that way around, but he knows what's required, and pragmatic excitement from a fan, from a former manufacturer representative, and now from the man at the top of the sport in the US.
Yeah, absolutely right. I mean, you know, he's no question he's the right guy to lead this championship, this series, this sanctioning body. And you know, it's a remarkable time for American motorsports with John Doonan taking over here, with Roger Penske taking over in Indianapolis as well. I mean, goodness gracious me, you couldn't ask for two better guys. A couple of quick notes here. We just saw a pit stop for number 81. That's the new leader in LMP2. The previous 3 laps, he'd set a new fastest lap of the race each time around. Down the pit lane.
The number 10 is in, the Konica Minolta Cadillac Blue drinks bottle for Scott Dixon, but he is not done yet. Staying aboard for another stint. There is some tire change going on here. Let's see. Lightly new tires, so maybe scrubbed in for 1 lap or 2. There's a little bit of dirt on the sheen. They are still fairly fresh. And Scott disappears. There was a little bit of confusion just before that stop when they were trying to decide whether or not to put Ryan Briscoe in the car. He took his headset off, gestured like he was going to get off the box and get ready, and then someone said, nope, Scott's okay. He's going again.
And Jamie Howe is at the other end of pit lane.
That was the number 6 Acura from Team Penske. You may have heard fire behind me. Dane Cameron now behind the wheel. It was uneventful. It was 4 new tires and fuel, and he was back out.
The sound of motor racing at night. Thank you very much indeed to Jamie and to Shea. 15 hours, 24 minutes still to go.
Significant pit stops there. The car number 10, Scott Dixon, 25 laps that stint. We've seen the Acuras regularly doing about 21. The Mazdas doing 21, 22. 25 for number 10 car. Well, really interesting.
Scott Dixon, as you know from IndyCar, he makes fuel. I don't know whether he sticks it in the pockets of his race suit, whether he... I have no clue whether he fills his drinks bottle with it, but he just makes fuel.
Yeah, I mean, Renko van der Zande did the first 24-lap stint just before he got out of the car. Then Dixie got in it and did... he's just carried on that good work. I mean, it's a remarkable talent. And here come the other 2 leaders now, number 31 and number 5 car on the pit lane as well.
2 full-course yellows for 40 minutes or 12 laps, if you will. Projecting at the moment 831 laps as we're about to trip over onto lap 300 here. Let's take some more pit stop news from down in the pit lane. We'll start with Jamie Howe.
Number 4 Corvette, the beautiful new C8R on pit road now. Marcel Fassler getting installed in the car. Sometimes we see drivers help their co-drivers get their belts and get situated Corvette Racing chooses to use a driver assist, an extra crew member whose job is just to make sure that those belts are tightened and the net is up, everything is plugged in properly. They are going to take 4 new Michelins, which you would expect anytime you do a driver change. Pit lane getting busy is the number 8 Tower Star Wars Racing LMP pit car also in. It's a 39-second stop, and Fassler is out.
Little bit of former teammate action leaving the pit lane as the 31 Whelen Cadillac gets out ahead of the number 5 Mustang Sampling. They both used to be run by Action Express, but now the Mustang Sampling car being run by JDC. They were battling for the lead as they came in.
Yeah, and they went out in the same order they came in, just.
But the number 55 again, goes through.
The number 31 car, that was there was a 24 lap stint, but that included a couple of laps of yellow as well. Well, so did number 10 car, fine. So that's why it was able to do 25, because it had pitted right before the caution period.
Harry Tinknell just getting by there, the Sebastian Bourdais car as it came out of pit lane. And Jamie just telling me the same problem as earlier with the Tower by Starworks car, more water added to that. Let's find out what happened in that pit stop sequence from Shea Adams' end of the pit lane.
I had the number 38 Performance Tech Orica, the one that caused the last caution, came in very uneventful stop, but it nearly messed up the pit stop for the 88 WRT Speedstar Audi. As Daniel Morad being reinstalled, Rolf Eischen gets out, slightly missed his marks, and it just threw the pit stop off ever so slightly. Just waiting on fuel now, but that miss of the marks cost them 3 seconds. According to the pit stop timer, as the fueler tripped over a tire, but he managed to catch himself on the wall, so they got back out, but that was very nearly 2 pit boxes adjacent to one another, costing each other a little bit of time.
Thank you very much indeed. Carsars Photography has just tweeted at IMSA Radio, hashtag IMSA Radio D24. He said, I'm just tuning in and heard about Kamui Kobayashi's speeding penalty. How is speeding measured in the pit lane and what made him go over? Is it an average from in to out or an absolute? It's a series of loops in the pit lane. Kamui actually was a bit unlucky because the car sort of stalled, and in catching it, he shifted from first, where the pit lane speed limiter was engaged, into second, which I believe cancelled the pit lane speed limit. He was 3 clicks over, so he got a drive-through. But there are a series of loops down the pit lane, as well as IMSA staff with speed guns, but it's mainly done, Jeremy, on the timing loops.
So absolute is the answer you were looking for there, because it's not the average.
Into out. No.
So GTLM pit stops now as well. Number 9 12 car in, out of the lead.
912 getting a full set of new Michelin tyres. Door is open, and there's a driver change as well for Porsche 912 as Earl Bamber gets out. He's one of the 22 drivers who'll be heading to Bathurst for the 12 hours next weekend, and we'll have that for you on our sister channels of the Radio Show Limited network of sound and vision. Shit, Adam, I've just been talking about speed guns there. That's not the only type of guns on pit lane. I can think of wheel guns. Anything else?
Well, yes, heat detecting guns have been seen on pit lane this evening. As you know, in IMSA competition, tire warming not allowed. There are officials going up and down and checking tire temperatures just from afar to make sure that nobody is running any sort of extra heating system that perhaps would give them an advantage that they shouldn't have. When the sun is out and you leave your tires up on the pit wall, that's one thing. When the moon is out and your tires are all of a sudden 10 degrees warmer, that's something completely different.
That's very interesting. Coming in the pit lane, Earl Bamber barely kept it on the pit lane itself. Really late braking before the pylon and just got the car a little bit sideways. But that's all right. I think he's going to get away with that. It's Mathieu Jaminet who's taken over the 912. And the number 911 is on its way into the pit lane. I see the white headlights down there, and BMW number 24 as well. Let's take the 911 pit stop with Jamie.
similar to the 9-12 pit stop, it will be fuel and tires as well as a driver change. So Maciejewski getting out of the car, and Matt Campbell now climbing behind the wheel. If you remember when we talked to him out on the grid in the Michelin Countdown to Green, he said this was a tremendous opportunity for him to come up to the factory driver ranks, be behind the wheel of one of these cars for the season. He could not wait for this opportunity, and now he gets to drive at night, Shay.
Fuel and shiny Michelin's going on to the number 24 BMW. No driver change, so Augusto Farfus staying behind the wheel. He knows what it's like to win a Rolex because he did it last year. And then he also came down to Bathurst, and I believe he's one of our 22. Also making the drive, pulls out of the pit lane nice and clean, and well ahead of the Porsche.
Just poetry in motion, isn't it, when these guys do their work down on pit lane? And remember, they've already been working for more hours than most standard motor races have for the whole of their meeting, and we've still got 15 and a quarter hours to go. You're listening to IMSA Radio, RS2, across the USA and around the world. We've got Sirius 216 and XM 202. Thanks for their airwaves this weekend, and that will continue again through the 2020 season. If you're out and about in the US and you want to listen on race day to WeatherTech Sports Car Championship, we'll have coverage on Sirius XM across the season. 107.9 here at the track, as well as our sound and vision, or audio and visual, via imsa.tv and the player at radio-show.co.uk as well. Plenty of ways to watch and listen. We're live from trackside here. Jeremy Shaw watching the action here and keeping an eye on the famous, or perhaps I should say infamous, Shaw lap charts here. He's gone through half a rainforest of paper already, and in fact we're just over a third of the way through this race. What's catching your eyes at the moment, Jeremy?
No, just it's just a sort of a nothing decisive happening right now, but just interesting to see kind of the ebbs and flows. No one's pushing terribly hard at the moment, but having said that, you know, they're all lapping within a second or a second and a half of their car's ultimate capability. We saw just before this latest round of pit stops in LMP2, 3 consecutive laps in a row where Ben Henley, in car number 81, Ben Henley set the fastest lap of the race. He brought it down by 0.3 and 0.2 and 0.1, and so he has extended his lead now over number 52 by just it's just 7.2 seconds between the number 81 and 52, Dragon Speed USA and the PR1 Masters Motorsports team. So fantastic battle going on there. Number 18 car, number 8 car's lost a bit of time. It lost some time a couple of laps ago. Is it still in the pits?
Well, Jeremy, I've just had Jamie saying I've got some news on the Starworks, on the Tower by Starworks car. Jamie, what's the news?
An unfortunate development as that Tower by Starworks team just pushed the number 8 machine backwards down pit lane and into the garage area. Their last 2 pit stops, they've had to remove all of the rear bodywork off of that car just to get to the water reservoir for the engine. I watched them pour nearly an entire gallon into it just to stop and go. I asked them why it was empty. They said the cap had fallen off. They thought they had a new cap installed where it would stay. Did not seem to be the case. So they're taking it back to the garage. They get more hands and more tools and execute a change.
Oh, that's a horrible one. Absolutely horrible. Lexus number 14, once again being weaving left and right up on the banking. That's just come out of the pits for Jack Hawksworth. We saw the 912 in the pit lane a little while ago, and Mathieu Jaminet took that out. That means Shea Adam can talk to driver. Oh, sorry, that must have been Jamie who said she can talk to Earl Bamber. Sorry, ladies.
That's okay. It's getting late, John. So Earl Bamber was just about to go back and get some dinner and some rest, I assume. How was that set for you behind the wheel of the 912, 911?
Can only just hear you because our cars are going by. To be honest, it's quite good. Cars handling well. We've got good performance. It's getting colder, so that's changing. BMW's putting up a tough fight. They're quick on the straight, and they've got a bit better outlet performance, so we've got a better stint. But then when they come to the pit stop, they gain a bit back. So it's a bit of cat and mouse. But to be honest, it's great racing at the moment. It's what you'd expect from GTLM for a 24-hour race.
I wish you guys could see the smile on his face right now. You can tell you're having a great time out there. You mentioned the temperature's going down. One of the overwhelming messages on the radios right now is you're on cold tires. You're on cold tires. As a driver, what does that mean to you when you leave pit lane?
Well, I think I remember the first ever time I came here in 14, I got reminded very well of that small little kink when you leave pit lane, not to hit that wall. And I've seen people hit that wall in front of me, so obviously when you're on a cold tire, it's going to get to about 5 degrees tonight, and that's where you've got to be careful. And then obviously turn 3, and then after that it's not too bad, but it is really, really treacherous and tricky coming from a hot tire from the previous stint, so it definitely makes the night challenging. It's where you can win and lose the race ultimately, so we're just trying to survive until the morning.
Survive until the morning. And for anybody around, he said 5 degrees, that's Celsius. Everybody in Florida, don't panic. It's not going to be below.
Snow, don't worry, everyone.
Jamie, I am freezing, so there is something to what Earl said. It was just our first GTD pit stop as the leader came in. That was Madison Snow in the Palmer Racing Lamborghini, 4 brand new tires for Madison as he goes out, and all of a sudden all the other GTD teams jump up on the wall. So the Pfaff Porsche, which was in second and now has inherited the lead, Zachary Robichon out there on track. He will be coming in soon and getting 4, those look like they've been scraped before Michelin tires, as if perhaps they've seen a small stint and then somebody's gone through with the heat gun to just take off all the ugly little bits of rubber on the outside. And we will also be getting the Riley Mercedes in, but they don't have any. Oh, there we go. They just brought sticker tires out onto the wall. So Gar Robinson will be getting new tires, and hopefully he'll be getting out of the car because he's been in there for a long time.
Thank you, ladies. Excellent stuff down there in the pit lane. Corvette number 3 now in to the pit lane. Jeremy?
Out of the lead of the last car to make it stop under this sequence.
And that was brought in by Antonio Garcia, who seems to be have been at the wheel ever since the start of the race, as far as I've been concerned. It's just one of those things where you look at the screen and it's Tonio's name behind it. He has stayed in the car, though. I think he got a new drinks bottle there. Excellent work by the Corvette racing team. There's some work going on in the passenger side, the right-hand side, but it's not holding them up because the fuel's still going in. It was I think that's probably a data stick at this time of the race. That's a perfectly executed pit stop by the new mid-engined Corvette, still normally aspirated V8, of course, but that was a driver change, and it's Jordan Taylor now behind the wheel of the number 3. Thanks to Jamie Howe, now leaving the pit lane as we cycle through our own teams as well. 9 minutes, 15 hours and 9 minutes still to go at IMSA Radio, hashtag IMSA Radio D24. It's Jeremy Shaw and John Hindhaugh up in the booth overlooking this exquisite vista at this time of the evening. Eastern just on 10:30 in the evening. Meantime, the leading 77 Mazda of Tristan Nunez has just about 5 seconds on the field with Scott Dixon. Yes, that's Scott Dixon, the Kiwi, the IndyCar star, is in second place. Into the pit lane, the Pfaff Porsche, not now leading. Oh, it was leading when it came in GTD.
Yeah.
Ahead of the Acura. Matt McMurray will go through and take the lead in the Acura.
It had been involved, the number 48, number 9 had been circulating at the front of the field in GTD for a long, long time. The 48 car came in a couple of laps ago. So once again, as we saw earlier in this race, the number 9 car, the last of the leaders to make its regular pit stops.
I love the way that all the teams, if they have time, because fuel's still going in, they use it. I'll find something to do. I'll clean the windscreen. I'll clean the radiator duct. I'm going to do something because the car's not going to move until the full amount of VP fuel has gone in to the car. The plaid Porsche then on the pit lane speed limit. The winking car, because it's only got the one headlight on at the moment until it comes off the pit lane speed limit. Oh, drifts out perilously close to the pit wall. Ross Gunn was the man who hit that earlier on, and that caused the retirement of the 98 Aston Martin. You heard Earl Bamber talking to Jamie earlier on about how easy that is to do. No tyre warmers allowed in IMSA competition. Oh, that Pfaff Porsche looks a real handful. Massive sideways movement for the number 9 as Zachary Robichon is fighting that car. It doesn't want to turn. It doesn't want to put the power down. Understeer in, oversteer out, or push and loose. Well, at all stages of the corner, to be quite honest there, and Zachary did a really good job to keep that car pointing in the right direction. He's Canadian, he's used to driving in snow. That's what it would have felt like. In fact, worse than snow. Snow, you get grip. Snow is progressive. It's like driving on ice, where you have no idea if you're going to get any grip. That's what cold, slick tyres are. And that's not anything to do with Michelin, that's to do with the fact that you're not allowed to preheat these tyres. It's going to take about a lap or a lap and a half, so that's somewhere between 4.5 and 5 miles, and it's 3.5 miles round the circuit here before they get up to temperature and to pressure. The key thing about that is if they're not up to pressure, then the sidewalls aren't going to be the right height, the car's not going to feel right in terms of its suspension setup, and it's very vulnerable to sidewall punctures if you start riding the curbs as well. That's why your race engineer is saying new tyres, stay off the curb until those pressures come up, and the pressures only come up when you get temperature into them as we go later into the evening, as it gets a little bit colder and ambient and colder on the track as well. It will take longer for that to happen. Remember, earlier on we had an air temperature of 20 degrees Celsius and a track temperature of around about 25. We're now down to 13 in the air and 14 degrees Celsius on the track. Humidity, however, has gone up to about 58%, so it's getting pretty sticky out there, and that actually won't help the engines in terms of how much power. They like cooler air, but they don't like humid air. Cool, dry air, that's great. It's fat, it's full of oxygen, but a little bit of dampness in there, not so good for the engines making power. Fabulous sights and sounds all around the Daytona International Speedway, the world centre of speed. The big wheel is illuminated. Jeremy's happy. Everyone's having fun tonight. It's been a great race so far, Jeremy. Just two full course yellows for 12 laps, around about 40 minutes. And at the moment, we're still projecting a lap record distance of, well, it would be 8:08 was the lap record, the lap distance record. 8:32 predicting at the moment.
Yes, it's been a torrid pace at the front of the field, and we have just seen our 38th lead change by reckoning. Scott Dixon goes back to the front with number 77 car coming onto pit lane right on schedule. 22 laps that stint for Tristan Nunez. So both of the Acuras and the Mazdas seem to be doing 21, 22 laps. The Cadillacs are capable of doing 23 or even 24 on a full stint of fuel. So that's super interesting as this race continues. I mean, every now and again we'll see blue sector times or even purple sector times, which are best laps for that particular car. We just seen one for Harry Tinknell running in third place in car number 55. There's another one for the second place Orica of Simon Trummer, second place in LMP2. We saw a fastest lap for the 24 BMW just a few laps ago at a 43.3. You know, the pace is really tight. Just looking at all of the GTLM cars, their fastest laps are all within maybe 0.4 of a second, I guess. It was the number 4 car away from the fastest lap of the race. It's super tight. And there's a new purple fastest lap of the race by Scott Dixon, our race leader. 135.216 for Scott Dixon.
He drives Indy cars, he drives GT cars, he drives prototypes. I reckon he'd be quick with a shopping trolley round the local Publix. Scott Dixon is a competitor, the New Zealander, the Kiwi. He is loving this. Had a chat with him at the fan forum at One Daytona on Wednesday. He turned out, as did 6 other drivers, in the bitter cold. Great turnout. Oh, spin for the Black Swan Porsche at the Western Horseshoe. At the International Horseshoe. That's its outlap for that car. So that's cold tyres as well. Pierre Paneguer is saying it seems like the cold tyre situation is a lot worse than past years. Been watching this race for a couple of decades, and a lot of people running dangerously close to the pit wall. It is a new tyre from a new compound of tyre from Michelin this year. And remember, it is only the GT Le Mans cars who have a choice of compounds for the slick tyres. The DPIs and the LMP2s are running the IMSA medium compound, I believe, and the medium compound, 38 sets each from Free Practice 1. GTD are running the customer Michelin tyre, the S8M. So people just getting up to speed and pace perhaps with them, particularly in these colder conditions. Much hotter during the day than we expected, but with a clear sky here at Daytona. The temperatures are going to drop. It's going to be chilly tonight. If you're here listening on 107.9 at the track, make sure you're wrapped up this evening, because I think it's going to get pretty cold out there. Heading down to complete another racing hour here, Jeremy. Another cracking hour of racing we've seen. The 912 Porsche, Mathieu Jaminet still leading in GT Le Mans, heading down underneath us to turn 1. 54 Black Swan. What a story that is if you're just joining us. Black Swan's car written off, could not compete after heavy contact with the front end of the car and the pit side wall after it was basically lost control coming through the transition.
Yeah, I mean, it was really tricky conditions on, was it Thursday morning, wasn't it? And coming off the banking there, it just caught Trenton Estep just unawares. The car swapped ends on him before he even knew it. Hit the wall pretty hard. He had a massive amount of work. That team worked an all-nighter to get that car back in. Here's a replay of the incident, actually.
Oh, wow, first time I've seen that.
Yes, me too.
Thank you, guys at Charlotte. Keith, mega stuff listening to us there. It was a really odd accident. Trenton put his hands up to it, just lost the car.
On board as well.
And fabulous work by the replay team to find that out. The cars were on wet weather Michelin tyres at the time. Now that car could not.
The track was there.
Yeah, the car could not be repaired. So that was game over for those guys until Wright Motorsport stepped in. They had a spare car with them. Now the regulations state that you can't just put your numbers on the spare car. So what had to happen was the Wright Motorsport car had to be stripped down, and the internals of the 54 car, particularly the suspension components, the engine and the gearbox, had to be transferred across. That's what they worked on doing. And the car looks like it rolled out of the truck. It was an extra. I didn't even expect them, Jeremy, to get the decals on, but it's absolutely brilliant.
Remarkable, yeah. I mean, they were literally all night changing the transmission over onto the new car, getting everything the way they wanted it to be, and it looks like the other car did on Thursday morning.
Brilliant stuff. Very heavy contact, and thank you to the tape apes up at Charlotte, and I say that with much love, as you will know. You're listening to IMSA Radio across the US and around the world. Sirius 216, XM 202, 107.9 FM across the track, and IMSA.tv, as well as the player at radio-show.co.uk. We're live from trackside at Daytona International Speedway, and the next hour of racing starts right now. It's Jeremy Shaw and John Hindhoff in the booth. Di Binks and Joe Bradley joining us in the pit lane in a wee while. Bradley is in fact in the pit lane. Let's head down to Diana Binks And to Colin Brown, one of the fastest drivers in IMSA. Great to see him back in competition. We thought we might lose him from competition this year, Diana. And what I want to know from Colin is this a one-off, or we're going to see him all season?
Colin, I'm not sure if you heard that on the tannoys here. John's just asking me, is this a one-off drive, or will you be here all season with Dragon Speed?
Yeah, so far it's going really well. You know, these guys have done a great job, and we haven't really had too many issues. We had that flat tire, obviously, when I was in the car, just had a puncture, I guess, ran something over. So that was a bit of a bummer, but we bounced back. I think we're leading at the moment, so it's all going along to plan. These guys, obviously, a lot of experience in Europe and won this race last year as well here, so they know how to do it.
I mean, obviously you're with Core Autosport for a number of years, so you've come into a new team. How have you adjusted?
Yeah, it's been a lot of fun, you know. For me, I have experience in this car, and so that helps. Obviously, this team has experience with the car, so, you know, it's sort of easy transition to a team that, you know, really knows what they're doing and has a really good setup from the start. So I feel like I can, you know, add a few things here and there, but for the most part, these guys are really dialed in.
At this point in the race, obviously conditions are much, much colder than we sort of expected it to be, really. How's that changing everything?
Yeah, it's tough, you know, for us with no tire warmers here. Obviously, these tires take a little bit to get up to temperature. So we've been looking at trying to double stint tires more, trying to do the math on, you know, a double stint tire fall off versus what it takes to warm up the tires when you do a single stint. So just sort of playing through those options, looking at some of our driver rotations, you know, try not to put guys in on cold tires after they haven't been in the car, sort of things like that that just go to help, you know, the overall performance of our effort.
And are we going to see you here for the full season?
No, so I'm just here for Daytona, unfortunately. So it's going to be Ben Handley and Hendrik Hedman for the season in this car, and then unfortunately that means that at the long races they need a silver driver, and that's unfortunately not rated for me. So I'll have to go somewhere else for the rest.
Well, they need you here, that's for sure.
Thanks, guys.
Yeah, great stuff. Colin, one of the most competitive drivers and the quickest drivers of any here in IMSA, and we hope that he gets a drive. And as you heard there, stout personality as well. Joe Bradley has joined us in the pit lane. Evening, Joseph. Have you been well looked after down at Marion's?
Oh, absolutely. I always do a little jig when I'm told that Marion's doing the catering for us and we're being looked after by her and her staff. It is fabulous, and it's these long distance races, the 24-hour races, where you can just wander into Marion's at any time of the day or night, and there is just something for you there, just something to make you feel all warm inside.
Brothers, this is again one of these what you and I would call an old school endurance race. Very few cautions. We're running at a ridiculous pace. You and I remember when 24-hour races you ran to look after the car, so you're running 60, 70, 75% tops until maybe the last 2 or 3 hours. Here the reliability of the cars nowadays, it's a 24-hour sprint race, and with no yellow flag periods or few yellow flag periods to break it up, we've got a proper race going on here.
Yeah, absolutely, and I had a feeling we were going to see few yellow flags because with the smaller field gives everybody time to make that move and not have to make that hasty move because the track isn't as crowded. And I forget who we were talking to earlier, but they said, you know, we're just sticking with that program and going round and round and we're not being drawn into anything. But the point is that if the car in front of you is edging away, you're going to have to up your pace, and everybody's doing that. And what then happens is everybody's running pretty much 10-10s flat out for 24 hours, and that's we've been like this for a few years now. Attrition comes as a surprise, doesn't it? And it's more than likely incident that's going to put you out rather than mechanical fault. These cars are so well prepared, and the technology on them, the engineering, just fabulous, and it makes for fantastic racing. And I think this race in particular, it's kind of like a basketball game where everything comes alive in the last quarter. Well, everything's going to come alive tomorrow in the last 3 or 4 hours, I think.
Well, it's not exactly been sort of breathing with difficulty in the first few hours of the race, to be honest, Jeremy Shaw. It's all looking pretty good at the moment. We've had great competition plenty of lead changes, only 2 full course cautions for 40 minutes and 3 seconds, or 12 laps if you prefer, and all of the classes pretty closely contended at the moment. Just 12 seconds between first and second overall. LMP2, 10 seconds between first and second. A little bit more than that between the 912 and the BMW number 24 in... no, actually, a bit less than that, Jeremy, actually.
A lot less than that. A second and a half between those two, number 9, 12 and 24. In fact, you know, all of the GTLM cars are within 20 seconds of each other, which is, except for the 25 car, which has had problems early on, obviously. But the only 2 cars out of the race...
I think that was an oil leak on that car, by the way. I don't know if we reported that. I did hear that earlier on, and I wrote it down somewhere, and then I lost the piece of paper.
We've just 2 cars out of the race, the 2 Aston Martins. Unfortunately, both of them succumbing to different incidents out on the racetrack, but it's a fantastic pace that's been running. There's another blue fastest lap for a particular car. That's a 3rd place car in GTD. Daniel Morad in car number 88. Number 9 car leapfrogged to number 48 during that last round of pit stops a little while ago. Zachary Robichon now leads from Madison Snow by, well, a massive 1.8 seconds. Daniel Morad's charging on behind, about 6 seconds back. Frankie Montecalvo just a couple of seconds behind him. Jeff Westphal in the Ferrari is only a second behind the Lexus. I mean, it's just fantastic battles all the way through this field. And out at the front, as we see number 74, Ben Keating, who's what a job he's been doing.
The only thing he hasn't done is been up here, commentated, or in fact waved the flag on the start line, because he's done everything. In fact, I think he's going to take a stint in the pace car later on, driving 2 cars in 2 classes, Jeremy. Now that is old school here, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, it's a regular for Ben. He's done it 4 or 5 times now already, he's the plan was. The original plan was he was going to do a double stint to start the race in the LMP2 car, and then until 2 o'clock in the morning his focus was going to be entirely on the GTD car, the number 74 car, to get his minimum drive time in that car, which is 4.5 hours out of that, whatever it is, 10 hours or whatever it was. Then after that he would focus back in again on the LMP2. However, he was having so much fun at the beginning of the race, he did a triple stint.
Yeah, he forgot to get out.
So it's just fantastic, absolutely superb. But look,
the drive time regulations still apply to him as an individual, though, not in the car. So it's 4 hours in any 6 and 13 in total in the race.
Yeah, so it's it's certainly a factor. But they've got it pretty well organised. The late race leader there is another 1:36.0. The car's fastest lap of the race, a 1:35.2. Within a second of the fastest lap all the way through this race. I mean, that is absolutely flat out the whole way.
Dave Engelman from Porsche is making his traditional trip up to our booth. Happy New Year, Dave. How are you?
Hello, and Happy New Year to you.
Fitting well?
Very much so. Thank you.
Good, and I'm pleased to hear that.
And you?
And, well, we've just been talking about this race as the Acura is in the pit lane. This is the number 6 car brought in by Dane Cameron, and that looks like a pretty standard stop. 4 new Michelin tyres. Oh, hang on, there's something on the wall there. Let's take a quick look to see exactly what they're doing. If I look out of the window, I can see...
Only 20 laps on this stint for the Acura.
I thought they had a rear wing there for a moment, but that's been now taken away. 35 seconds stationary for that car. GT Le Mans action again, and once again it's the 24 BMW and the 912, and that's a change of lead in GT Le Mans on the banking. That BMW is mighty quick around there. The Porsche maybe a little bit better on the brakes, and through round the outside went the race leader whilst that was going on. Dave Engelman from Porsche. The joys of multi-class racing, barely ever any time to take breath, and that's why we love it.
Exactly. That's exactly why we're all here.
A brilliant year for Porsche last year, let's make no bones about it, here in IMSA, in the WEC as well, in terms of results. Also some fantastic initiatives with classic and heritage liveries, culminating of course in the hometown shirt wearing effectively of the Coca-Cola livery at Road Atlanta for Motul Petit Le Mans. How would you look back at 2019?
Porsche's had some very good years in its history, and I think 2019 is right up there with the best of them. It was an amazing year on all levels, certainly with the GT cars. The liveries that we did, ran them at Le Mans, Brumos at Le Mans was, incredible for many people.
Brumos here as well, yeah.
And then here, of course, and then finishing with Coca-Cola was just like a nice exclamation point on the season.
And that happy feeling, those smiling faces, the warm feeling for Coca-Cola continues. I still see people wearing the T-shirts, wearing the hats. I mean, that was just an extraordinary take-up by the fans of all ages. Two classic brands, both based in Atlanta as far as their US operations are concerned. A match made in heaven.
Well, that, I mean, obviously, if you look back, it was brilliant in the 80s. And, but I think, might even have been a little better now in looking how well the colors fit the RSR, how well the fans received it. Yes, as you walk through the paddock here and you walk through the stands to see how many people are still wearing the Coca-Cola shirts and the hats that they bought, it was fantastic.
Just very quickly, 2 GTLM cars just set their fastest laps of the race on the same lap. The number 30, which one was it? I think it was the number, one of the Corvettes, and I think it was Jordan Taylor, just turned a 43.2, and also Alessandro Guidi just turned a 43.1 in the Ferrari that was sort of struggling in the early stages. But again, now that all 6 GTLM cars are now within 20 seconds on the racetrack. So it pit stop for the 3rd place car.
Yeah, and Dave, when you've had such a great year in 2019, the temptation would be to sit back after Motul Petit Le Mans and put your feet up, but that's not how it works. Not in the automotive world, certainly not in motor racing. So what does 2020 hold for Porsche?
Well, you're looking at it with 2 brand new cars here. They started, of course, with the WC late in the season or early in the season for WC last year, and quite successful in WC so far. And the cars look pretty good here, of course, with the pole and right behind pole, and they look good so far here in the race.
A massive turnout for the Porsche Club America Porsche Platz as well today, and more than 60 cars, nearly 70 cars on the parade lap as in comes the leader. We'll keep an eye on that. Porsche's history and heritage with this race is long and deep and still continues. People want to come here, they want to bring their Porsches here.
Well, as you saw leading that little parade earlier today.
That was fun.
I stood on the side and took some photos of you guys going by, and I would say more than half the track in length were Porsches. It didn't take too long for the last car to go by and you guys to come around again. So
it was remarkable for me in that Taycan to drive around, and at various places I could still see the end of the car and the row of cars in front of me. It was absolutely extraordinary, and there was pretty much one of everything out there. 356s, 911s, of course, of pretty much all eras. Boxsters, you name it, it was there.
Yeah, even Cayennes and Panameras. So
which is fun.
Absolutely, right? That's for a motorsports company, and to have people come in all sorts of different Porsches is exactly what we want.
Top 3 in and out of the pit lane. Scott Dixon, Felipe Nasr, and Sebastian Bourdais all been into the pits. Also the Mazdas as well. Jonathan Bomarito out in the 55. And let's go to Mazda now. Diana Binks is down with Harry Tinknell.
Harry, you just triple stinted there tonight. How challenging is it?
Yeah, it's interesting out there, to be honest. Not as many cars this year, so slightly less traffic, but still it's very easy to get caught in tricky situations, and it was certainly less eventful than my first triple stint anyway.
Obviously, when you say there's less traffic, we've heard that from a few drivers. Obviously, you're expecting a lot more traffic and a lot more traffic management.
Sorry, can you say that last bit again?
There's less traffic. You generally get a lot more traffic management, don't you?
Yeah, I mean, like I say, it's 7 or 8 cars less this year, so just bigger gaps between the cars, but like I say, it still makes for some interesting racing. You lose so much time behind a GT car, like in the bus stop, so you can sort of slipstream each other well. I managed to get past Philippe
NASA doing that on the restart. Yeah, it's to and fro throughout, a lot of strategy going on, but it's exciting. Might be slightly less cars, but no less exciting on the track, that's for sure.
At this point in the race, how much is the strategy changing, and what sort of indication are you getting from the pit wall here?
Yeah, obviously we're just learning about the car and the track and trying to make the best we can for the end. You know, I had a little bit of damage from the contact with the Penske car, so we've changed the nose under yellow, which definitely improved the car quite a bit. And yeah, like I say, guys understand and girls are doing a great job, and we're just trying to work it out for the end. But obviously every yellow it gets reset, so it's interesting, and just trying to do my best to do exactly what they tell me on the radio.
Thanks, Harry.
Scott Dixon just out of the number 10 Cadillac. Scott, intense battle out there. It's all about who's going to blink first, I think.
Yeah, it's really difficult out there just trying to manage the traffic, you know, and about 5 laps from the end of that one, it was just a really weird train of cars that, you know, really killed our lap times there for a while. But, you know, the Konica Minolta, number 10, Cadillac has been running really well. You know, it's been flawless. We've just been trying to lengthen our windows a little bit, make sure we can set up, you know, the 6-hour, the 12-hour, and those extra points that we could for the other point system. But yeah, just having fun out there, man. It's great to be back in a prototype and just keeping my eyes forward.
Scott, we've noticed you're stretching the fuel. You're picking out a few more extra laps. Is that a skill that you've honed in IndyCar?
It's definitely different to get out of the IndyCar. This took a little bit of time. It wasn't until like my third stint that I really started to, you know, get the fuel mileage that I was looking at and what they were asking for. It's hard when you get into a bit of a battle too, and you can really burn the fuel up. So, you know, definitely the last stint we tried to stretch it a little bit longer, and actually the car became a lot easier to drive once I started to save fuel.
I'm going to ask you the secret, Scott. Is it what is it? Are you lifting and coasting? You're not transitioning the brake and throttle at the same time? Okay. Do you actually know what you're doing, in fact?
It's a lot of coast. You know, I think everybody kind of knows, but you need a car that's set up for it as well. You know, for me in the past, especially in IndyCar, you need a car with a very positive front end so you can coast, and then once you get to the corner, you can roll and just, you know, turn that wheel, and hopefully the car's going to turn. So, you know, the car tonight, especially in these conditions, definitely allowed for that, especially on the last stint.
Brilliant. I'm going to try that on iRacing. Thanks, Scott.
I still think he carries fuel in his drinks bottle, quite frankly. I don't know how he's done it down through the years. Him and Dario Franchitti were the kings of fuel saving. Good front end on the car and a lot of coast. All right, we'll have to try that next time I'm in a race car. Thanks to Scott Dixon, Joe Bradley, and of course Diana Binks and Harry Tinknell. Before that, Dave Engelman sitting listening there and having a bit of a smile too. Do you know what I like about Porsche people, Dave? It's not just the fact that I'm a Porsche person as well as you well know, but Porsche people just like cars and racing and can appreciate a good story from whatever manufacturer, can't you?
Oh, absolutely. This is, you know, again, one of the reasons we're here. It's not just about Porsche. It's all the competition. It's all the different manufacturers that come together in, you know, pursuit of basically the same goal. And it's fantastic, you know.
Significant anniversary here this weekend. 50 years since the 917 took its first victory at Daytona 24, the Rolex.
It was the first 24-hour victory for the 917, and it was here. We like to make a lot of Le Mans, of course, but the first one really came here. And Brian Redman, as we found out yesterday, finished first and second, along with some other colorful language. So, you know, it's always great to have him with us, and certainly somebody that put a lot of development time into the 917 to make it what it turned out to be.
He made the point when we were talking in that fan forum with you and your guests on yesterday. It's only yesterday, feels like a week ago already. That Ferdinand Peach, it was the man that made that 917 program work, invested a huge amount of money into that, and if that hadn't have worked, it could have meant the end for the whole company, not just the racing side of the company. I'm not going to say he bet the farm, but he bet the bottom paddock and 2 of the barns on it, didn't he?
3 of the barns, very darn close to what it was going to, what happened. It was all or nothing, quite frankly. And if you look at some of the Porsche history, for family history and the company history, it's one of the reasons why from that point on, there was no Porsche family member, Piech or Porsche, to lead the company on. That's when they took in a separate chairman to continue, because it nearly bankrupted the company to develop that.
what that does tell me is just how closely intertwined, in fact, completely intertwined, motorsport and Porsche is. I've been fortunate enough to be loaned a copy of We Are Porsche, which was the original book by Dr. Porsche, and how he explains that there was no money to effectively do advertising, so the motorsport was the advertising in the early days. That's how they got interested in the cars. But motorsport and Porsche, motorsport and the street cars, you can't split them apart, can you?
No, even if you go back before Porsche was a car company into the 20s and 30s and the engineering side of things, Dr. Porsche, even the Loaner from 1900 was raced. So it was in Dr. Porsche's very first car that he put together with Loaner, and then subsequent with Auto Union and Mercedes-Benz and some of the others. All of it was from a motorsports angle. Not depending on what kind of car it was all around motorsports in his mind. And when the car company became a car company in 1948, the very first 356 was hill climbed. About 2 weeks after it was completed, and then it was sold. But all motorsports.
Number 4 car going behind the wall for Corvette. Diana, thank you very much indeed. We'll get a read on that in a moment. You mentioned the Loaner there. In-hub electric motors going way back a long time. I was out in the Taycan this morning. There's no new ideas. It's just technology catches up with the genius of people perhaps many lifetimes later.
It all starts someplace, and you're right, a lot of things aren't new. They seem new. Gasoline and the convenience of delivery won out over electricity, certainly back then. But, some things come back around again if they're good ideas, and it's very interesting to see where he started with the battery electric and literally the first hybrid, not the first battery-powered car, but the first hybrid with a gasoline engine designed just to charge the batteries.
Yeah, effectively it was a generator.
Absolutely.
It wasn't linked to the wheels.
Nope.
Yeah.
And, you could say we developed that in 2015 and people would believe it, or in 1900. It's, it's hard to believe. So, but there it is. And you can see a whole history of that, starting there.
919 hybrid Evo, breaking lap records all over the place. Taycan on the road, Formula E as well, of course, with Porsche now as the fireworks are firing off down the back straight. Porsche have got many fingers in many pies, but we were talking to the new head of Porsche Cars North America, and he assures us that there's always a place for a 911. He said that is the shape of the company, and I understand that in so many different ways. And an ICE, an internal combustion engine, is still a part of Porsche going forward.
Absolutely. It's not going to go away. It can't go away. If you look at all the infrastructure that exists around those, I know a lot of countries are starting to look at 2030 and 2035 and 2040 as time frame to ban. And not saying that's convenient or not convenient, or possible or not possible, but electric is definitely coming, and it's a must for certain markets and certain places. But the regular internal combustion engine isn't going anywhere either anytime soon. There's still a lot more to be developed, more efficiency, more fuel economy, and more power. So for Porsche, it isn't any one, as Pedro said earlier, it isn't any one angle. It's three-pronged. It's regular internal combustion engines, it's plug-in hybrids, and fully electric.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, as far as 2020 is concerned here in the US, we've got the new RSR that's already been racing in the WEC. Come on, tell us something out of the secret drawer. You've experimented with classic and heritage liveries. Are we going to see any fan-facing initiatives for 2020?
I think that still sits in the secret drawer. I know there's a lot of conversations continue, because the success that we had with it, not only on track but certainly from the marketing side, will carry for a while. But it's certainly, I think fans are eager and hungry for that kind of representation and that kind of presentation. So we'd be fools not to look into it and think about it. But there isn't anything that we can say at the moment.
Now, this is a big race for you because of the heritage areas we were talking about. Our next IMSA race is Super Sebring, so that's IMSA and WEC together. That's a lot of work for you guys, because you get your colleagues coming over from Europe as well, and There's going to be a lot of Porsche race cars there.
There will be, but it's a lot of work for you too, right? So it's for all of us.
It's not work, Dave. It's a labour of love for me, as I feel sometimes it is for you too.
Oh, of course, right? You couldn't do this if you weren't passionate about it or you weren't interested in it. If this was just a job, people would be out of here by, hour 3.
It's a lifestyle choice. I always say, got anything special planned for Sebring, or just lots of good racing?
Lots of good racing. If you look at what we did there last year, if we can back that up, that would be a very nice weekend.
What do you do on your days off, Dave? What is a Dave Engelman days off?
Days what?
Yeah. Absolutely right. You don't get let off on a short leash from the office then?
No, but, hey, I got one of the best jobs in the world, so it's kind of hard to say anything else. And I like muscle cars and photography and a whole bunch of other things like that, motorcycles. When I get a chance to play with that kind of stuff, I get out to the garage.
I listened with great interest to you and Shea going round the Porsche Museum in Stuttgart towards the end of last year. We played it out on Christmas Day as a little Christmas bonus for our RSL listeners. You were having far too much fun there, you two. That is an extraordinary place. The building is beautiful architecturally, and I've been there 2 or 3 times there now, and I never get bored with going back there.
Oh, it's one of my favorite places in the world. And Shay did an amazing job. I just had to walk around with her and point some things out. It's a candy store, and that changes. Every time you go back, there's new displays, there's new cars on display. Some cars are out in the field doing something, either a vintage race or a concourse someplace. Almost everything in the museum runs, so that means we can get them out and exercise them. So it's no, it's a place that gives me goosebumps.
The question that I'm going to have to ask you that I don't think you might not be able to give me an answer, but I'm going to ask because it's coming in on Twitter. Rennsport. When are we going to see? You are known for talking to us about Rennsport. The last Rennsport was absolutely extraordinary. It was the first one I'd ever been to, and I ran out of superlatives about 25 minutes after I arrived on site. It's a huge undertaking, I know, but clearly it's something that Porsche North America can't walk away from. What can you tell us about whether there will be a next one and when it might come? Because it's been a regular feast over the last few years, but one that Porsche enthusiasts worldwide look forward to.
Well, yes, you are correct. It's something that we can't walk away from. It's almost bigger than all of us on all sides. But there isn't anything that I can say that we've had any discussions as far as when the next one will be or even where. There's a lot of different elements that come into something like this. We've been here twice in Daytona. We've been to Lime Rock, the first one in 2001. Certainly WeatherTech, Raceway Laguna Seca now for a couple stints, and it's hard to beat there, and the weather and the track and the area and just everything that brings with it. But everybody wants to see it in their backyard, right? So people want to see it back on the East Coast, people want to see it in the Midwest, people want to see it back on the West Coast. So there's a lot of things that go into it, and we sat down once after the last one in 2018. We looked around, said, okay, this was very good. Of course, there's little things that we can tweak and make better. There's always that case. And then there's just the matter of budgets and where we are in the point of our history. So,
did you think the tractor race would be such a draw? Because that was an extraordinary event that started off as a bit of fun and got very serious very quickly, with people sourcing tractors from Porsche tractors from all over the world. And I in a couple of days learned far more than I thought was able to be learned about Porsche tractors.
I think the value of the tractor has actually gone up probably by twofold since we did that. A lot of people bought them once they found out we were going to do something around it, just to participate in the tractor race. And we just literally put out a video yesterday on YouTube, an upcoming commercial for the Super Bowl. And we put out the long version, not the 60 seconds, 2 minutes and something. And the tractor even is featured in that. And I think Rennsport is responsible for the resurgence of interest in our schleppers.
And if you know your Porsche advertising, that's not the first time a Porsche tractor has appeared in a Porsche advertisement. I remember one a few years ago, which I think was a German ad, with a guy driving his tractor into the Porsche dealership to get it serviced with original Porsche parts, which was a fantastic ad. And I like that because, and what you've done with that Super Bowl ad, if you haven't seen it, go and look it up. it's a serious ad about serious things, but you're not frightened as a brand, Porsche, just to poke a little bit for fun at yourselves.
It's nice to have that kind of confidence. It's nice to work for a company that has that kind of confidence. It's we don't take ourselves too seriously, even though we take ourselves very seriously sometimes. But we still have an eye on who we are, what we've done, where we're going, and how to present it.
GT Le Mans battle just broken up for a moment as the second place 912 Porsche 911 RSR comes into the pit lane. That leaves the BMW out ahead, and that means Augusta Farfus for a moment has a little bit of breathing space. Diana Binks is at that end of the pit lane to watch the 912 come to its pit stall.
That's just come in. There's no driver change in that car. They're changing the wheels and obviously cleaning up the car as they're all now getting quite messy. He's looking at the front of the car. There's lots of pickup on the front there. So they're just fueling the car, cleaning the lights, the headlights, clearing the grille at the front of the car and preparing it to head back out onto the
Pierre Panaguay says, is the new 992 GT3 featured in the new commercial, Dave? Everybody's asking about the new GTs in the 992 body shape. The new 992 body shape, by the way, is absolutely exquisite. What about the GT2s and the GT3 versions of that, David?
They still haven't been announced. I think maybe some people think they see an Easter egg in the little video. Yeah, I would pay attention a little closer.
Oh, really? Okay. What are you looking forward to most in terms of 2020, David?
More of the same. I mean, it's hard to back up, or not hard to back up, but hopefully it's easy to back up what we did last year, but of course it's not. But 2019 was one of those years that, I think a lot of people are already starting to realize just how special it was. And for 2020, if, we can do the same things we did in WC and do the same things we've done over here in IMSA, I think it'll be a lot of happy campers.
Now, I'm going to ask you to take your Porsche hat off here and just be an enthusiast, which I know you are, and particularly an endurance enthusiast as the 911 comes into the pit lane on schedule. The announcement of Convergence, ACO and IMSA on Thursday. I'm not going to ask you a Porsche question here. I'm asking you a Dave Engelman question here. In your mind, how significant is that as an enthusiast and as somebody who's followed sports car racing for a little while?
That's a great question. I think since it's just happened 2 days ago, yesterday, 2 days ago, I think that a lot of things still have to be thought about. But this is a long time coming in my mind. And, of course, everybody likes to have their own series and their own rules and, different championships. But the way motorsports has been going, I think one of the great things we've seen is ALMS and Grand Am coming together. And now this is the next step in that. And I think everybody can look back and see that, while Grand Am had its great points and ALMS had its great points for sure, combined it's been a stronger series. And to have...
That's a very good point.
Two separate series run similar spec, certainly for prototypes, and have manufacturers be able to go for overall wins again from when they have GT cars now, I can't think of a better thing that could have happened.
And if we think in a Porsche sense, I'm not asking you as somebody from Porsche, but Porsche's history in some respect and heritage in prototype racing came from having a product that could be used pretty much in any market all the way around, whether it was the 917, the 956 or the 962, with customer cars racing all over the world.
935s, I mean, yeah, exactly. There's a tremendous history of this, and to have it divided like that, I don't think our world is big enough anymore to keep it separated like that, and I think it's a great thing.
See you at Super Sebring.
I'm looking forward to it.
Thank you, David, for coming over and saying us. Dave Engelman from Porsche joining us as tradition dictates here at IMSA Radio. The 911 in and out and back onto the circuit. And it was Matt Campbell who took over the number 911. And Mathieu Jaminet, who stayed behind the wheel of the 912. The BMW should be due in any time now. In fact, Augusto Farfus has come into the pit lane. He's right in front of the Rolex arch, and that pit stop is going on now. Mechanic just shining a light under the back of the black BMW as it returns to the circuit. It's really cat and mouse out there at the moment.
Yeah,
the lead is
very much
12
so.
seconds. It's like watching heavyweight boxers just putting a jab in and having a bit of bobbing and weaving at the moment. It's
right.
You're just waiting to see what's going to happen next, and we've been green for quite a while now, so the strategies, the fuel, the length of stints are just beginning to play in, the temperature dropping again on the circuit. Remember, no tyre warmers allowed here. Still predicting 833 laps. The current record is 808. Jeremy Shaw and John Hindhaugh in the booth at the moment, with Joe Bradley down in the pit lane with Diana Binks. And let's go to Joe Bradley now for a little wrap-up of what was happening while we were talking to Dave Engel. Great to have Dave Engelman in here. I know you were listening to that, Joe. Lovely to know that people who work for major manufacturers around the world are just as much car anoraks and enthusiasts as we are, isn't it?
They are as much living the dream as we are.
Oh,
Mr.
absolutely
Hindhaugh.
agree.
Absolutely. If you can get a job that you're passionate about, you don't work a day in your life, do you? That's what they say. While you were chatting to Dave, I've got to tell you that the GTD battle, hot as ever. We expected that coming here, and it's doing exactly what it says on the tin. 48, the number 48 Paul Miller Racing Lamborghini came in. Madison Snow stayed at the wheel of the car, and also I think it was the 88 Audi of the WRT Speedstar team. That car came in, and again, as far as I could see, and I've got to say, it's really hard to see with the headlights ablaze on these cars. You basically can't see anything past the headlights, but I'm pretty sure that no driver change on the 88. Both of those cars came in fourth place, because as the cars go through the pit stop phase, they're swapping places quite literally before our very eyes. So we can see that battle continuing until about 1:30, 1:40 tomorrow afternoon, can't we?
I think all the battles are going to be continuing. It's been an extraordinary event already, and Daytona is looking as good as ever with the brilliant lighting system that surrounds the track, both the speedway and the infield circuit. It is an extraordinary view for those of you who are tuned in around the world to our uninterrupted feed. Seeing the overhead pictures here gives you some flavour of the size of this place. The infield is absolutely packed. There was no camping and no infield parking left on Thursday, and even the outside parking, which has just started to ease off a little bit. I can see a few gaps now on the back straight, but that was packed this morning. Obviously some people heading back to their accommodations to come back in the morning, possibly still tuned in on 107.9 around the area of the circuit. The new developments at One Daytona, the retail development, shops, restaurants. We had the fan forum there with some of the race cars and race drivers down there on Wednesday night. That's been doing a roaring trade over the last few days. More car parking over there and shuttles going backwards and forwards. And whilst the grandstands might not be as full as some of the other events down here, although we have got people in the grandstands right in front of us here, the infield bleachers have had crowds in them all day today and yesterday, and so many people wandering around on the infield and using the shuttles that will take you round to the backstretch. There's viewing back on the backstretch now, and RV camping areas as well. What a redevelopment this has been over the last few years of Daytona. Let's give you a little rundown of what's going on. We'll start in GTD. Faf Porsche leading, Zachary Robichon. Frankie Montecalvo's just been into the pits in the Lexus number 12 from second place, and Matt McMurray therefore will take over the position in the Acura number 85. Check that, 86. BMW of Dylan McEvan is next up on the circuit. The 96 car that will go through into third position. In GT Le Mans, Chevy Corvette leads with Jordan Taylor behind the wheel of the number 3. He's just rejoining. Will he stay ahead of John Edwards? No, I don't think he will. So the 24, the black BMW from Rahal Letterman Lanigan Racing, will go back into the lead. with Mathieu Jaminet next up in the 912 Porsche. In the 911, it's Matt Campbell, then James Collado, a minute or so off the lead. The Risi Ferrari hanging on. James telling us earlier on he didn't feel it had the power to contend, but still 5 GT Le Mans cars in with a shout. In LMP2, it's the Ben Hanley driven Dragon Speed USA car that leads from Simon Trummer by just on 15 seconds. 52 cars done a lot of leading in that category. And in third, Ryan Lewis now behind the wheel of the 18. The DPI's Cadillac number 10, Konica Minolta. Ryan Briscoe leading by 18 seconds from Felipe Nasser in another Cadillac. This time the 31 Whelen car, the 55 Mazda. Jonathan Bomarito next up for the 10 seconds back down the road, and he's got 7 seconds on the Cadillac of Sebastian Bourdais, the number 5 Mustang sampling car, and that's how it stands with 14 hours and 17 minutes to go. In the pit lane, the Corvette is having work done around the rear end of that car. Now, of course, there's a lot more going on under the rear end of that car than normal. It was just an axle, and wasn't it the alternator drive that used to be on the back axle of the C7R? That sometimes caused problems. But there's concerted work going on there. It's not rushed. And this is not planned maintenance, with the team looking on there, the drivers looking on, concerned about what this means for this new car. Still very new in competitive terms, of course. This is debut in IMSA competition. Yeah, what are they? Drive shaft under the back of there? They're looking at something out of the gearbox.
Maybe something like that, something in the transmission area.
Yeah.
Number 62 car's just had another long pit stop. It had that a while ago. It kind of got back into contention and was running very fast. It said, wasn't that long ago, it said its fastest lap of the race. Just look at again the relative fastest laps in the GTLM class. Actually, the car with the least swift overall best lap is the car that's leading, which is John Edwards.
Of course it is.
So that shows
because
you,
that's endurance racing, Jeremy.
Yes, brilliant, isn't it? I mean, once again, come back to consistency, and which is, funnily enough, the thing, perhaps the trait that the number 24 car really hasn't sort of exhibited, because it's been super fast, particularly in the early parts of the stint, and then towards the end it seems to tail off a little bit. But it's running beautifully at the moment. John Edwards is the wheel, number 24 car. He leads the GTLM category by, he's actually stretched it out last couple of laps. It's now up to 4 seconds over number 912 car, which is Mathieu Jaminet, and he has been caught on that lap by number 911 of Matt Campbell. So the two young Porsche factory drivers, the youngest factory drivers, Mathieu Jaminet and Matt Campbell, Jaminet from France, Campbell from Australia, are in second and third, chasing after John Edwards.
That is a bit of serious work going on in the back of the Corvette, and there are essential fluids, to quote a spokesman from another team earlier on, that are leaking out there. Now, that obviously there's far more going on behind the firewall and the back of the Corvette, but that, I think, is engine oil. That is engine oil that's come out of the Corvette. That's not transmission, that is engine oil that's come out the back of the middle of the C8R. Magnificent pictures that we're getting here in the IMSA broadcast booth from our colleagues at NASCAR Productions. I think that's an engine issue, Jeremy. They're working under what should be the dry sump there, and maybe that's an oil filter problem or something like that.
Great stint once again by Ryan Briscoe in number 10 car. He's just set a new fastest lap of the race last time around, 1 minute 35.157. Getting closer to the lap record last year was a 34.5, I think it was, something like that. I can find yeah, 34.5, I'm sure it was. And his lead over Felipe Nasser now is expanded to 21.5 seconds, so that gap has gone out substantially during this stint. I fancy maybe the number 31 car did not change tyres perhaps on its last stint, and that might explain why Felipe Nasser has lost ground. But he's still, he in turn is pulling away from Jonathan Bonrito in third place, number 55 car, and then about eight seconds behind him is number 5 with Sebastian Bourdais at the wheel.
Ryan Briscoe pretty much exactly matching, slightly bettering in fact the average lap time that Scott Dixon did in his last 24 lap stint. 1:35.1 for Briscoe, 1:35.2 for Scott Dixon in that Konica Minolta Cadillac. And just to underline what Jeremy was saying there, Felipe Nasser in his last 23 lap stint, discounting the in and the out laps and anything under yellow, 1:35.4 was his best, and his average was 1:36.6. This time his average is 1:37.4, so 8/10 away for Felipe Nasser. So possibly underlining what you were saying there, that he's using those Michelin tyres for the second time. Now let's go down to Joe Bradley, who has the second place car in GTD. This is Tatiana Calderon bringing in the number 19 Lamborghini.
Well, we've had a bit of a flurry of GTD activity in the pits. Firstly, I saw the number 74 Mercedes of Ben Keating. Ben Keating at the wheel of that car, the Riley Motorsports Mercedes GT3. And Ben stayed in the car, damn it, I was wanting to speak to Ben. And hopefully I'll be still down here when he does give up that car. Second place in, first place, the BAF Porsche in front of me. The 19 and the 44 go out. The 19 car you mentioned there, Calderon stayed at the wheel of that car. We're not seeing any driver changes. The 44 car, that's the GRT Magnus Lamborghini. Again, no driver change there. And now right in front of me is the number 9. It's the current GTD leader who's got brand new Michelin tyres now on the car. The fueling almost done, and we'll be getting that FAF Motorsports Porsche back in the race, and there it goes.
I'm with the number 52, Simon Trummer, who's just jumped out of the PR1 Matterson Motorsports car. Simon, how was it from your seat tonight?
Yeah, it was good. The first stint wasn't well. I couldn't keep Colin behind me. I don't know why I struggled. I couldn't get the balance. So he passed me, he went by. I kept the same tire. He switched to new tires, second stint. So anyway, there was no chance. The last stint I did a triple. And yeah, we improved a lot. So our pace dropped again, so we are quick again. So I don't know what happened the first stint. But it's still, I think it's getting a big fight if we continue like that between Dragon Speed and us and the number 8. So it's going to be tough.
There's so many different factors to factor into what you're doing. You've got the weather conditions, you've got the track conditions, the cars evolve and the balance is changing. I guess it's just about being patient and keeping the speed.
Yeah, I mean, the first stint the car didn't feel well, and the last stint the car felt amazing. It's just, it switches so quick. When the temperature drops, the car gets better. We get more power because when it's cooler, so we can follow easier the DPIs, so it's harder to them to pass us. So, but like this, we lose more time because we fight more, so it's a bit tricky, but like you said, we have to be patient and see.
How much feedback are you getting from the pit wall here? Or the pit box, rather?
Excuse me?
How much feedback are you getting from the pit box?
Actually, not much. I mean, the spotter is talking all the time, but from the pit box, I don't get much.
Okay, Simon, thank you.
Thank you.
Still just over 14 hours to run here. Full dark for quite some time. 13 hours and 21 minutes of darkness from sunset to sunrise on Sunday morning. And still leading the number 10, Konica Minolta DPI, Cadillac DPI V Racing team, with Ryan Briscoe at the wheel. 57 Acura at the moment being piloted by Trent Hinman in 9th position. The usual spread of manufacturers in GT Daytona, with Porsche, Lamborghini, Audi, Lexus, Ferrari, Acura, BMW in the top 7. First repeat is Porsche. 2 Aston Martins, I'm afraid, out of the competition. Ben Keating, Mike Headland just describing Ben as the best true bronze driver in the world at the moment, and frankly those first 3 stints at the start of the race in the LMP2, I don't think anybody can argue with that, although a number of people are saying how long is it before somebody's going to complain about Ben's pace and tell him he can't be a bronze anymore.
Tell him he should be a platinum.
Yeah.
I'm not sure whether he'd be pleased or not, to be honest.
Well, I mean, he's the absolute definition of a bronze, isn't he?
Yeah.
He runs car dealerships. It's not what he does. He's just put a lot of work into it, and he's actually really talented.
Yeah.
But he's a bronze driver through and through. And I say this with absolute respect. By his age, by what else he does, by the experience that he has behind him, he's a true blue bronze, and done a great job sitting in 14th position. And the best of the Mercedes in GTD, they haven't really shown at the sharp end of the field. Maybe that's one of the slight shocks of what we've seen in the opening hours, Jeremy, of this race, that the other manufacturers are all there in the top 10, but Mercedes, their first car in the GT3 with the AMGs, down in 13th position.
Yeah, well, it's the only Mercedes actually in the race, I guess, isn't it? But
True.
but it's still
leader in.
You know, it's still it is a lap off the lead at the moment. But you know, we're not even halfway through the race yet. Not even within a couple of hours of halfway through the race. So that's just fine for where they are right now. Here's a pit stop for our race leader, car number 10, Ryan Briscoe.
Joe Bradley is down there.
Yeah, pretty standard looking, no driver change. Remember, Scott Dixon has just given that car to Ryan Briscoe at the last stop, and this will be Ryan Briscoe's first scheduled stop. So fuel and tyres. He's done 22 laps on this one, so not quite as fuel efficient as Dixie was, and I was amazed that Scott Dixon actually letting us into the secret of saving fuel, lifting and coasting. But Ryan Briscoe, very skillful, very gifted driver, is back out and into the race in the number 10.
Yeah, it was actually 23, Joe.
23, was it?
Yeah, 23, yeah, which is kind of the standard for that car, which is certainly getting better fuel mileage than any other car out there in the race.
Yeah, just had this here. If you're going to tweet to us, can you use @IMSA Radio, please? And use their hashtag IMSARadioD24. Steph's just said, will the McLaren 720 be coming back this season? I was hoping to see it at Sebring, but don't remember hearing anything. We did have the 720 in the Michelin Pilot Challenge yesterday.
That's the 570.
Sorry, the 570,
the GT4
yes.
car.
The GT3, what's happening with the GT3?
It's good. It's certainly doing all the sprint races. I don't think it's doing Sebring, but I'm pretty sure it's doing all the sprint races.
Thank you, Jeremy. 5 minutes before the end of the next hour, we've got another guest in the studio. Legendary motorsport photographer David Lister. Dave Lister is alongside my favourite. Oh, spin for the leader there on cold tyres. Just going out. See what you did, Dave. You get around here, and all of a sudden we start getting a little bit of action. That was in the bus stop as he went through, but was it in the bus stop? No, excuse me, that was at turn 6 coming. No, it was a bus stop. I'm going to go back to say that. Go with your first instinct. My favourite person from Middlesbrough is with me. Good evening. David, how are you?
Yeah, good evening, John. It's good to be up here. You got a great view, haven't you?
It's not bad, is it?
Yeah, I'm not sure about legend, though. Legend, baby.
Well, okay. No, I was right. It was turn 6, actually, that it just ran on the leading car. Dave, lovely to see you. Embarking on a really interesting project over the last couple of races. Started at Motul Patilamon at the end of last season. Talk me through the idea of Faces from the Races.
Yeah, well, thanks for letting me come on and talk about this, because it's something that's quite close to my heart now. I don't know. Many of your listeners probably have no idea who I am, but I've been a photographer on the motorsport scene for quite a while now.
They'll have seen your pictures, mate.
Yeah, they'll have seen the pictures, yeah. Last 10 seasons been with BMW, mainly on the sports car GT racing programs. Before that, World Touring Car Championship. And, you know, get involved with taking pictures of lots of cars and things like that. And coming out of that 10 seasons with BMW, I've been searching for a new project, something new to do. And it struck me that something that I'd not done a lot of in the previous 10 years was taking pictures of people and the people at the races. And in my sort of style, it's kind of like I wanted it to be inclusive. I wanted it not just to be people like the drivers or the team managers or whatever, which traditionally we take pictures of, but actually of something that represents everybody in the sport, everybody who comes together to bring these events to the track. You know, from the volunteers, and people who work in the vendor areas, you guys, I mean, both Jeremy and yourself made it into the gallery from Petit Le Mans. And
your camera's still working, which is shocking after that.
Yeah, well, nobody's turned it on me yet, you see. So. And the more I started thinking about it, the more it sort of became a focus for a new way forward for me with the photography. And I think taking the pictures of the people now is more in tune with where I was a photographer 30 years ago when I was starting at school, or 35 years ago. You know, you up in Sunderland and I'm down in Middlesbrough, and you know, I have access to race cars to shoot. You know, I was putting filming cameras and shooting my friends at school. But I was fortunate, I had a darkroom at school, you know, so we could, you know, we could play around with the pictures. And the reality of it is that you can get more involved in the sport actually by being around people.
Yeah. It's where the stories are, really, isn't it?
Yeah, and
people make the sport go around. I completely agree with you, Dave.
They do, and I find that I actually am in a different frame of mind when I'm taking the pictures now. So it's like when I'm out on the track taking pictures of the cars, it's like you get into a zone. You become very insular, and you're very concentrated on what's going on around you and on the track, but you're not connected to that. You're some distance away behind some glass.
Sometimes a very long distance away,
that's right.
depending on how long the lens is.
Yeah, sometimes depending on some of the drivers, the further away the better sometimes. But you are detached from it, but you're seeing from a very remote point of view. But you're then bringing your, you know, what you're saying to people is you should see this that's happening in this way now. But you just go insular, so you can tune out what's going on. You know, I mean, sometimes I can't tune you out because I can hear you through the circuit commentary. But yeah,
there's no escape.
No, there isn't really sometimes. But what you find is, if you can't do that when you take pictures of people. You have to be connected to the subject. So you find yourself talking to people more. You find out a little bit more about what's going on, and you connect with the person that you then take the photograph of. So I hope what you see in the pictures, and I think you do, is you see the connection.
So this is building race by race into a resource, a gallery. You posted some, 40, 50 pictures from Motul Petit Le Mans. You've already put some up here this weekend.
Yeah.
Talking about the volunteers, I loved the lady volunteer that you shot that
Debbie.
I saw today, Debbie.
Debbie, yeah.
She's been coming here since the year dot. And these are the people who don't normally get talked about. We talk about them because they help us out, but they're not the superstars. The light isn't shone on them. And they're all characters, Dave. So what is this building up to?
I think it's just a statement of inclusivity. The fact that it's impossible to go out and make a picture of everybody involved in this sport.
No.
I mean, you're just never going to do that. But what you can do is you can take pictures of all the sorts of different people that you come across whilst you're at these events. And you can use that gallery and those pictures to represent everybody else, really. So it's really just, I don't know, it's kind of trying to bring something back into the sport where there's a bit more, I don't know, sharing the love, I guess, really. But trying to be more inclusive and trying to be more understanding that nothing that happens with these cars happens without people.
Yes, that's a good point. That is a good point. That is a very good point. There's a lot of people been here for a very long time. There's a lot of new people coming into this sport as well. Yeah. The sport is alive. It is moving on. Where can people find this, Dave?
So at the moment they're going on my Facebook page, which is quite easy to find. It's just Lister, L-A-S-T-E-R, brackets photographer.
Well, that's fairly self-explanatory.
It's fairly self-explanatory, yeah. They're open to the public. what I'd like people to do is go and have a look at the pictures. You know, whether or not they particularly like the style, I hope that they like the intention of what we're trying to do. And like my attitude about photographers talking on the radio about pictures is they should let their pictures do the talking. But I'm here not to sort of promote my pictures. I'm here to promote the idea of what we're trying to do, which is inclusivity.
It's the philosophy behind it. Div, I do notice one thing. And by the way, there'll be people that you know there. That's Lister Practice Photographer on Facebook. I do notice one thing about what you've come in carrying. I've seen you lugging so many camera bodies and lenses down through the years. I've seen less stuff in a Jessop's photographic shop. That's for those of you who remember that from the UK. You've got a single, very nice, very lovely balanced, like a digital camera with a single lens on it. Is this part of you connecting with your subjects?
I think there's two reasons to it. One, it's a lot easier to carry around. I'm getting old. 56 now. I mean, it's like, you know, it makes a big difference. No, I mean, it makes you
stick around.
These sort of cameras make you actually think differently about how you take the pictures. For anybody who's listening who understands photography, it's got a 28mm wide-angle lens. So to actually take a picture of somebody, you've got to get quite close to them. So it means you have to be able to interact with that person.
Yes.
Otherwise, it becomes a not very nice experience for the person who's having the
creepy.
photograph taken. Yeah, exactly. So, you know, a lot of the stuff we would do in pit lane in the past, we would use some of the sort of more telephoto lenses, so we weren't interrupting what the people were doing, working around the cars and things like that. But if you're on the grid, for instance, before the start of the race, you can interact with people much better. And the camera looks, Robin Liddell, who I know has been a guest of yours, says I look like I'm on holiday.
Because you've got a little camera.
Because I've got the little camera,
almost like a point and shoot. The Ghia Lamborghini's moving slowly. No, it's picked back up speed again. Maybe it hasn't. It's out on the far side of the circuit. This is the number 19, the car with the sort of comic graphics on that at the moment. It's on the apron, and we'll keep an eye on that with Dave Lister with us. Ultimately, Dave, I've got to ask almost a business question here. Is there a business model for doing this? Because, you know, you've shot for manufacturers, you've shot for teams in the past, and there it is, a business model. How does this work in terms of making it big?
My hope, right now I'm funding it, and also some friends of mine in Burasud who were an agency who I worked with BMW, and we're putting this together as a sort of a joint effort for now. But obviously what we're looking for is if the industry as a whole, or if the motorsport community as a whole likes what we're doing, I think we'd probably like to sort of try and get some support, financial support if possible, to carry on and build the archive even more, really. So yeah, you know, it's a bit of a plug, but you know, the truth is that beyond the next 6 months, if we can't do that, then we'll have to bring it to an end. But if it does come to an end,
you've still had some great photos.
And it's not just that. It's also, we got to mention the guy that it's in tribute to, who
good point.
A chap called John Thorley. He was a photographer
from this neck of the woods, actually. He spent a lot of time in Florida.
Yeah, he lived in Naples, I believe. But
lovely bloke.
John was around the American racing scene for a long time. He was very supportive of up-and-coming photographers. He ran websites that helped them and encouraged them. John was the first person who posted faces at the races, and he used to do it from most of the races he went to. And he did it because he liked the social interaction as well as I do, and he liked taking those pictures, and he was shooting them on Leica cameras as well. And he did these galleries, and John sadly passed in October 2018, and you mentioned that we started this back up again at Petit Le Mans last year, and that was actually on the first anniversary of John's passing.
Yeah.
I've actually reached out to John's family and told them what we're trying to do, and that we'd like to keep up the Faces of the Races name, and they've given us their blessing for us to do that. So that's pretty good. So we've done it in the right sort of way. So yeah, if it all does come to an end and we go no further, then yeah, two things. One, we got a load of really great pictures, I hope, and secondly, yeah, I think we've done right by John.
You have, absolutely. Facebook, Dave Lister, brackets photographer, faces of the races.
It's just Lister.
Sorry, Lister, photographer, brackets, faces of the races. Dave, wish you all the best, mate. We've gone full course caution because of that Lamborghini. 107.9 FM at the track. RS2, IMSA Radio across the USA and around the world. Dave, thanks for being with us, mate.
John, thanks for the opportunity. Jeremy, thanks very much.
Super to see you, Dave.
See you guys. Have a good evening.
And be careful when you point your camera in here, because we don't want you to break that lovely Leica lens.
Yeah, so for any of you listeners who want to see what it's looking like in here right now, if they tune in a bit later on, well, probably tomorrow now, but we'll try and do some snaps now of what you guys are up to.
I love the fact you still call them snaps, Dave. Thank you very much, Dave. Dave Lister, photographer on Facebook, Faces from the Races. Full course caution number 3 as we've just gone through another race hour. So another race hour starts right now here from the IMSA opener for 2020. This is the Ghia Lamborghini, the number 19 car that has stopped out on the far side of the circuit from us here in our IMSA broadcast booth. Already the recovery truck is there. Real kudos to our track services team for getting across to that car so quickly. So with 13 hours and 52 minutes remaining, we're our third full course caution, Jeremy.
This caution is absolutely perfect for car number 77. It had just made a pit stop out of the lead, right on schedule on lap 351. That was a 21 lap stint once again for that car. Might have been a lap early. They might have realised it was going to be yellow and brought it. Leader might well have brought that car in.
Well, that was smart then if they did.
Yeah, absolutely. So that's got them right back on schedule, and everybody else. Yeah, the other contenders in DPI are pretty much halfway through the stint, so I'm sure they'll come onto the pit lane now. And but that should put Tristan Nunez right back in the frame. They took a bit of a gamble earlier on by stopping sort of slightly out of sequence to get rid of one of the sets of tyres that they had to use at some stage during the race. They're going to have to. You can't have fresh tyres at every single stint, which is what you'd like, because fresh tyres are much better and they don't last that long. So you have to, if you can do that over a stint and a half rather than full 2 stints, then that's obviously a benefit.
Brilliant work by the recovery team. The Lamborghini already off the circuit. I actually thought that was on the back straight. It must have been a bit closer to home than that, because it's been dragged straight into the paddock, and I think it's probably going back to its garage area. Some of the pit crew already making their way back around to it. Work still going on the number 4 Corvette as well under the back of that car on the now mid-engine C8R. That's why that car's not out on the track. Those are the developing stories at the moment. This is a shame for the Catherine Legg and Christina Nielsen, Rahel Frey as well, involved in that effort for the all-female team. Vaiskavisa as well driving that car. No, have I got that wrong?
Yeah.
Okay, sorry.
That was another car yesterday.
That was yesterday, wasn't it? Yes. Excuse me. But it's definitely Kat and Christina, isn't it? Yes.
Yeah, and Tatiana Calderon.
And Calderon, excuse me. Yes, you see, it's late in the morning. My apologies. Great looking car. And going back to the area where its team can do work on it. Still got its lights on, so there's still some electrical power on that. Originally when it ground to a halt, there was no lights on it at all, and does at least seem now to have rebooted. So everybody packing up behind the safety car. The pits are open for the GT, for the prototypes, excuse me. So stand by, Joe and Diana, down in the pits, because it's about to get very busy indeed. And leading them in is the number 10 car, 55 Mazda comes to its pit stop. Let's hit the pit lane with Joe Bradley.
As I clamber over the pit wall from inside the awning of the number 19, I can tell you about the 19 car that there is no information the team have. They've hurriedly gone back to their paddock area to find out exactly what the problem is with that number 19. And of course, that car just recently visiting the pits, so it's not like it could be have run out of fuel. So Tati Calderon at the wheel of that car as it got towed in. It's we've got a gaggle of cars. John, you can see better than me because I can't see anything for the lights. 55 just gone through the Mazda. That's retained that 5th place. And I think just ahead of me is the number 10, the leading car.
Yeah, and a couple of the Cadillacs taking the opportunity to make a brake change. The 31 Whelen car right in front of me doing pads and rotors. So is the number 10, the Konica Minolta car. Full brake change, not just pads, it's brake discs as well. All of these machines have the quick change drive brake systems on the calipers, working both sides at the same time, but you've still got to do it in unison, just like if you're working your own. Now that's interesting. They're using the gun on the discs. There's a retaining bolt on the discs to take them off, and there's a secondary retaining bolt there. The calipers going back on as well on the Cadillac Delara. Good work down here. Fantastic for them to do this. With 13:47 left, though, that might mean they have to do another one, Jeremy. We're not an hour and a bit away from half distance.
No, I'm sure they can go beyond half distance. They're just going to get it done now while they're under yellow, get it out of the way, and I'm pretty confident they'll be able to go to the end from here.
It's the voice of Jeremy Shaw, who's in the booth with me. John Hindhaugh. Joe Bradley is down in the pit lane. And Joe Bradley is helping out on the number 10 at the moment. You're that close to what's going on, Bradley.
Well, I'm almost under the wheel arch of the number 10, but not quite helping out. Those brake discs as they come off, brake rotors as we should be seeing over here, are very, very hot indeed. 1,000 degrees under operating temperature, and as is the caliper. So these guys well equipped with proper safety gloves, and we're just getting towards the end of that. The caliper is now bolted on. We're ready for the wheel. We get rid of the old stuff, the worn out brake disc and pads. Gets out of the way. There's the last of the wheels to the right hand side. It was the right hand front that was taking a little bit of time there just to box off, but the number 10 car is brand new brakes, and that car now back in the race.
And now the engineer will be telling the driver as he leaves the pit lane in that number 10 Cadillac. It was Ryan Briscoe, by the way, that brought it in, and Pete Durrani who brought in the 31. Right, new brakes, new brakes. Don't forget this, new brake. Cold tyres, new brakes. Oh yeah, thanks for reminding us, otherwise I could have driven into the pit wall.
Yeah, exactly right. So that, I reckon, is our 43rd lead change.
Really?
On that 353, number 77 car will inherit the lead, having just made that pit stop just a few moments ago. That's just perfect timing for that team. Brilliant strategies as ever by Lena Gade. So that car leads. We'll have to wait and see what the order is at the restart. This time the pits will be open for GT cars, and I think there's quite a lot of big long trainer cars ready now to come onto the pit lane as well. All the leaders. Yeah, all 5 cars in GTLM into the pit lane.
And Diana Binks is with the Porsche GT team.
I am. I just had to jump onto the pit wall there just to avoid the cars coming in. As you said, John, a lot of cars in now. The 911 Porsche Cup team. Nick Tandy is getting in behind the wheel. They're just doing the driver change now. Fresh tyres for the car, and fuel as well going in. And that was a very clean stop for the 911. The 912 just ahead, also having a pit stop. Can't see if there's a driver change there. But again, these guys are fast at work. But it looks like there's a little bit of confusion with the 911. I don't know why. They've jumped back over the wall and they've come back with another tyre. And I think they're looking at the front brakes. But no, the disc pads, I think they're changing, and they've now put the tyre on that. So slight delay, but I guess we're under the caution period.
Leading GTD, Porsche, Pfaff Motorsport number 9 out, fuel and tyres. However, just behind it on the pit apron, it's the, I think, second or third place, the number 48, the Paul Miller Racing Lamborghini. That's had a driver change, so Madison Stowe out of that car now. It's having a pad change at the front end of this car, so lots of the teams choosing to change discs and pads. We're getting towards that half distance mark, and as Jeremy said, we should be okay at the end of the race. And why not change them under a full course caution? You're going to lose less track time. And information coming through on the number 19 Lamborghini, fuel pump issues, and that kind of looked like it was. It looked like the car just rolled to a stop, so fuel pump hopefully didn't get that car back out there very quickly.
I have no clue where you'd even start changing a fuel pump on a Lamborghini. GT3 cars built for endurance, you would hope that it would be somewhere that it was easily accessible. The question will be, Joe Bradley, whether it was the low pressure fuel pump, which is probably in the tank, or the high pressure one towards the fuel rail.
Yeah, they're all electric now. It's a long time since we've had a fuel pump on the engine block. We're showing our age now. Hopefully it's just that, and they can maybe swap it out, or it may even be the electrical side of how that thing operates. The team at the moment are back in the paddock finding out the answers to those questions we've just posed.
Thank you, Joe. Joe Bradley down in the pit lane for us with Diana Binks. We're under caution, and this then are now third full course caution. Just 52 minutes just clicking over, and 15 laps of full course yellow in this year's Rolex 24 Daytona. Still predicting 827 laps if we were to go green all the way from here, and that would be a significant improvement on the 808, which is the current record set in 2018.
Yes, that's probably, that number's going to come down.
It will come down.
Imagine we're going to not have any more cautions from here. Just to note, there was a tremendous LMP2 battle continuing before this caution period came out. Number 52 and number 81 circulating pretty much as one out there. It was Gabriel Aubry at the 52 car. Who was driving the 81? Can't remember now. There's been a change of driver in the 81. Henry Hedman has gone back in. Gabriel Aubry remains driving the number 52 car. Not sure who it was, so I can't remember. But there was certainly a driver change in that number 81 car.
Let's go down to Porsche and the Porsche GT North America team. Diana Binks standing by with Australian sensation Matt Campbell.
Matt, a superb stint out there, and a great job by the team when you brought the car in, handing it over to Nick. How was it from you?
Yeah, look, I was very happy. I mean, I wasn't too happy with my first two stints. The car was quite difficult, but now the car's really coming into its own. The conditions are ideal for our car. Nice and cool, it's fast, the track's really good, and yeah, just really comfortable in the car, which is really good. I'm happy. We're out in the front and just ticking over the hours now.
How much does having a good strategy and a good team behind you aid the confidence?
I mean, here 100%. You know, obviously these guys, they have 100% faith in them, and they know what they're doing, and certainly my job's in the car and their job's on the stand, so I know where I stand, but yeah, I mean, it's only early in the race really still. It's not until the last 6 hours where the strategy really comes into play, and then you'll see a lot of things happening on track.
Thanks, Matt.
Thank you, cheers.
Joe Bradley disappointed again by Ben Keating not getting out to the 74 MT Mercedes. They've super glued him in, Joe.
He's just teasing me. He can see me standing here waiting to interview him. He's just come in there with the 74, the Mercedes of the Rally Motorsports, and he's just taken on fuel, no tyres on the 74. Kyle Busch now back into the number 14 Lexus, and he'll be having fun. He seems to be enjoying his Daytona 24 hours, doesn't he?
Yeah, back in the car now and leaving the pit lane. Let's see how he attacks the pit lane exit as he's going out through the left-hander now, having spoken to you and given you the full SP, Joe, of what's been happening. Yeah, he's been a little bit caught. He gets on the throttle, he just tweaks the back end of the car round to put it round through the RFID readers for the Michelin tyres as he rejoins. He's not worried about the car moving around underneath him, I'll tell you that. Another big wiggle as he changed from first to second and then second to third, and giving it a bit
of trying to build some heat into the tires,
absolutely,
and get a feel for the car as well.
Very much colder than it would have been earlier on.
It's not as if he's not used to driving at night time with all his short track stuff, but
well, that's true.
But not often like this.
No, absolutely right. So back into the fray, thanks to Marcel Duke. He says, thank you for that amazing interview of David Lister. I love the idea and I love the pictures too. I've just been on to Lister Photographer. He says, Marcel says, I'm an amateur photographer and I'm loving having, sorry, I should say we're always lucky to have the RSL studio coverage when I'm at the circuit of Spa or the Nürburgring. Marcel, thank you very much for going to have a look at those pictures. Facebook, look for Lister Photographer down there. And David Lister joining us just a little bit earlier on. As we go back to green, let's just get them through the tri-oval and down into the first corner. It's a good restart by the Mazda as they head down into the first corner, and Tristan Nunez has got a bit of a gap, and then it's 2 by 2, almost 3 wide in the middle of the GT pack, and amazing restart in the GT field there. The Konica Minolta number 10 Cadillac in 4th position with Ryan Briscoe on board, but of course with that caution, the top 5 now separated by just 2 seconds. Let's go down to the Wayne Taylor Racing pit stall, and Joe Bradley has the man with his name above the door, Mr. Konica Minolta.
Well, I've been waiting for a lull in the proceedings, and as I do get that opportunity to speak to Wayne Taylor, we go green. Wayne, as intense as ever here at Daytona.
Yeah, it's pretty unbelievable, even though it's a small DPI grid, but literally it's like within seconds after, what, 10 hours? Yeah. It's pretty amazing.
It's going to be like that after 23 hours, I can assure you. It always is. Wayne, I want to take the opportunity to get your thoughts on the announcement the other day with the ACO and IMSA coming together with a convergence idea on the regulations. I immediately thought of you. I know how you operate. I thought, you know what, Wayne Taylor's going to be thinking, Le Mans program combined with what we do over here.
Well, I think, you know, we were all waiting for this to eventually come out and work between the ACO and running an IMSA. However, I still believe that the real time to get excited about this is when the rules and regulations come out in Sebring, because quite honestly, I don't think anybody will make a commitment right now until they understand what the things are. My only negative towards how it was handled yesterday was it kept talking about car manufacturers, and you know, basically teams like me, we're not a factory racing program, so we have to raise the money, and you know, Konica Minolta is a big partner of ours, and to take that next step financially is going to make a team like this have a lot of difficulty. So on the upside is hopefully GM will continue and will want to do this, and then for me to take this team to Le Mans would be honestly the best thing ever, because I feel as if I've done most of the things, but to go and take this group to Le Mans would be absolutely outstanding. So overall, I'm really positive. We just have to see what these rules and regulations will look like, and what is it going to cost.
The fundamental concept, as I saw it, was exactly that, Wayne, where you can take your car, put put it in an aeroplane or put it on a boat, take it across to Europe and race it or pretty much anywhere in the World Endurance Championship.
Yeah, I think that is the concept is to do that. However, for someone like us, if let's just say we were status quo and running like we are today, budgetary-wise, we'd figure out a way to get to Le Mans, but then the other races, we're not sure. However, our partner Konica Minolta is a global brand, and we had some discussions on doing some specific events outside of the US that might be good for their market. But at the same time, it's like, this is, as I said to Max, my partner, this is going to be like a chess game. And the reason that is because if the rules come out like all the manufacturers want it, and then obviously we're all talking to all the manufacturers and all the manufacturers are talking to all the teams, you got to really play your cards close to your chest to decide which way you're going to go. Because if you decide too early, you might lose. So it's exciting. It's really exciting.
It really is. We'll wait and see what those regulations are, Wyn. Thanks for that. I'll let you go back to work. Thank you for talking to us. As ever, a pleasure to talk to Wyn Taylor and a bit of insight as to where his mind was with regards to the convergence announcement. Back to you, John.
Yeah, very good, Joe. And Wyn Taylor, as ever, speaking an awful lot of sense. Penalty for the 77, the leader, Jonathan Bomarito, into the pit lane to serve it now, passing under yellow. That's a drive through for Mazda 77. 13 and a half hours yet to be completed. And Bomarito, sorry, it's Tristan Nunez, although it says Bomarito on the screen in front of me. It's Tristan Nunez.
The other car.
Oh, excuse me, yeah. Tristan Nunez coming in, so Bomarito has cycled to the lead in the red car. Thank you, getting late. So Tristan Nunez in the number 77, and of course, the worst time to take one of those drive-throughs, Jeremy, because we've just packed everybody up under the safety car, so loses a lot of places, although the same amount of real estate, so you gain one, you lose one, but passing under yellow, they'll be disappointed with that. That's just a little mistake that we said in the Porsche Keys to the Race, that at this kind of pace and with so few yellows, you really can't afford those.
No, and yeah, particularly that car just got itself right back on the same schedule as everybody else, with the pit stop right before the yellow. Don't know when that pass was. Presumably, it was Jordan that, you know, well, obviously while the yellow was out before we went to full course yellow, one would presume. But yeah, that's most unfortunate for that team. The good news is that the sister car has just with Jonathan Bomarito at the wheel, just overtaken Loic Duval on that same lap, so it's still going to be a Mazda that leads this race.
Yes.
Although no longer, because Duval has redressed the balance.
Yeah, he's come through. Yeah, good spot, Jeremy. As Duval goes across the line, he's back in the lead by 0.3 of a second, 13 and a half hours still to run, and it's all action at the front of the field after that full course yellow for the Ghia Lamborghini. Fuel pump issues, we believe, with that car. It's back behind the wall and in the garages, and the battle for the lead continues. Down to turn 6. The dark red, Soul red crystal Mazda with the green neon on the top of it. Looks black in this evening.
And that was the first lap led by the number 55 car.
So is that all of the DPIs have now led the race? It seems like it.
How many are there? Yes, well, 7 out of the 8. The only one that hasn't is the number 7 car. That never led.
That never got to the lead.
Before it had its problem.
Right.
But all the other cars have now led in the 45th lead change.
And in fairness, most of those, Jeremy, all right, there's been a couple of those that have been on the pit stop rotation, but we have had genuine passes for the lead, and we might have another one here as Bomarito has a look at the back of Loic Duval as they come underneath us now. He's going to go and try the long way around into turn 1 as they dive down over the transition. And into the first left-handed double apex corner, right in there in third position, Ryan Briscoe in the Cadillac. I'll have a bit of that, says Ryan. Watching these two having far too much fun ahead of him. Into the International hairpin, and the back end of the leading Cadillac of Lloyd Duval, squirming around that number 5 Mustang sampling, the JDC car. Seems odd not to be seeing the previous team that ran that car change over the winter time. Different team, same number, same result. Number 5 running at the front of the field with the 55 in second, and third, the second of the Cadillacs, is the black number 10. They go by the number 11 Grasser Racing Team, Lamborghini. Mazda was slightly disadvantaged there, people. Durrani's not that far back, of course, and the number 31, the Whelan car. That's the red and white machine. He'll be gaining up on the back of them. Then it's the Dane Cameron. He's about 2.5 seconds, 2.2 seconds further back in the best of the Acuras. The number 6 Acura team, Penske, in 5th position.
And that's been sort of low-key through the first half of the race, hasn't it? We'll see whether
now
they
what does that mean, Jeremy, normally?
Well, no, the jury's out on that one, to be perfectly honest. It's run, it's been up at the front. It's been in contention all the way through. But I think they're just kind of biding their time, making sure they don't take too much out of their car. We both spoke to Roger Penske. I saw Roger this morning. He said we've got to do a better job than we did last year. Didn't do a bad job last year, but they want to make sure this time that they are in contention to win the race. And certainly one car was taken out through absolutely no fault of its own, a mistake by one of the Mazda drivers out on the backstretch much earlier in the evening. So the number 7 car really isn't in the picture. It's down, remains 22 laps behind in 18th place overall and 8th in the class, but everybody else is in the mix. The number 85 car is a lap down to the rest. I think the Tristan Nunez is on the lead lap despite that drive-through penalty, but he's got some work to do now to make up for that.
If you want to get in touch, at IMSA Radio, hashtag IMSA Radio D24. Mazda 77, then having dropped down to 6th position for Tristan Nunez. He's lost nearly 40 seconds on the leader, and he's half a minute behind the top 5. So he's got a bit of work to do now after that overtake under full course yellow. I have a feeling young Mr. Nunez is a little fired up.
Yeah, I mean, he'd made up quite a bit of ground during his last couple of stints. When did he get I reckon he got behind the wheel about 10 o'clock last night. What's now? It's now just after midnight 15. So he's been at the wheel for about 2.25 hours, and he'd done a really nice job to get back into contention. Then they had the timing of that yellow, which was absolutely perfect. He's right back there. Not only is he right with him, he's actually in the lead of the race, and then gets a penalty again. So they've got to do it all over again.
But he's got 13.5 hours to do it, and it'll be entertaining for us as he does it. Steiner Binks and Joe Bradley down in the pit lane. The work continues on the number 4 Chevrolet Corvette, which has been in the pits for a very long time now. Looked to be engine oil that they were draining out of the mid-engined V8 installation on the C8R. Give you an update on that as soon as we can. Joe Bradley and Dye in the pit lane. Jeremy Shaw, John Hindhoff. Johnny off on break at the moment, and it'll be Shea Adam who'll take you through the next few hours in around about 20 minutes time as we head into another race hour in about 25 minutes time. GTLM 24 BMW lead. Do you remember James Collado saying, we haven't got the power, we can't compete, we'll just have to see what happens, try and stay there. Second place for the Racing Competizione Ferrari at the moment, 3/4 of a second away from the lead, ahead of Lawrence Van Tour, who's 2/10 further back in third in the 912, then Jordan Taylor in the remaining Corvette, and then the 911 Porsche. So one BMW and one Corvette have fallen out of contention. I won't say have bitten the dust, I'm sure that we'll see them back. Indeed, the second BMW is circulating again, but well off the pace.
Yeah, it's about a dozen laps off the pace in GTLM.
Back into 32nd position overall on the top page of our timing, that number 25 car.
Right, but the other 5 GTLM cars, each of them on the last lap, they turned their best lap within 3 or 4 tenths of a second of each of their cars' fastest lap. So they're running pretty much in nose-to-tail formation now. 24, 62, 9, 12, 3, and 9, 11. And it's interesting, that number 62 car, because there was certainly some bleaching, some unhappy pilots. It seemed early in the stage that we can't compete. Well, it's certainly competing now. And
I wonder if the cooler temperatures are helping that turbocharged Ferrari.
Probably, and I think could well be. And I think they probably made a few tweaks to the electronics on the car, perhaps to help it a little bit more as well. I don't know, conjecture, but certainly the car seems to be competitive right now. And the last time around was a 43.3, this time a 43.4. The car's fastest lap was a 42.9. Right there.
Yeah, right on the money. Right on the money. Brian Sellers for Lamborghini, and Paul Miller Racing leads by 0.6 of a second in GTD over Zachary Robichon in the FAF Porsche, and Mirko Bortolotti in 3rd position in the Audi number 88. So that's Lamborghini, Porsche, Audi, then Ferrari with Alessandro Balzan in 4th, and BMW in 5th. So the top 5 different manufacturers. The first repeating manufacturer is Porsche. 2 Aston Martins already retired, I'm afraid, if you're a fan of the Banbury mark.
So Sellers has moved us up. He was 4th at the restart in car number 48. Moved his way pretty quickly through to the lead in GTD. And the number 9 car led at the restart, now in 2nd place. The number 88 car was 5th, it's now 3rd. Number 63 car was 2nd, it's now 4th with Alessandro Balzan at the wheel of that number 63 car. It's Mirko Bortolotti, 2-time winner of this race, of course. Let's not forget each of the last 2 years, but that was in a Lamborghini. He's now driving an Audi and he's in 3rd place in car number 88.
Kyle Busch back out on the circuit, 10th position for the NASCAR champion, Cup champion, and in the number 14. He's gaining on the 57 NSX of Trent Hinman. That's not a battle for position. Trent already off the lead lap in GTD, but the 14 is still on the lead lap. Yes, it is. He's only ran about half a minute away from the lead of class.
Yeah, that was the car that made a pit stop. It got its lap back on the wave around, made a pit stop after that, so it rejoined, I think, about 20 seconds behind the pack in GTD. So he's not only maintained that, it's actually closed a little bit, I think, on that leader. So Kyle Busch at the wheel of number 14 in 10th position, the last car on the lead lap in GTD.
So cool, calm and collected behind the wheel. His hands might be moving quickly behind the wheel of the Lexus, but there's an economy of movement that all great drivers have. He sits possibly a little closer to the wheel than some of the sports car drivers, but I actually like that driving position. Bent arms, you can deal with the quick movements of the steering wheel, more like a rally driver, and can react quickly with those bent arms. You don't want to be stretched out. That's very tiring as well, particularly on the long runs. Remember, this is a driver who is used to doing endurance races on his own, 500-mile NASCAR endurance races. It is an endurance race, and you don't get the chance to change into another driver. Hitting the paddles as he changes down through the gearbox on the International. Horseshoe again, now towards the kink for Kyle Busch. No hint of a lift through there, was there? Through the dog leg, and now down into the west. Horseshoe winding the lock on. Still chasing Trent Hinman in that lapped 57 MSR Acura. Through goes the 5th, check that, 6th position DPI, past the pair of them. Busch running right up to the wall and now dropping down to the yellow line through NASCAR 1 and 2, the distinctive yellow lights, and particularly the curb lights on that Lexus. Very positive on the brakes and on the turn in, Kyle Busch. He was talking earlier on to Joe Bradley about how he's been getting used to letting the car do some of the work because of the traction control and the ABS. Adjustable, of course, on the GT3 cars, so just something else for him to get his head around and work out how he can use those systems on the car to his best ability. He's impressed me, I've got to tell you. He has impressed me.
Yeah, he's certainly doing a nice job for the team at this stage in the race. He's picked up another couple of seconds over the last lap on Jules Gounon, who's from number 86, Meyer Shank Acura. So he's certainly very good laps. At the moment, it's Kyle Busch. Meantime, in LMP2, diving down to the inside there for turn 6, is the leader. That's Gabriel Aubry. Is it back driving number 52 car again, or still driving number 52 car? He's done at least a double stint, I think, in there now. Henrik Hedman is in the second place car. He's fallen a minute behind, but still, that's very much in contention in the Dragon Speed car.
And
meanwhile, out front, Loic Duval has just turned some super laps, 35.818 last time around. The car's best lap of 35.649. So within a couple of tenths of a second, all of a sudden he's got 5 seconds in hand over Jonathan Bomarito.
The battle for second position in GT Le Mans coming alive again as the 912 Porsche in the hands of Lawrence Vanter, who started the car, has got a target fix on the 62 Ricci Ferrari into the West Horseshoe. James Collado in that car. Who's he up behind at the moment? He's having a bit of a problem, Collado, getting past
the BMW, isn't it?
The BMW, is that the leader?
Yeah.
So that is first, second and third together there.
Oh yeah.
So Collado.
And look behind in the mirror and there's the Corvette too.
So top 4 on NASCAR 1 and 2, heading down towards the bus stop. The BMW M8 GTE is absolutely rocket ship fast on the faster part of the circuit. Rahal Letterman Lanigan obviously deciding to go for the top speed rather than the pace on the infield. Meantime, the battle for first, second and third in DPI that Jeremy was talking about.
Well, it's not a battle for the lead anymore, because
he's cleared off.
He has 5.2 seconds last time around, to come around the banking one more time now, and instead it's Jonathan Bomarito having to watch from the car with which we ride on board, which is Ryan Briscoe. Here goes Loic Duval again, another 36.0. Last 3 laps within a tenth of a second of each other. Super laps from Loic Duval. Doesn't have any traffic to do with it. Using every inch of the road, and this is the most competitive we've seen this car through this race so far. Out in front for not for the first time, but it only led sort of singleton laps through pit stops earlier on, and now out front and making the most of it.
But he's come up against this GT Le Mans battle. Jeremini goes round the outside of the number 3 Chevrolet Corvette at the West Horseshoe. Then he's got the Porsche of Lawrence Vanter, the Ferrari, the Ricci Competizione Ferrari of James Collado, and John Edwards in the number 24 BMW. He'll catch those guys on the banking. Now, can Collado use the prototype going over the high side of the bright red number 62 Ricci car? Will he drop in behind and try and get a little bit of a slipstream? No, it's gone. Now down the inside of the BMW. And that was smartly done by our race leader. But the Mazda and second Cadillac of Wayne Taylor Racing still having a cracking battle for second and third as Gabriel Aubry comes down to turn 6 again in the red, white and black number 52, which leads in LMP2. It's still the Paul Miller Racing Lamborghini Huracan of Brian Sellers ahead of Zachary Robichon by just on a second. So still plenty to race for here with just on 13 hours and a quarter still to go.
Mirko Bertolotti right with them as well. Alessandro Balzan's about 5 seconds further back, but right behind Balzan is Patrick Long in the Porsche number 16. Aaron Thielitz doing a good job once again in the number 12. Aim Vasser-Sullivan Lexus also in that battle. Jens Klingman in the Turner Motorsport BMW car number 96, and Andy Lally in the GRT Magnus Lamborghini car number 44. Those cars really in pretty much of a train. 5 cars battling over 4th position in GTD.
At IMSA Radio, hashtag IMSA Radio D24. Andy Blackmore, hello. He says, I've been out with family and friends for the last 4 hours. If you could just red flag the race and give me a minute-by-minute update, that would be lovely. No.
It would take you as long as the race has been going.
It would take you longer, actually, to go through everything that's happened out on the circuit. The number 88, Mirko Bortolotti, Audi R8 LMS GT3, now battling for 2nd position with the FAF Porsche. Zachary Robichon has his mirrors full of Audi R8 down into the West Horseshoe again as they head out on that, what appears to the race cars to be quite a short run from 5 to 6. I drove it this morning, it seemed a lot longer. Little bit of a mistake and the FAF car goes wide, down to the inside for the 88. Should get the run and the shorter distance on the bottom of the racetrack. Got to try and keep the lock off that car. He crawls along side by side, noses ahead by just about a third of a car. But here comes the FAF Porsche over the top, down into the braking area. Who's going to be last on the brake pedal? Surely Bertolotti will go through, and he does, and takes 2nd position into the bus stop. Smashing racing again, Jeremy. I'm loving this when we're getting all this side-by-side racing. The draft's working here, no doubt, and from quite a long way back. But I'm interested to see how much the side draft is working on these GT cars as well.
Don't know what we're going to, yeah, exactly. Tremendous racing. We don't know what happened there, but the number 55 car, Bommaruti, has lost that 2nd position now to Ryan Briscoe. It was last time around. He lost a fair bit of ground on that last lap. So he was overtaken by Briscoe, number 10 car, then up into 2nd place. Cadillac 1-2. Bommarito back into 3rd place position, and Pipo Derani is right behind him also now in the number 31 car.
Bertolotti unable to break away from Zachary Robichon. They're on the infield again now. No traffic ahead of them for a wee while. And meantime, in GT Le Mans, Porsche versus Corvette. Now that's a change of position there. The Corvette's got by. Jordan Taylor has got by Lawrence Vanto in the 912. Coming through the tri-oval, the Porsche dragging back. So that must have happened on this lap, because as they went across last time, the places were reversed. But as they go into turn 1 now, the yellow Corvette is ahead and confirmed on the timing screen now in 3rd position. Vanto down towards the International Horseshoe. Corvette braking from the middle of the road.
Yeah, and the other Porsche's right with them now as well. Nick Tandy, he was a couple of seconds or so behind this the rest of the group, but he's now closed back in again. So John Edwards leads by, well, half a second over James Calado, the BMW, the Ferrari, the Corvette in 3rd, about 2.5 seconds back. That's the car we're watching from on board, number 912 of Lawrence Vanto, but Nick Tandy's right behind him as well. Everywhere you look, there's something going on. Just brilliant motor race at this stage. Coming up for another hour in the books as well. We're 10 minutes away from that, as Loic Duval continues to turn good laps at the front of the field. His gap over 2nd place out to 6 seconds over now Ryan Briscoe. In LMP2, Gabriel Aubry, I think, he's just put a lap on Henrik Hedman. So the number 52 car for PR1 Matheson Motorsports running 8th position overall, completed 363 laps, so 10 laps behind the overall race leader Loic Duval. And now Henrik Hedman is he's not quite a lap down. No, he's a minute and 18 behind, I beg your pardon, about 3/4 of a lap down. He'd just been lapped by the race leader. That was what that was all about.
Yes, indeed.
But Gabriel Aubry, the better part of a lap ahead, and then 4 laps further back is the number 18 car for Era Motorsport.
Cadillac, Mazda at the sharp end of the field. BMW, Ferrari, Chevrolet, Porsche. So all 4 manufacturers in the top 4 of GT Le Mans, and in GTD, Lamborghini, Audi, Porsche, Lexus, Ferrari, BMW, Lamborghini is your top 8.
There's that GTLM battle again. Heading onto the bank in the BMW ahead of the Ferrari. BMW stretches out just a little bit, certainly under acceleration.
It's fast in a straight line, yes, that BMW. It might be a big car, Jeremy, but it's certainly got the ponies, hasn't it?
And under braking, the Ferrari seems to close in a little bit.
I wonder if that was a conscious decision by BMW and Team RLL, because they've clearly decided that the advantage with their car is to trim it out for speed. It doesn't have the pace on the infield section, but as soon as it gets out of turn 6, it stretches the way. The Porsche comes back, or the Ferrari comes back. Remember that battle earlier on when we had 3 or 4 laps where the BMW would sneak ahead and be scored the leader at the line, but Nick Tandy was able to hold on to the position at turn 1, and then we'd reset and do it all again for another 3.5 miles, and it took 3 goes before the BMW could get through. It would get a nose ahead, then half a car ahead, and then finally a full car ahead to make the lead and make it stick. 77 Mazda into the pits for Tristan Nunes. New set of Michelin tyres going on, fuel going in, driver's door opened, and that was a new driver. And Olivier Plat installed in that car. Nice getaway. Ferrari once again very close indeed to the leader in GT Le Mans, right up underneath the sizable rear wing of the BMW, coming onto the high banking, but again from being right there, 3 cars length now, getting on for 4 cars lengths, and even in the draft the Ferrari just can't get close enough for the dive down the inside going into the bus stop. This is quality stuff.
But nor can anybody else in GTLM.
No.
And so he's got to figure out, how he can get past that car. I mean, he's got another 13 hours and 6 minutes to figure that one out.
Pit stops at the head of DPI with the Whelen Cadillac, the 55 Mazda, and the Ollie Plat car we know has just left. Joe Bradley down in the pit lane.
Yeah, I'm with the 31, and it's not a driver change. It's just the usual, what we've seen pretty much throughout the day, really. It's just fuel and tyres and a lovely windscreen clean. This is the time of night where we're going to be picking up a lot of dirt. People going off track, pulling the dirt onto the track, and then that ended up on the windscreen. So that's Hunter-Reay into the 31, I believe. And he's out already. And I've just breathed in a lot of rubber smoke there.
Shea says it's Ryan Hunter-Reay. I'm going to say it's Ryan Hunter-Reay. Oh, off the track for Mirko Bortolotti in the number 88 from second position in GTD. That was at the bus stop. Leaders in GT Le Mans together again at turn 6, and they've got the leader. No, not the leader in LMP2, but it's definitely, it's the 8, it's a tower car coming through, gets down underneath and then swaps between them and goes up over the top of the leader, so underneath the second place car and through the gap. Really should have gone round the top end of that car there. That's what they're told to do. Ryan DL, 4th position and 11 laps down on the leader in class.
Right, and so Nick Tandy, the top 5 in GTLM are separated right now by 3.6 seconds, plus the fact there's an LMP2 car in there as well. As you say, that number 8 car working its way back through after some early problems.
6 Acura in, that was brought in by Dane Cameron from 3rd position. Simon Pagenaud's got into that car, says Shea. He's just standing saying random driving names. Actually, it could be anything at the moment. If she was holding up cards, it couldn't be. And that was DL coming into the pits as well. Simon Pagenaud leaves the very distinctive red and white striped helmet. Pagenaud just getting his seatbelts comfortable before he comes off the pit lane speed limit. I thought I saw the 8 car coming into the pit lane there, did I?
Yes.
Yes, I did. The Starworks, the Tower by Starworks car. Meantime, Mirko Bortolotti, having become the world's most powerful grass cutter with the 5.2 V10 at the bus stop, is now closed right back in again on the 2nd place car in GT Le Mans, that of the Zachary Robichon Porsche. Mustang sampling number 5 in the pit lane for...
And number 10.
That's the leader. Leader, Loic Duval in the pit lane. And Joe Bradley is watching that one.
Yeah, fuel and tyres once again, no driver change on the number 5. This is the Mustang sampling liveried car, and it's Loic Duval who will stay in the car. And just behind it, we've got another pit stop due for the 85 this time. The JDC Miller car will come in behind that. Fuel seems to take an absolute age on these DBIs. But there's the number 5 done and dusted. In, just sweeping by me now, is the number 85, the JDC Miller car, the yellow one. It's in 7th place overall, and no tyres for the 85. So I'm not sure I can see the point in that. However, we are restricted to 38 sets, so it's probably that. It's probably making those sets of tyres last to the race finish, because the reason why I say that is it's the length of time it takes to refuel these cars that limit the time. That limits the time of the pit stop, so you've got plenty of time to change the tyres. However, we are reserving and conserving the rubber allowed for that team. 38 sets it is.
Thank you, Joe. Joe Bradley down there in the pit lane, but a contact between the Grasser Lamborghini number 11, which was being passed by the leading GT Le Mans car. 109 FM at the track. RS2 IMSA radio around the world and across the USA, as well as on Sirius 216 XM202. We're live from trackside at Daytona International Speedway, and another hour of the 2020 Rolex 24 Hours at Daytona starts right now. Just a little touch between those two cars at the International Horseshoe. I don't think there was any damage there. So an hour away from half distance. Doesn't time fly when you're enjoying yourself? Proper endurance racing here with a relatively low number of cautions. Number 10, Konica Minolta Cadillac going through traffic at the moment. The race still led by Loic Duval with Pipo Derani just under 4 seconds behind. Jeremy Shaw.
Just lose the lead on that round of pit stops, number 5 car. Number 5 and number 10 coming in on the same lap. and the number 5 car stays ahead, but it's much closer all of a sudden. Just 3.7 seconds of lead now that number 5 has. This time though it's over the number 31 with number 55 right there as well, so a good sequence there for the number 31 car with Pipo Derani at the wheel. 3-car battle then for second place as well. It's the first time someone's actually kept the lead at the pit stop for quite a long time. The pit stop around a sequence of pit stops at least. The Cadillac's definitely getting better fuel mileage than the turbo cars at this stage. Regularly doing 23 or even 24 laps, whereas the Acura is generally getting 21 or 22. The Mazda also around about 22 laps between each pit stop, 21, 22.
Jeremy, would you like to hear from a driver who's just gotten out of a DPI? Shall we listen to an interview with Dane Cameron and Jamie Howe?
And Dane just got out of the car almost 5 minutes ago, handing duties over to Simon Pagenaud. I saw you on the team intercommunication system here on pit lane. What's the most relevant information you can pass on after a stint?
Yeah, just trying to give the next guy some advice on how the track is changing. If you had to move any lines or controls in the car, obviously a lot of traction controls, bars, biases, things like that. Yeah, so just trying to lay as much of that as possible, and tire pressure adjustments again are really important. So we're struggling a little bit right now with the cooler temperatures. We're bottoming quite a lot and having to make some adjustments. So yeah, kind of got to bide our time until it warms back up.
Earlier in the week, you were concerned about tire allotment and having enough to make it through the race. Now that the race is underway, how are you guys looking on following your strategy?
I mean, I think it's better. I think we're a couple of sets ahead of some of the other guys, so it's good because the double stint is a little bit hard. So any chance you can to avoid that is just going to help the overall pace a little bit. But yeah, as we can see, the Cadillacs and Mazdas seem to be able to march to the front whenever they feel like it.
What's the plan now for the overnight, for the rest of the overnight time? Do you go back and rest because you only have 3 drivers?
Yeah, try to get some rest. It's kind of funny lately. Everyone seems to have migrated to this 4-driver kind of deal, except for a couple of the cars now. So it's a little bit tougher on the 3 drivers because you don't get quite as much time out of the car to get that sort of sleep that really makes you feel better on the second half. And also the stints are really short now, so it's like 40 minutes in a prototype, so you feel like a big man because you did 4 stints, but it's really not very much time on the clock. So they would maybe try to push them a little bit longer, and normally you get those yellows that can buy you some more time, but we're at 2, maybe 3 or whatever we're at now. So yeah, a little bit tough, but yeah, go warm up and try to get a bit of sleep before someone comes pounds on my door at some ungodly hour here soon.
You're one of the veteran sports car racers now. You've spent time in GT cars, of course, time in prototypes. What's your favorite part of 24-hour racing?
Does that mean I'm getting old now that I'm a veteran?
No, I did not say that. I said experienced.
I think that's what that means. I think my favorite part is still when you start to see the sun come up. There's quite a lot of the races at night, and it's definitely a little bit of a shot in the arm when you start to see the clouds lighten up and the sun come back up.
It's good to see you, Dane. Thank you.
Thank you.
Just watching the LMP2 leaders go past us here to begin another lap. Number 52 car is directly ahead of number 81 car, but that's no longer a battle for the lead. They both made pit stops fairly recently. Gabriel Aubry, well, he's not getting out of that number 52 car, I don't think. So he stayed at wheel, and he now has a whole lap lead over number 81 car, but it's now Colin Brown who's taken over from Henrik Hedman. And I think it was who was driving that car last.
Correct.
And Colin now is going to try then to get back onto the lead lap in the number 81 car.
We just had a personal best Sector 1 time from Loic Duval the last time around as well, or the time before that, I should say. So clearly there's speed in the leading Cadillac, as it's Cadillac 1, 2, and then the best of the Mazdas back in third. There is a gaggle of cars going through the International Horseshoe right now. They do have magnets in them and seem to attract each other, particularly at night. So we'll keep a wary eye on that. But the battle for the GTLM lead, Jeremy, that refuses to go away. The BMW of John Edwards, the black one, number 24, leading the way. But you've got to feel for John, because he's just got to be holding his breath through the entire twisty bit of the racetrack, knowing that once he gets back onto the banking, there's a little bit of respite as the Ferrari slowly drops back in his rearview mirror.
Yeah, but you know, all 5 cars are within 3 seconds of each other, so they're separated by maybe 8-10 car lengths between each of the cars. Yes, the BMW stretches out a little bit on the straights, but the Ferrari is, I think, certainly handling well now. It's running well, and then the Porsches are right there behind them, and ahead of the Porsches, behind the Ferrari, is a Corvette. So it's a super battle that is just continuing all the way through this race.
Did we ever establish that it was an oil leak for the number 4 Corvette?
I believe so.
Okay, yeah, because I did get a text from Ryan Smith about that, just to inform us that the number 4 was dealing with that issue. Did that car come back out, or is it still? No, it's dropped off the first page of timing, so that would be classified as 7th in class. As the number 3 Corvette just lost 2 spots that last lap to both of the Porsches. Lawrence Vantor now up into 3rd, and Nick Tandy into 4th.
And it's not 4 car out. I think it might be out, actually.
The 4?
Has it been withdrawn now?
I see a crowd standing around the garage, so I would imagine that the silver Corvette is indeed still back in there.
Yeah, certainly. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's back in there still.
Yeah. There's not often, well, I mean, there is always a crowd of people standing around Corvette racing. That's kind of a hard way to tell, as there's a battle on track now between the 55 Mazda and the 10 Konica Minolta Cadillac coming through into turn 6. Ryan Hunter-Reay trying to fend off Ryan Briscoe. So 2 guys who used to race in, well, 1 who used to race in IndyCar, 1 who still does, an Indy 500 winner leading around in Indy 500 pole sitter. Pretty good quality in this field as far as it goes. Right now we've got Hunter-Reay fending off Briscoe as they go into the bus stop, but it was a little bit tricky coming through the International Horseshoe, dealing with the GTLM lead. There might have been contact for Hunter-Reay with the Risi Competizione Ferrari as he dove up the inside to driver's right going into the Horseshoe. The headlights make it a little tricky to see definite contact between those 2 red cars.
It's a bit late, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was a bit late, feeling the pressure of seeing that black Cadillac stealth up behind him.
Yeah, that battle's been going on now for quite a long time with Pipo Derani, Ryan Briscoe, and Ryan. Actually, the gap pass has just been made, so Ryan Briscoe is now ahead of Ryan Hunter-Reay.
Briscoe
number 10 ahead of number 55. That's the exchange then for 3rd and 4th places.
Yeah, beg your pardon, Jeremy. Briscoe went around the outside of Hunter-Reay into turn 1, so that glossy black Cadillac has made passes down the inside, nearly around the outside, very wide around the outside. Seen all kinds of action from the most stylish DPI on the grid, that's for sure. Car which accurately reflects for photographs when it's even standing still in its pit box. In the GTD class, it is still Sellers leading from Bortolotti, and then Zach Robichon, who's fallen 3 seconds further back behind Bortolotti in the Audi.
Yeah, so Bortolotti, having run off the road at the bus stop half a dozen laps ago, he lost the position, but has gained it back, as you suggest, there over Zachary Robichon. So number 88 Audi back up into 2nd place, and Brian Sellers has been running nice, consistent pace at the front. Well, within 1 second of his fastest lap in the race, so just churning the laps out, and he's all of a sudden finds himself 7.5 seconds ahead of the Audi.
Do you think that perhaps the Bortolotti sudden finding of pace had anything to do with perhaps what Joe said with Kyle Busch in his interview a bit earlier on, when he was referring to Kyle's whoopsie-daisy on his first lap into turn 1, and Joe said, yeah, we saw that. And Kyle said, oh, great, thanks. Do you think maybe someone got on the radio to Bortolotti and said, hey, mate, we saw that you went off at the bus stop, and now he's put his head down and trying to regain a little bit of composure?
mean, you know, the car's been fast all the way through, so, you know, he made a mistake and he's just making up for it. So, you know, here comes the second place car in GTLM for its next pit stop.
Jamie is at the Risi Competizione pit stop.
And this will be expected a little bit longer of a pit stop. The team's going to go ahead and switch out the front brakes, they told me. However, they have taken on new Michelin tires at the moment. They're doing a driver change as well. So David Regan now behind the wheel of the car. This team running very well in the nighttime stages. We did see them struggle during the day. They only raced 2 times last year in IMSA competition. They raced the 24 Hours of Daytona. They did not do the brakes, so they were happy with what they saw when they came into pit lane, but they did win at the 24 Hours of Le Mans as well. So quick pit stop.
Good point.
Yeah, and the Corvette all of a sudden has fallen behind both of the Porsches.
Yes, that happened about 2 or 3 laps ago. Jordan Taylor clearly having an off lap, and Nick Tandy and Lawrence Vanthoor both taking advantage of that opportunity to get around. Wonder what happened to Jordan out there. We also just had a pit stop from the sister BMW, the number 25. That's the car that's circulating in the 6th position in class, 32nd overall, way far down the field. That's the car that won last year with a slightly different driver lineup, but that car no longer in contention, now playing the support role for its sister, leading the way as into the pit lane comes our GTD leader. That's Brian Sellers. Fuel and tires for Brian. Ooh, there's stickers. That'll make him happy as he's getting a new water bottle potentially. Nope, maybe a data stick change for that car. Now, 3 times during the course of this race, you do have to change out your data sticks and bring them to IMSA within a regulated set of time. Between the 5th and 7th hour, the 11th and 13th hour, and then the 17th and 19th hour. So if you will, at even points throughout the race. I was sitting on the IMSA pit box at one stage actually when data sticks were being brought over, and it was a really interesting process to watch because the information was actively being dumped onto computers and examined then and there. This is live integration between the 2 different systems. Sellers' pit stop is complete and he exits the pit lane, and also coming through both of the GTLM Porsches, which means we should get more GTLM stops, and indeed Jordan Taylor was just in that number 3 Corvette as well. Have to wait and see if there were driver changes once they trigger the pit exit loop, which has moved from years previous. It was in the same spot as last year, but perhaps you didn't watch the race last year. Don't know why, not giving you an excuse, but it used to be that as soon as you went underneath the green light, sort of where the braking point is for turn 1, you could get off the pit lane speed limiter, you could go as fast as you wanted around that very narrow strip of pavement, and go roaring back out onto the track. No more. Now you have to stay slow until you're at the inside, almost at the run-up to the International Horseshoe, so it requires a lot more patience. Into the pit lane comes our GTLM leader. That's the number 24 black BMW, John Edwards, bringing the car in. Will he be staying aboard? I don't see. Oh, there we go. Chazzy Mostert. He's running around to the wrong side of the car, so data stick removal for Chaz. Glad to see they taught him some useful stuff and didn't just get him confused there, Jeremy, about what country he was driving in.
Yeah, right. Change for 2nd position, by the way. The number 31 car must have had a problem last time around because all of a sudden Pipo Derani has lost that position to Ryan Briscoe. So now we're back to a Cadillac 1, 2, 3. Loic Duval leads now by a full 12 seconds. He gained 3 seconds on the sister, on the other Cadillacs on that last lap. So I don't know if there was some sort of a bump between Briscoe and Derani, whatever happened. I don't think we saw it, but that position change has taken place. Briscoe back up into 2nd place, Derani down to 3rd, Ryan Hunter-Reay still chasing them in 4th place.
It was a clean stop for the number 12 Lexus. Aaron Telitz staying aboard that car, looking very tired and sweaty actually as he was driving back out, tightening his belts back down once again. And the number 14 Lexus, the sister car, being driven by current and defending NASCAR champion Kyle Busch. Rowdy stays behind the wheel again. He did not loosen his belts, though, during the stop, which Telitz clearly had as he was retightening them. Rowdy's just focused on getting back out around the circuit.
And the fastest car on the track at the moment is Olivier Pla, car number 77. That car had a penalty a little while ago, dropped it back to the tail end of the cars on the lead lap. But after the last round of pit stops, the number 77 car trailed the number 6 by 21 seconds. It now trails by 9.6.
Wow.
That's in the space of about 8 laps. So Olivier Pla is flying. Simon Pagenaud, the Acura, again, we heard from Dane Cameron a little while ago, they're trying to get through some double tyre stints on that number 6 car, which is a struggle. Could be that Simon Pagenaud is doing that once again now, because his pace is dropped quite a long way back from the number 55 car of Ryan Hunter-Reay, and he's being closed quite rapidly now by Olivier Pla in number 77 car, as we see a pit stop for the Acura.
That's
car number 57.
Alvaro Parent getting back behind the wheel of that car. Trent Hinman jumping
there
out.
Right now.
Yes, but when you put Alvaro behind the wheel, that doesn't often stay the case. He seems to make up time fairly quickly. And interesting to speak to the drivers of the Acura, Jeremy. These cars are not new. They've been in IMSA competition for, what, 4 years now? 4 years, I believe. They still are having issues with driver comfort. It's something within the seat position, and it rears its head, particularly in these long endurance races. So Misha Goikberg mentioned it when I chatted with him earlier about the fact that they're having some cramping issues once they get out of the car. I'd imagine if you look over at Trent Hinman right now, he'd probably be wolfing down a banana to try and get some potassium in his system to help alleviate that feeling. Loic Duval just set the fastest Sector 1 time of the race that time around. We are at 57 minutes past midnight. So still 12 hours and 43 and a half minutes to go. But at least we're seeing some super fast times out there.
Yeah, it's been a great stint from Loic Duval. Once he's got a sniff of the lead, he wants to hang on to it. He's turned a string of really, really fast laps. And last lap around 135.9, the fastest lap of that car this race, 135.6. I mean, that's pretty stellar at this time of the night. We're just coming up to 1 o'clock in the morning. Conditions really good out there right now. It's nice and clear. We had a bit of a sort of haze earlier on, but that seems to have lifted now. It's a nice, crisp, clear evening. And the cars are running well, the tyres are working well, the track is in surprisingly good shape, despite the fact our last caution was just over an hour ago, just almost an hour ago actually. So the track is still in pretty good shape, and therefore we're seeing that explains why we're in some good lap times. And indeed was the fastest lap of that car's race by Loic Duval at 135.363.
That was the caution to recover the gear racing Lamborghini, which was having fuel pump issues. Which one, we don't know, but still unfortunate to see that car, which had seemingly come alive during Christina Nielsen's stint at the very least. And it was good to see them up running around cycling, at least during pit stops, toward the front of the field. So good potential from that car, which is a full season entrant for Christina Nielsen and Catherine Legg.
Yeah, it's been a disappointing outing for them. They had some problems in qualifying. They thought they got a handle on that, and they're pretty confident going into the race, but it never really worked out for them either. The number 11 GRT Lamborghini also has had its struggles. That's some way back now, having had various dramas. The number 44 car, meanwhile, the Magnus GRT entry, is still running in 6th place pretty handily. Andy Lally is the wheel of that car right now, and within 25 seconds of the lead of the class.
Question for you, Jeremy, and you might not be able to answer this immediately, but how much time has John Potter done in that car? Because I don't recall seeing his name against it.
He's certainly driven the car.
Has he? Okay.
Yeah.
But we say that car hasn't had any struggles. It has, just not in the race. just before qualifying in the final practice, well, the third practice session, that car had a leak of essential fluids that ultimately resulted in a complete gearbox change when the gearbox had just been new, which was slightly worrying to the crew. But so far in the race, and I will knock on my head for that, so far so good. Ooh, a lot of blue times, particularly in GTD. When I say blue times, I mean personal best times for the car. We've got Mirko Bortolotti in that Audi still doing what Mirko does, particularly at Daytona. And we've also got Tony Villander in the Ferrari setting some very quick times. As car number 11, the Grasser Lamborghini that we were just talking about, once again goes behind the wall.
John Potter's done 4 stints in the 44 car for a total of 3 hours, 34 minutes and 29 seconds approximately.
So he still owes us an hour.
Yeah, got to do 4.5.
Thank you. Penalty just issued. Thank you, John. The voice of reason that rains down from above. Car number 54, a Black Swan Racing penalty. Refueling while on jack stands. Drive-through. Wait a minute. That's not right. Cars always refuel on jack stands. Is that what it says behind your computer there, Jeremy?
Refueling while on jack stands, drive-through.
Interesting, because everybody refuels while on jack stands while they're doing tire changes. Perhaps, maybe they were not doing a driver change on the 54 Black Swan Racing Porsche. Maybe they were just refueling, and they still put the car up on the jack stands, because that would be a no-no. Interesting.
And Loic Duval, just a stunning place at front. He reset his own fastest lap by a few thousandths on the next lap. On lap 389 and 90, he set his best laps of the race by literally thousandths. And another 36.3 this time around. He's now 11.8 seconds ahead. Actually, the gap's come down a bit because Ryan Briscoe is absolutely flying also in the number 10 car.
I wouldn't envy being Ryan Briscoe right now, because he's gotten into that Konica Minolta Cadillac after the great Scott Dixon, who makes fuel and goes fast. You've now been given the exact same task as Scott Dixon. Hey, buddy, we got 25 laps out of him.
These are all professional drivers. I mean, these guys have been doing this. They've been saving fuel. They're masters at their craft. And yeah, Dixie's renowned for it, but so are these other guys as well, aren't they? Let's face it.
But what's Briscoe's stints been? Have they been 25 laps?
Yeah.
Wow.
Well, the 25 laps, that included some yellow.
Okay.
Yeah,
understood.
That car is getting better fuel mileage than anybody out there right now, and has been actually all the way through the race. So, they've got a handle on things right now. That number 10 team, but number 5 is edging way at the front of the field. So, having apparently struggled through the opening stages of the race, number 5 car certainly come into its own, and with Loic Duval at the wheel in particular, the Frenchman. Who has a huge amount of experience, as you know, in all sorts of different cars, and is bringing that to bear just now, and running a super consistent pace at the front of the field. Olivier Pla, though, he continues to charge along. He's now within 4 seconds of Simon Pagenaud. He's just turned his car's fastest lap of the race at a 1:35.2.
Jamie has done a little bit of investigating on the 54 and can give us a bit more information.
So I just checked in with Owen Hayes and asked if it was in fact not taking tires, being up on the air jack, and the problem was not the air jack that they were fueling with. They have a diffuser problem at the moment, and so they had a jack underneath the car as a safety measure to help their crew member. They are in communication with IMSA, but they do understand rules are rules as well. So we'll see how this settles out.
Well, it did settle out in the form of the Black Swan car serving a drive-through penalty. So it's still under discussion, as there's some questioning going on at Pfaff Motorsport right now about their fuel rig. Some discussion from their fueler. As the car is still out on track, when will that be coming into the pit lane, Jeremy, or has it just
Which car, sorry?
The 9, the Pfaff Porsche.
Oh.
Because there is some question around that fuel rig.
That stopped not too long ago.
Yeah, so
they all stopped not too long ago.
They've got a little bit of time to figure out what's going on, but I don't see an IMSA official standing next to their box pointing at things. I do see their crew members having a little bit of a discussion, including Steve Bortolotti, the team manager. So clearly something going on down at Pfaff that is not as they would like it.
No, I mean, the last stint the car was running right up at the front there, dicing for the lead top 3 positions, and now all of a sudden the car's down in 10th place. Lars Kern is driving that back driving that car now. Zach Robichaud drove it last.
Last in the pits 5 laps ago, the Pfaff car, after Zach Robichaud did a 30 lap stint.
Yeah, he's been doing regularly 30 lap stints in that car, which is generally a lap more than just about everybody else in GTD.
Olivier Pla just went purple in the number 77 Mazda Team Yost DPI. Still back in the 6th place after serving that drive-through penalty for passing a car under yellow. Wasn't Olivier, I should say, but still, penalty's a penalty. Just did a 34.911. Everyone else on track, best lap, well, the second best lap was actually a 35.5. So even taking that into account, it's 1.6 seconds a lap. The car he's chasing, he was 2 seconds a lap faster than, and that was Simon Pagenaud, who is hardly a slouch.
Yeah, you said that was the fastest lap of the race, right? Just
Yes, yes.
Yeah.
Yep, purple triggers that in my brain.
Yeah.
It is the time when people try and find a little bit of comfort.
That's the first sub 35-minute lap in this race.
And what was the record from last year?
I don't think it's got down to me yet. I think it was a 35.5.
Oh, okay. Still time to find. It's Olivier Pla, who did set the unofficial fastest lap at the Roar, but of course that was not necessarily a competitive session.
34.5 actually.
34.5? Ooh, you got to
34.5, that's right. So the 35 flat now for another 35 flat that time around for Olivier Pla. He's flying. He's right now with the number 6 car of Simon Pagenaud.
Get your popcorn ready, folks. Simon Pagenaud versus Olivier Pla, 2 of France's finest prototype drivers to come out in quite some time. Simon Pagenaud, who was an ALMS champion, Olivier Pla, who was an ELMS champion, both with a lot of Le Mans experience, as traffic is coming into play for Loic Duval, the leader in the Mustang sampling number 5 Cadillac, as he comes through the tri-oval, having dealt with 2 LMP2 cars. Just to give you a quick rundown, we've got Loic Duval leading the way in the number 5 Mustang sampling, ahead of Ryan Briscoe in the number 10 Konica Minolta Cadillac, and then to round out the Cadillac trio, Pippo Durrani in the Whelen Engineering number 31. LMP2, the 52 continues to lead. That's the PR1 Matheson Motorsport car. Gabriel Aubry, as Jeremy rightly said a bit earlier, not going to vacate that car come hell or high water. We've got Colin Brown in 2nd, and then in 3rd is Kyle Tilley in the Era Motorsports LMP2. GTLM still has John Edwards leading the way in the BMW, but from Porsche 912, Lawrence Vantor ahead of Nick Tandy in the 911. And in GTD, the 48, Paul Miller Racing, Brian Sellers behind the wheel of that car, which took on new brakes at its last pit stop under the yellow, ahead of the 88 of Mirko Bortolotti for WRT Speed Sport Audi, and then the Scuderia Corse Ferrari of Tony Villander. Tony has been waiting 364 days for another shot at this race, because the way the calendars line up, it was not quite a full year ago. But it ended rather badly for that car in the rain. Couldn't see through a cloud of, water ahead of him, quite frankly. Ran into the back of another car. And it has been something that Tony has been thinking about for a very long time. Wants another opportunity. Right now he's in 3rd. He's 14.7 seconds behind Sellers, so he's got a bit of work cut out for him. But we still have 12.5 hours, so let's see what he can do.
Philippe Albuquerque just served a pit stop in the 3rd place Cadillac car number 31. That was just a 20-lap stint for Albuquerque, which is, I would say, a couple of laps sooner than I would have anticipated to see that car. It generally seems to be doing not quite as many as the number 10 or the number 5. It's generally doing 21 or 22 laps on stints. That one was only 20. Here though comes our 2nd place car.
So number 10 from Konica Minolta, Wayne Taylor Racing. Ryan Briscoe will stay behind the wheel of this car, and it will be right side tires only. So they warned Ryan this would be a much quicker pit stop than what he was used to during his first stint. So they're happy with that wear they're getting on the left-hand side, just waiting on fuel at the moment, and he's out.
Very clean stop for the Konica Minolta Cadillac team. And the
left side tires only. That's interesting.
Right side tires only.
Right side. Oh, right side.
Yeah,
yeah.
But again, the tire allocation coming into play as the 77 Mazda is also in. That's Olivier Plas staying behind the wheel. New drinks bottle and a clean of the windshield. So they haven't resorted to taking the tear-offs quite yet. 32 seconds stationary for that car out of a potential 30-second full fuel stop. Have we explained that yet over the course of the race, how the pit stop times work? Because it's not actually pit stop times. It's the amount of fuel to do a full fill. There's a minimum time in IMSA. For the prototypes, it's 30 seconds. For the GTLM cars, it's 30 seconds. But for GTD, it's 40 seconds for each of the cars. So it keeps it nice and even. Gabriel Aubry, finally out of the 52. Nick Boole gets installed behind the wheel of that one. And also in our leader, Loic Duval in the number 5. And Jamie is there.
And Loic Duval will stay behind the wheel of the car. I thought they were going to take the right side tire approach as well, but they are not. They are going ahead and taking 4 new Michelin tires because they needed the fuel anyway. So quick stop, very clean work for the number 5.
Nick Boole still waiting to try and get the car refired. This is the leader in LMP2. He stalls it, but he's got a lap lead, so he's got enough of a cushion to be able to recover smoothly from that. Let's see, who else looks like they're going to be coming into the pit lane this time around? Hunter Ray, yes, he has just been in. They're taking 2 tires from the right side of that car. So whether or not that was a 4-tire stop, I will wait for a text from Efren Oliviers if he's listening in to give us the answer. But it would appear that Hunter Ray stayed behind the wheel, which makes sense. Hasn't been out there too terribly long. In GT Le Mans, let's see how far away John Edwards is from those Porsches, because something tells me the Porsches are catching him up. Wayne Taylor watching on as his car cycles back out, trying to see what the gap will actually be between Ryan Briscoe and Loic Duval. As Loic is on the outlap, and Briscoe is pushing. Remember, only 2 tires for Ryan Briscoe, right side only. Doing proper NASCAR style here at Daytona International Speedway. What's catching your eye right now, Jeremy?
Nothing in particular. It's just, you know, at this stage in the race, it's just a question of making sure you don't make any mistakes, really. You know, trying to get the tyre situation under control, you know, managed properly. The teams all know they don't have enough sets of tyres to put on fresh tyres every single stop. So it's a question of when they double stint the tyres. There's no triple stinting these days in the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship, but they do have to double stint 7 or 8 times during the race. So most of them are trying to get those out of the way now, so that when they get down to the real nitty-gritty time in the race, then they're going to be able to put on a fresh set of Michelin tyres at every single pit stop and run fast to the end. I mean, they're running fast now. The pace has been really torrid all the way through. There's been absolutely no let-up, but certainly it's interesting to see that, you know, some of the cars are running harder, I would say, than others. The number 6 car has been a bit of a struggle lately. Well, much of the way through the race, I think, for number 6 car at this stage. But is that just a case of keeping their powder dry and not going to show their full hand until later on? Well, only time will tell the answer to that question.
Bill Riley has come off of the timing car from the number 74 Mercedes-AMG. Bill, we're nearing the halfway stage of this race. You've done this race, gosh, how many times?
34.
34 times now. So at this stage of the race, what is the most important factor that comes into play?
Well, for us, we've got to get back on the lead lap and got to get our brake change out of the way. So those two things have to happen pretty soon. We got about 6 more hours left before we have to do the brake change. So we should be okay, but the race with the smaller field and such fast pace and all the good drivers, there's not as many yellows as there usually are. That's hurting us right now.
You've seen the ebb and flow of sports car racing over your time in it. So 38 cars may seem like a lot, but you mentioned it. There's a lot of quality cars here. How do you manage that new challenge?
Well, I mean, it's like I said, it is a challenge where we are right now, where we need to get our laps back. So you just have to keep pushing. But the quality's so high, you know, nobody makes any mistakes, and all the cars are so reliable these days. They just run and run and run. So it's a challenge, though. It's a very fast-paced event now.
We heard earlier that it's a 24-hour sprint race now. Is the machine up to the challenge of that?
Yeah, I mean, back in the older days when I started, you know, when you ran 2 cars, you said one off as a rabbit and the other one as a turtle, and see how it worked out. But now everybody's rabbits, everybody's running flat out the whole time.
With the Mercedes AMG, have you seen any challenges so far in terms of tire wear or the amount of fuel that you're getting or your top end speed, anything that you're going to have to overcome once that sun comes up?
No, the AMG Evo is a great car, and we should be okay. You know, we're playing a game. We're not quite as fast as we want to be, but on the lap time wise, but we should be pretty reliable. The car is always extremely reliable. It's good on tires, so we should be okay.
Last question. Will you stay up the whole 24 hours?
Oh, absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Would have been disappointed if Bill Riley had said, nah, I'm going to go off and take a nap somewhere, especially with Roger Penske trying to stay up the whole time on the number 6 pit box.
Yeah, that ain't going to happen.
No.
So for the second pit stop sequence in a row, the number 5 car maintained its lead. This is by far the longest stretch in the lead, overall lead by any car in this race so far. Here's a replay of
Lexus getting around a severely lapped down PPM Lamborghini. Now, which Lexus was that? Was that Kyle Busch going around the outside of a lapped car?
So what?
Couldn't agree more, Jeremy.
Not sure about that one.
Multi-class racing
probably
is
missed something.
Yep, that's all right. We weren't privy to the reason behind the video. That's okay. But Loic Duval maintaining his lead despite the pit stops. That's impressive driving.
Yeah, I mean, and again, good fuel consumption. It's interesting that on that last stint, nobody really ran. The number 55 car actually ran probably longer than anybody else at 22 laps. Most of the other teams ran 20 or 21. So I think that's because they're kind of trying to get their used tires out of the way right now, and everybody's it's okay. Let's say it's very much a strategic game, a bit of a chess match at this stage in the game, with still 23 minutes short of halfway in this Rolex 24.
Hey, but happy 400 laps, Jeremy. Lap 400 is being shown on the timing screen. That's pretty exciting moment to get to, as we are still not even at the halfway point. So 400 laps from now that's a very good accomplishment. I'll take it.
Yeah, the distance record is what, 808 laps?
808, correct. So we're still on target to beat that.
But quite comfortably if we carry on right at this rate. We're 22 laps away. Should get another 10 or 11 laps in right now, and that would take us to 410. So double that.
820. Hey, I did it. Look at that. See all you math teachers who gave me bad grades. Aha. I'm not breaking any confidences by saying that the 3 teams that are at the head of the field, of those 3 teams, all of them told me that they were a little bit concerned about how many sets of tires they were going to have to double stint during the night, given the lack of grip they experienced earlier on. Well, clearly with the Cadillac platform coming to the front of the field, showing cream does rise to the top, particularly Cadillac at Daytona. They do have a very good record here, as there was a big wiggle from Loic Duval going into the international, the Western Horseshoe, but he manages to recover it. Tires being the limiting factor, yes, but perhaps not as much as they were even dreading. With all 3 of the cars being able to power to the front, or at the 4th car, the 85 JDC Miller Motorsports Cadillac Juan Pedro Hicha driving around, still 2 laps down. Say 1 real lap down, 1 and a bit, because hasn't yet crossed the start-finish line. But still circulating in the 7th position, and the Acura number 7 That's Elio Castroneves still on the drive back. He's completed 379 laps to the 4:01. So hasn't yet been able to make up any of the deficit, has he, Jeremy? Because I think he was 22 laps down when he came back from behind the wall after they did all that work on the car.
Yeah, no, it's pretty much a lost cause. It's not really going to get any chance to get laps back unless there's any cautions. I doubt there's going to be 20 cautions before the end of the race.
Well, we certainly would hope not. That would make for a lot of headaches for our friends over in race control, just next door through the glass window. Let's see. If you want to get in touch with us, by the way, please send us a tweet to @IMSA Radio. I will try to do a better job of paying attention to that as stuff drops in. Interesting fun fact for the Meyer-Shank Racing Team, so the number 86 machine, that's the pink, blue, and black car. Shinya Mishimi is driving the car now, but Ben Waddell is spotting, and he is the longtime spotter's son. So he's learning his trade. Ben Waddell, who also races in the Michelin Pilot Challenge, he's raced in the IMSA Prototype Challenge before, gotten his feet wet in a lot of different types of racing. Right now, learning how difficult it is to stay awake at this time of the night when the Ferris wheel is trying to lure you into a state of hypnosis with all the bright colors spinning around and around. And by the way, if you are here at Daytona International Speedway and you haven't yet been for a trip on the Ferris wheel, well worth it. There were a group of visitors from the Heart of Racing, team guests from that number 23 Aston Martin, that decided to go on the Ferris wheel, and unfortunately picked a very bad time to do that, Jeremy, because it was the point in time in which we had our first caution, which was for their car. But they were up on the Ferris wheel, they were enjoying the ride, and the views that you get from that unique point just above Lake Lloyd.
Yeah, pretty cool, isn't it?
It really is.
The change of position there for 5th place overall, number 77 car, Olivier Pla, has charged past Simon Pagenaud in the number 6 Acura. So it's now Cadillac 1, 2, 3, columns 5, 10 and 31. There's 10 seconds between the first two, 12 seconds between second and third. Gap back to 4th position's about 20 seconds, which will find Ryan Hunter-Reay in the first of the Mazdas, and then just 8 seconds behind Hunter-Reay now in the sister car, car number 77. That is Olivier Pla up into 5th position.
8 seconds back at 1:22 in the morning. Let's see what it is at 1:30 in the morning, because Olivier Pla does like to manipulate time. Does manage to put down the fast laps when it counts. In GT Le Mans, John Edwards is 2 seconds clear of Lawrence Vantor, who is a further 1.2 seconds clear of Nick Tandy in the sister car. David Rigon in the Ferrari now back to 4th, and Nick Katzberg, after that weird incident with the number 3 Corvette for Jordan Taylor when on a single lap he was passed by both of the Porsches, is running back in the 5th position. So 1 BMW, 2 Porsches, 1 Ferrari, and 1 Chevrolet Corvette C8R representing in that category in the top 5. Boy, Philippe Albuquerque sure is pushing on, using a lot of curb coming through the bus stop for the number 31 Whelen Engineering Cadillac. 12.2 seconds behind Ryan Briscoe. And for the first time, Jeremy, it's really a different situation, because we have 3 Cadillacs in the top 3 from 3 completely different teams. And that's not something that's happened, because the 5 Mustang sampling Cadillac until this year was run by Action Express, who runs the Whelen Engineering Cadillac. So they were separate teams, but under the same umbrella. They were run by the same personnel, even if they entered under different team names. They still shared a pit box. This year, they're at different ends. They are completely different entities, and that's something that both of them have had to adapt to. The 31 no longer has a data car. They no longer have someone else to rely on in case something goes wrong. For the number 5, well, they no longer have Action Express.
No, but so they switched across to JDC, and
Correct.
clearly they're doing a super job right now, aren't they?
Correct.
Because they're out in the lead of the race, and Loic Duval has just improved his best lap in this race at 1:35.3. 3:47 last time around for Loic Duval. This is a really impressive stint by Loic. He's not a regular in these Cadillacs. He just comes in once or twice a year. And here he is extending his lead now over Ryan Briscoe out to 11.5 seconds now. After the round of pit stops, it was about 5.5, so he's doubled the gap as Duval over Briscoe. Briscoe, of course, we remember, on that last round of pit stop, just took on 2 fresh tyres, just right side tyres only, the outside tyres, if you like, on this predominantly left-handed circuit.
Loic Duval, who is a Formula Nippon champion back in 2009, a WEC champion in 2013, the same year that he won the 24 Hours of Le Mans with a couple guys named Christensen and McNish. Super GT, the Japanese championship that everyone longs to win. Yeah, he won that in 2010. So underrated driver perhaps in some opinions, but he is very well known within the motorsport world and very much a respected driver who doesn't do very many US races. Last year, as a matter of fact, only did 1. That was here, where he finished 4th. So Loic Duval clearly knows his way around the 3.56 miles of Daytona International Speedway.
Yeah, drove for the core team last year in the Nissan, so a completely different car for him to learn this time when he comes back to Daytona, but always enjoys driving here, and you know, he's just a consummate professional, is Loic Duval. His career was sort of maybe on the rocks a little bit in Europe, so he found an opportunity in Japan. Boy, is he taken full use of that, and how many drivers have done that over the years? Many is the answer. Loic Duval, he's springboarded his career, got the opportunity to come back to Europe with Audi, won Le Mans, as Shay says, and you know, and every now and again he gets picked to drive other cars here. Last year it was with the core team in the Nissan. This year it's with the number 5 team, JDC Miller Motorsports, and it's been a super job by Loic Duval. Another 35.8 last time around. I mean, the pace at the front of the field here, all of the leading cars are running in the 35s or 36s, and yeah, there's just no relenting in this pace right now. Olivier Pla remains it's scything along. He's now only 3.5 seconds behind the sister car, so might have a battle between the two Mazdas before too long.
Oh, hello. The third drivers in each of the 2 Mazdas, Ryan Hunter-Reay coming over. He only did 1 race last year. That was Mid-Ohio, where he finished 3rd in the 55 Mazda. He was filling in for Harry Tinknell, who had other commitments in the World Endurance Championship, driving for Ford. So he came in for a weekend and blew us all away. I can remember talking to him after one of the sessions at Mid-Ohio, and we were stunned at the performance he was putting in, not because we didn't expect it of him, but because it was that impressive. Hunter-Reay, who's being hunted down by Olivier Pla. Do you not remember that, Jeremy?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
I
think it was
don't recall being surprised.
I think it was the 3rd practice session where he either set the fastest time or he had done some super consistent set of laps, and that's what he does.
He's been in this business a long time, Ryan Hunter-Reay, and he's driven all sorts of prototypes in the past, as well as his IndyCar successes. Of course, Indianapolis 500 winner, IndyCar champion. You know, you expect people. That's why you employ people like that, is you know they can do the job. So you know, he got in there and did it, and he's doing it again right now. He's not a regular driver for Mazda, but he's showing why he should be.
I completely agree. Ryan Hunter-Reay, who has his family here with him this weekend, Becky and the kids playing on the playground. Yesterday, Ryan was out there with them for what seemed like 3 hours, to be honest.
You mean Ryan was playing on the playground and they came to join him?
Yes, exactly. He was out there running laps around the track, and then his family showed up too. Also with family here, Diane Nunez is here to support son Tristan, who shares the car with Olivier Pla, the other one of the 3rd Mazda drivers that we were just talking about. And when you factor in a guy like Olivier,
contingents here in force, I bet.
Yes, it's kind of ridiculous, the talent that comes in as the extra, quote-unquote, extra drivers for this race. So Loic Duval joining in with full-time drivers Bourdais and Barbosa. You've got Briscoe and Van der Zande, joined by a couple of guys named Dixon and Kobayashi. It just goes on and on.
So has that pass been made there? Is the Hidematsu car ahead of the number 55.
The 55 of Ryan Hunter-Reay is just now going into the Western Horseshoe. There is a set of white lights in front of him. Whether or not that is Olivier Pla would be probable as they turn out onto the banking. White Mazda is ahead of the red one.
Wow.
Olivier has been...
By some distance, he's already got 100 yards on him, so this has been a tremendous effort by Olivier Pla. He's really stepped it up since he's got behind the wheel of this car. Tristan Nunez did a really nice long stint in the car, just consistent, kept good pace, was in the lead of the race. But Olivier Pla, he stepped it up another notch now as we come towards the halfway point in this race.